Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the forum. Simultaneous interpretation is provided in the forum today. For English, please select channel 2. For Japanese, please select channel 3. Our event will begin shortly. Please take your seats and switch your mobile phones to silent mode. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们今天的论坛即将开始，邀请大家尽速入座。同时呢，也先提醒您，请记得先将手机转为静音模式。那么今天论坛有提供同步口译的服务，需要聆听口译的来宾，请至场外来借取同步口译接收器。聆听中文，请选频道1。也再一次提醒大家，我们的论坛即将开始，请您就座，并且将手机转为静音模式。谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our forum will begin shortly. We would like to invite you to take your seats and set your mobile phones to silent mode. Thank you. 各位贵宾，我们今天的论坛即将开始，再次的邀请大家入座。那么同时呢，也提醒您，请记得先将手机转为静音模式。谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our forum will begin shortly. We would like to invite you to please take your seats and please set your mobile phones to silent mode. Thank you.各位来宾，我们的论坛马上就要开始了，再次的邀请大家尽速入座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, our forum will begin very shortly. Once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们的论坛马上就要开始了，再次的邀请大家入座，非常谢谢各位的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our forum will begin very shortly. Once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们的论坛马上就要开始了，开幕式即将开始，在这边再一次的恳请大家入座，谢谢。各位贵宾，大家早安！欢迎各位莅临由海洋委员会所主办的2026台湾海洋国际论坛。我是今天的司仪 Angela 卢怡君。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to join us at 2026 Taiwan International Ocean Forum, organized by Taiwan's Ocean Affairs Council. I'm Angela Lu, your MC for today's event. The theme of today's forum is enhancing maritime resilience from strategy to practice. Through discussions and dialogues, we hope to foster greater collaboration in strengthening maritime resilience and security across the Indo-Pacific region. We would like to extend our warmest welcome to distinguished delegates from 17 countries around the world joining us in Taiwan this year. And also a very big thank you to all the ambassadors and foreign office representatives for attending the opening ceremony today. And to open the forum, let's enjoy a performance by renowned sand artist Mario. With 15 years of experience in sand art, Mario combines light, fine sands, and life creation. In his skilled hands, floating grains of sands are transformed into ever-changing visual scenes to tell stories and convey emotions. Today, Mario has created an exclusive performance tailored for this event. Let's now enjoy the performance. 让我们掌声欢迎 Mario。
stand at the crossroads of the AI era. From this island, sea routes extend across Asia and beyond. What connects us is more than geography. It is the ocean and the shared values and responsibilities that bind us together. Across these waters, Taiwan becomes a vital link between the Indo-Pacific and the world. The ocean carries courage and hope. It brings opportunity, movement, and connection. Yet as the winds rise and the waves grow restless, it also reveals risk. Peace cannot be taken for granted. The future of the Indo-Pacific depends on our shared commitment to safeguard a free and peaceful maritime order. Gray zone activities are increasingly challenging the rules that hold our world together. A silent war has already begun at sea, through pressure, coercion, and constant challenges to stability. On the maritime front line, Taiwan's Coast Guard stands on the front line, safeguarding a free, open, and secure ocean. The ocean we rely on and the ocean we protect shapes the course of our blue planet. It feeds communities, supports economies, regulates the climate, and sustains life beneath the waves. But the ocean is under pressure. Ocean resilience is therefore more than conservation. It is governance, preparation, and responsibility. By protecting the sea, we protect nature, prosperity, and the sustainable future of human civilization. Technology expands the boundaries of civilization. It allows the ocean to be seen more clearly and risks to be understood sooner. New technologies are transforming how we understand and protect our oceans. Through innovation and resilience, Taiwan continues contributing solutions to the world. Dialogue gives the Indo-Pacific its direction. Here, ideas become consensus, and consensus becomes action. The ocean we inherit today will one day be entrusted to the next generation. Through exchange and participation, the next generation helps chart the course ahead. Taiwan stands on the maritime front line while connecting partners across the world. Across the map, democratic partners are linked by shared values and a common belief in freedom, peace, and stability. Together, these partnerships become a source of strength in protecting free and peaceful sea lanes. Taiwan never stands alone. Let ocean narratives travel across the waves. Let dialogue build trust, innovation create resilience, and partnership shape a sea route of peace. Here, we gather not only to discuss the ocean, but to shape the future we share through it. Taiwan stands at the maritime frontier and at the starting point of tomorrow.
Thank you for that beautiful performance by sand artist Mario, tailored for today's forum. 让我们谢谢插画艺术家 Mario， 特别为今天的论坛量身创作了这一段专属的演出。那么紧接着，让我们邀请国家安全会议李问副秘书长上台致开幕词。And now please welcome Deputy Secretary General Li Wen of Taiwan's National Security Council to give us the opening remarks. 请大家以热烈的掌声欢迎李副秘书长。
Well, let's give another round of applause to the very moving opening performance. distinguished international guests, members of parliament from around the world, ambassadors, dedicated organizers of the forum led by Minister Guan at the Ocean Affairs Council, leaders, experts, and practitioners on strategic and maritime affairs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 海委会管碧玲主委，各位长官贵宾，各位国内外关心海洋、以行动守护海洋的伙伴们，大家早安，大家好。好。It's an immense honor to welcome everyone to this year's Taiwan International Ocean Forum. For Taiwan, this is a significant opportunity to learn from international expertise on a wide range of important topics, ranging from regional security to countering gray zone threats, from the use of technology to enhance sustainable governance, to fostering youth empowerment in the maritime sphere. After all, Taiwan is a maritime nation embraced by the seas. For the Taiwanese people, the ocean is far more than a mere corridor for transportation. It's also a cradle for our cherished natural resources and cultural heritage. It's an indispensable economic lifeline for global trade and prosperity. It's also a critical frontier for the nation's security, as well as a bridge that connects us with like-minded global partners. We are gathered here today based on a shared understanding that the oceans should unite us based on friendships and peaceful cooperation, instead of serving as an arena for expansionist ambitions. However, we cannot ignore the reality that the maritime order in the region is currently facing immense challenges. These challenges are rooted in the threat of China's authoritarian expansionism, which uses both military threats and non-military forms of coercion to assert maritime claims. In the military domain, we see China's aggressive military maneuvers across the entire First Island chain and beyond, including through extensive military exercises and an increasingly large number of vessels positioned in waters near Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines. But we also see the use of non-military threats utilized as tools of maritime coercion, often under the threshold of kinetic conflict. We see the misuse and abuse of law enforcement by Chinese Coast Guard vessels, as well as intrusive behavior across the region by so-called scientific research vessels, by maritime traffic safety boats, illegal fishing, maritime militia, cargo vessels, sand dredgers, and more. Since late May, the Chinese Coast Guard has escalated its intrusive activities around Taiwan in the name of law enforcement, including the harassment of commercial vessels. Such actions not only threaten regional peace, but also endanger the freedom of navigation and the safety of commercial shipping. Although larger in scale, these incidents must be seen as part of a long-standing pattern of expansionism and coercion. China's ambition is to internalize the seas along the First Island chain, attempting to transform international waterways into internal waters. For decades, China has pursued expansionism in the maritime domain across the East China Sea, South China Sea, and the Taiwan Strait, constantly pushing the limits through an incremental salami slicing approach. If the world fails to voice our concerns or take action, this expansionism will only continue. To counter today's threats, Taiwan is increasing investments in military defense, maritime law enforcement, and societal resilience. In addition to bolstering our self-defense, Taiwan looks forward to deepening cooperation with like-minded international partners in 3 key areas. First, strengthening maritime domain awareness. Facing both military threats and gray zone coercion, we must enhance monitoring and early warning capabilities regarding maritime activities. Technology such as satellites, sonars, sensors, and uncrewed systems will all help to detect aggressive actions and enhance transparency. Second, forging maritime resilience and law enforcement cooperation. One of the key areas on building resilience that's crucial for Taiwan concerns protecting maritime traffic and logistics from the disruption of coercive actions. Another focus is on safeguarding underwater infrastructure, like undersea cables. In addition to cooperation on law enforcement, we must strengthen interagency resilience efforts in many areas, including protecting maritime transportation, energy, communications, critical infrastructure, legal and institutional measures, and more. And last but not least, upholding the principles of international law, including UNCLOS, and strengthening global partnerships. Taiwan stands with the international community to preserve the freedom of navigation and protect the rules-based international order. We resolutely oppose any unilateral actions that seek to change the status quo through non-peaceful means. In closing, Taiwan is located at the heart of the First Island chain, and the Taiwan Strait serves as a cornerstone for international trade. This means that peace and stability in the waters around Taiwan is not just a vital issue for ourselves, but serves as a shared interest for the international community. Taiwan will continue to work closely with global partners to ensure that the seas remain free, open, and sustainable. And we're always glad to contribute and facilitate joint actions, and will continue to support policy efforts required to achieve these goals. I wish great success for this forum and look forward to the fruitful discussions ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Deputy Secretary General Li Wen. 非常谢谢副秘书长，请副秘书长回座。Thank you. Please take your seat. 接下来，让我们邀请海洋委员会管碧玲主任委员上台为我们致欢迎词。And next, let's invite Minister Guan Biling of Taiwan's Ocean Affairs Council to give us the welcome remarks.
李文副秘书长，我们今天在座还有郭玉琴委员与许忠信委员，还有今天在座的各国的使节。来自于世界各国的国会议员、政府代表、专家学者、海洋伙伴们，以及所有关心印太和平以及未来的朋友，大家早安，大家好。
好，
首先我要代表海洋委员会诚挚的欢迎各位来到台湾参加2026台湾海洋国际论坛。今年我们把论坛的核心放在海洋韧性。我想先说，这不是因为韧性是一个流行的国际词汇，而是因为此刻我们在周边的海上有许多的事情正在发生。从日本、台湾到菲律宾，第一岛链周边的国家正在不同的海域以不同的形式面对日益频繁而复杂的海上压力。日本长期面对中国海警船在争议的海域持续活动，台湾的周边，中国的军舰、海警船的活动更加频繁，军事演练、海警活动与所谓的执法主张彼此交错，海底电缆与关键基础设施的安全也成为新的风险。在菲律宾，第一线的海巡人员与船舶持续面对海上中国船舶的碰撞、水炮与其他形式的海上胁迫，这些事件在不同的海域涉及不同的历史、法律与政治的情境。我们当然不能都把它们当作是同一件事情、相同的问题。但是如果我们把视野拉高，我们从日本、台湾一直看到菲律宾，我们就会发现，我们面对的确实是同一种逐步累积、长期施压、刻意控制在传统战争门槛以下的行动模式。这也带出一个更根本的问题，那就是国际社会长期以来都在强调维持台海的和平稳定，也反对任何一方面单方面的去改变现状。但是我认为我们必须要更进一步的问，我们所谓的现状究竟是什么？如果一个威权国家不是用一次性的军事行动改变现状，而是每天向前推进一点点，今天增加海警的活动，明天扩大军事的演习，后天对商船进行所谓的执法检查，在下一步 干扰我们的海底电缆、航运秩序或者是资讯系统。那么请问，从哪一天开始，现状已经被改变？这正是灰色地带最大的危险。每一个单独的行动看起来都不是引发国际危机，每一次的压力升高，我们都可能判断还没有构成战争，但是一系列行动累积起来，却可能创造一个崭新的现状。航线可能开始调整，保险与投资重新计算风险，第一线执法人员承受更大的压力，国际社会也在一次又一次还不到危机的判断中，逐渐习惯原本不应该被视为正常的事情。到最后，我们可能突然发现，没有任何一天发生了决定性的战争，但是原来的现状已经不存在了。各位朋友，我认为这才是今天我们讨论海洋韧性最现实的背景。所以韧性不只是危机发生以后如何恢复，我们还必须回答更前面的问题。在危机形成以前，我们能不能看见变化？当事件分散在不同的海域、不同的国家、不同的部门的时候，我们能不能辨识彼此之间的关联？当压力没有跨越传统战争的门槛的时候，我们能不能及时判断、协调与准备？因此，我认为民主伙伴之间需要开始建立更清楚的共同判断。我们必须讨论我们要维持的现状是什么，哪些行动正在侵蚀现状，灰色地带侵扰的黄线在哪里，红线又在哪里？我所说的黄线不一定意味着军事的反击，红线也不应该等到战争爆发才存在。真正重要的是，在危机发生以前，我们能不能建立共同的辨识、共同的预警，以及相称而协调的回应？如果对手采取的是跨领域连续性的行动，而我们的反应仍然是各国分开、各部门分开、每一个事件分开来判断，那么我们就永远慢一步。因此，民主伙伴需要更有效的共同准备与协作机制，更及时的分享海域态势与灰色地带事件，并逐步建立共同的情势判读、预警与应变的能力。换句话说，我们需要对现状有共同的理解，对风险升高有共同的预警，也需要在下一场危机发生以前，准备彼此协调的应处方式。各位贵宾，我认为这正是我们举办这场论坛的意义。我期待未来的2天，我们不只是交换观点，而更能够去检验我们原来的假设，找出合作中的缺口，也一起思考，在下一场危机发生以前，我们现在可以一起做什么？我提出这样的呼吁，是因为我相信台海的稳定是民主国家共同的利益。再次竭诚的欢迎各位来到台湾，也感谢各位愿意与台湾一起面对这些不容易但无法回避的问题。当然，我最后还需要诚挚的感谢今天在座的各位，无论是各国的使节代表，以及各国的国会议员、各位智库的代表，还有学者专家，都是长期以来陪伴着台湾，支持台湾共同面对这个不容易的情势。有很多很多在不同的领域替台湾说话的声音，对我们共同的对威权国家的威吓而言，都是一股莫大的力量。我们期待在这样的基础之下，我们能够成为更有力量的民主的和平锁链。 但是我还是要诚挚的感谢过去大家为台湾所做的一切。谢谢大家，也谢谢大家的光临。祝福2026台湾海洋国际论坛能够顺利而成功，也祝福大家身体健康，万事如意。谢谢。
谢谢主委的祝福以及勉励，谢谢。我们请主委回座。那么接下来呢，我们要先进行全场的大合影，为我们今天的论坛留下珍贵的画面。所以邀请大家帮我们留在座位上面，摄影师呢待会会从台上来为大家拍照。We invite everyone in the audience to take a group photo. Please remain in your seats. Our photographers will take the photo from the stage. 好，我们请大家一起看向中间静态摄影师的镜头。Let's look into our photographer in the center together. 好，那么接下来呢，请大家看向我们动态的摄影机。Let's look at our video camera. Please wave at the video camera, please. 我们请大家对我们的动态摄影机挥个手。OK， 好，谢谢。And next, we will take 2 group photos on the stage. So first of all, we invite distinguished guests seated in the front rows of the left-hand side of the conference room to join us on the stage. 首先呢，我们要先邀请坐在左侧前排的贵宾来到台上，拍一张合影。Once again, we invite our distinguished guests seated in the front row of the left-hand side of the conference hall to join us on the stage. And next, we will bring up to the stage the hosts and guests of honor to the stage for this group photo. 接下来呢，我们要邀请主办单位还有莅临的贵宾来到台上合影。那么首先呢，邀请的是主办单位海委会张忠龙副主委来到台上。再来，让我们邀请海委会的宋承恩副主委来到台上。And next, we invite Ambassador Donya Francis of the Embassy of St. Christopher and Nevis. Mr. Robert Ferguson, representative of Australian office in Taipei. Mr. Luz Goner, head of the European Economic and Trade Office in Taiwan. Ambassador Lily Fafay of the Embassy of Tuvalu, welcome. Ms. Ruth Bradley Jones, representative of British Office Taipei. 紧接着，让我们邀请国家安全委员会林志杰咨询委员，欢迎。And next, we welcome United States Senator Tammy Duckworth. 让我们欢迎美国联邦参议员 Tammy Duckworth. 再来，让我们邀请国家安全委员会李问副秘书长。同时，也让我们邀请海洋委员会的大家长管碧玲主任委员。好，我们请 我们请大家一起看向中间摄影师的镜头。Please look into our photographers in the center together. And also, let's look into our media cameras in the back. Thank you very much. We would like to invite our guests of honor in the first row. Please remain where you are. And other guests of honor, please return to your seats. And next, we would like to invite distinguished guests seated in the front row of the right-hand side of the conference hall to please join us on the stage for this group photo.我们邀请右侧前排的贵宾来到台上一起合影。We invite our distinguished guests of honor in the front row of the right-hand side of the conference hall to join us for this group photo. 请许忠信委员还有郭玉琴委员也一起到台上合影，谢谢。Okay, everyone, let's look into our photographers in the center together. 请大家一起看向我们中间摄影师的镜头。好，再来请看向后方媒体朋友的镜头 and the media cameras in the back. Beautiful. Thank you very much for joining the group photo. 非常感谢台上的贵宾参与我们的合影。Thank you very much for joining this beautiful group photo to open the ceremony and the forum for us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our opening ceremony for the forum. We will now take a 10-minute break and we'll continue with the next session 10 minutes later. Refreshments are provided outside the conference hall. Please enjoy and remember to come back on time. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们接下来呢进行短暂的中场休息10分钟，在场外备有茶点，欢迎各位享用。我们接下来的议程呢会在10分钟之后开始，邀请您准时入座，谢谢。 Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. We would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们接下来论坛的议程即将开始，邀请大家入座，谢谢。各位来宾，我们接下来的议程马上就要开始了，再次的邀请大家入座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin very shortly. Once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats as our first session will begin very shortly. Thank you. 各位来宾，在这边呢，邀请大家尽速的入座，因为我们接下来的深度对谈1马上就要开始了。谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 邀请各位贵宾就座。在这边呢，也欢迎大家回到我们论坛的现场。Welcome back to the forum, ladies and gentlemen. 紧接着呢，我们要正式的进入到今天议程的第一个场次。这个场次呢，将会进行的是战略对话，要来看的是形塑印太的领导力。And now moving on to the first session, Strategic Dialogue, Shaping Indo-Pacific Leadership. 那么首先呢，我们要进行的是第一场的深度对谈。首先呢，让我们邀请对谈的主持人先来到台上入座。Taiwan Plus Taiwan Talks 节目主持人暨资深主播郭依莹。Please welcome the moderator of In-Depth Dialogue 1, Ms. In Kavat, Senior Anchor and Host of Taiwan Talks at Taiwan Plus. 那么接下来呢，要邀请参与这场对谈的与谈人来到台上入座。And next, we would like to bring up to the stage distinguished panelists for this dialogue. Please welcome United States Senator Tammy Duckworth, 美国联邦参议员 Tammy Duckworth.And please join me to welcome the Right Honorable Tom Tugendhat, Member of Parliament of the United Kingdom, House of Commons, 英国国会下议院议员 Tom Tugendhat. And we will now hand the floor to our moderator, Ms. Kavat.
Okay, I just want to add a few more sentences about Senator Duckworth and Mr. Tugendhat. Senator Duckworth, you've been one of the US Senate's most outspoken and tireless supporters of Taiwan, especially driving and shaping congressional policy on Taiwan. I just want to mention some of the bills that you've sponsored or co-sponsored. These include Strengthen Taiwan's Security Act, Taiwan Security Act, Taiwan and American Space Assistance Act, and Strategy for Crisis Management Act. Tom Tugendhat, MP, you are one of Britain's most or strongest advocates for Taiwan. You've, as the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, you shifted Britain's and Westminster's thinking on China from being a commercial partner to a long-term systemic challenge, and you've spoken consistently about Chinese influence operations. So it's a huge honor to have you both here with us today. Thank you so much. First off, thank you. First off, if we could I get your take on the test fire, Senator Duckworth, of the Chinese submarine-launched ballistic missile? This was from the South China Sea to the Pacific. How concerning is this?
I think it's typical activity by the PRC, and I don't think that it was something that was just aimed at Taiwan. I see this as a message that was being sent to Japan, Korea, and the United States, so that it was really, I think to focus this as only a Taiwan issue is to overlook the fact that this is a message that they're trying to send that has regional implications.
And Mr. Tugendhat, so how do you see it fitting into the security landscape and what China is doing? We know that Taiwan this week has monitored 4 naval formations in the Western Pacific. Also, there have been 110 Chinese vessels up and down the first island chain. And all of this is part of an upward trend, upward tick that Taiwan has recorded.
Look, I think Tammy's absolutely right. This isn't just about Taiwan. It's about the island chain. It's about others in the region, but it's also about the whole world. Today, NATO is meeting in a summit in Ankara. I'm sure it's not an accident that it was timed for the arrival of the heads of state and government in Ankara, nor is it an accident that it's part of a continuous, and I do mean over 20 years, pattern of expansionist and aggressive action by the Chinese Communist Party, not just in this area, but actually in the United Kingdom, across Europe, in the United States, and other places as well. It's not a standalone act.
Senator Duckworth, so to answer the question, is this region entering a new phase? I want us to look at a few trend lines. And let's begin with the so-called Chinese Special Law Enforcement operation in waters east of Taiwan that began in early June, and the Chinese have said now it will be extended. What is China doing here, and why does it matter?
They're trying to establish a new norm that is in contradiction to the Law of the Seas Treaty. And they're doing this not just on the ocean, but also in the skies as well. Their recent denial and their coercion of other nations to deny overflight of airspace. This is something that they're doing because they're trying to establish their own rules and their own norms. They are trying to negotiate with the Philippines, for example, on additional access to areas around the Philippine archipelago. They are coming out with their own interpretation of who owns undersea cables and who has the rights over those cables. So these are all ways that China is trying to establish new norms that are not in compliance with what the international order has agreed to and ratified on a global basis. And we cannot allow them to do that because they will continue to push forward and expand that. And it has global implications. As Sir Tom has said, this is globally vitally important. This is just as important to the Netherlands as it is to the United States as it is to Taiwan.
And Mr. Tugendhat, this sort of the manufacturing of the jurisdiction, of Chinese jurisdiction in these waters, why is this area in particular strategic?
Well, there's many reasons, and Tammy's just touched correctly on several of them. And part of this is about trying to recreate a different way of governing the world. Now, this is the first time the Communist Party has tried to do that. This one happens to be based in Beijing and not in Moscow. But it's not the first time this has happened. What we're seeing is an attempt to use actions in their own, what they see as their own area, to influence global policy. So the bullying of Taiwan, the bullying of Japan, the bullying of Korea and the Philippines and Indonesia is all part of a pattern trying to change the way in which the world responds to Beijing's pressure. And that's why this isn't just about Taiwan. I happen to rather like Taiwan. I think you're a great country. I think you've got fantastic food and charming people. But I'm not here for that. I'm here because it matters to the United Kingdom.
Exactly. I just have to say that don't forget that 3 to 5% of the global GDP flows through the Straits of Taiwan. it is going to be a greater impact if the straits are blockaded than what has been happening with the Straits of Hormuz. This has global implications.
And so what lessons do you think we should be taking from Hormuz, from the Iran war?
I think the lessons that you should be taking is some of the drone productions, the fact that the war in Iran has how much consumption of material goods, whether it is ammunition, weapons, and be ready to have those resources and stockpile those resources, medical supplies. You have to have those resources, but also understand how quickly what happened in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz affected on a global scale the economies of nations around the world.
Mr. Tugendhat, just going back to east of Taiwan, those waters, and absolutely this is not just to do with Taiwan. So the Chinese Coast Guard is obviously there using sort of law enforcement as a means for territorial expansionism. But the other point is that they were harassing commercial vessels. They were asking for ship information, routes, destinations. In that case, is China attempting to make these countries behave as if China has jurisdiction in that area?
Look, I think what the Chinese Communist Party is trying to do is to deliberately confuse the rule of law with the rule by law. And what I mean by that is that there is a difference between the rule of law in which we agree a treaty, everybody's equal, we have the same rights, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and what the Chinese state is trying to do, which is to use the legal authorities that it has as a means of enforcement. So here we're talking about customs cutters, by and large. Oh, thank you very much. Here by... I'll bellow. The Beijing will hear.
Is it switched on? Is it switched on?
The reality is that what we're seeing, there we go, third time lucky. Thank you. What we're seeing in terms of the customs cutters and the intervention in Japanese islands or Taiwanese islands or Philippine islands and so on in these waters is directly paralleled by the secret police stations that we saw in the United Kingdom and in France, by the attempt to extradite by violent and illegal means perfectly innocent people from the United Kingdom in what we call transnational repression. And very sadly, there was a Japanese journalist here only the other day who was attacked in what one can only assume is a similar circumstance. So this attempt to intimidate using sort of police as cover or customs as cover is not just happening in these waters, it is a universal policy by the Chinese state.
Yeah, and Senator Duckworth, in response, sort of reflecting that point, that it's universal, it's international, in response to China's law enforcement operation, the US, the UK, France, and Germany, they actually issued a joint statement expressing their concern over regional instability caused by China's actions. How strategically important was it that it was actually a coordinated statement?
It's critically important, and it can't just be the United States alone, and that's why I'm so pleased that our allies have joined us in this. I know, it's okay. And also, remember that we've also had other nations. Norway has sent some of their naval ships through the Straits of Taiwan. It is important for the norms, international norms, for us to continue to transit these waters in accordance with international law and not allow the Chinese to establish any foothold in creating a different order. Because you could ideally get to a place where the PRC, the Communist Party, decides that no one can go through the Straits of Taiwan without registering first and with Chinese Coast Guard. We cannot allow that to happen. And the way that we prevent that from happening is to exercise our rights internationally as a community to transit all of these waters and to not accept and to overtly reject attempts by the Communist Party to force us into to adhere to their norms and the new rules that they want to set up. And so this is really important for it to be an international community, because the United States is not asking nations to choose between the PRC and the United States. We're just asking nations to choose international norms and to uphold those norms of behavior.
Sorry, it's just worth being absolutely clear as well. These are not norms imposed by the UK or the US or anybody else. You know, China was one of the first countries to negotiate the UN Charter. The Chinese diplomats who drafted the human rights chapter and drafted the rights of states chapters in that were some of the most impressive diplomats sitting around the table in the 1940s. You know, these are Chinese norms. They're not communist norms, that's true, but this is about states, this isn't about political parties, and that's the confusion that the Chinese Communist Party has made.
Mr. Tugendhat, so another trend line is the awakening or reawakening of Japan, and then there's also Philippine ingenuity. How significant is it that Japan is awakening?
Hugely significant, and personally I very much welcome the words of the Japanese Prime Minister in recent months. I think she has been remarkably impressive and clear-sighted in identifying the challenges that Japan faces, and as an important ally of the United Kingdom, and I know of the United States as well. You know, we already do a lot of work together, and I look forward to doing a lot more, because Japan has a really important role in the region as one of the wealthiest and most economically developed powers here. But it also has a huge gap between where it is and where it could be. And that huge gap is, I think, something that we all need to hope that the Japanese people will want to fill, not just for themselves, but again, because we all need them to play their part in defending the rule of law, not the rule by law in this region.
And Senator Duckworth, that closing that gap is something that China is desperately trying to stop. You know, how important is it for the world to understand China is attempting to delegitimize Japan, and it's basically trying to stop Japan's deterrence before it fully matures?
Well, exactly, and we have to understand that Japan is doing this because of the pressures that China has put on it. And of course, China, it is in the Communist Party's interest for their agenda to weaken and not allow nations to step forward fully and to develop those capabilities domestically in order to protect and defend themselves and their interests. This is why it is so important for Japan to develop their own domestic manufacturing capabilities for weapons and armaments, and for drones, for example. It is why it is so important for Taiwan to have to use your manufacturing capability and might to grow your own drones and unmanned aerial vehicles and unmanned underwater vehicle technology, so that you can actually have those resources domestically. We learned this in Ukraine, right? That you can rely on your friends and your allies, and you can rely on foreign military sales, but you have to have domestic capability. And it is in the Communist Party's interest to stifle the growth of those domestic capabilities across the globe, whether it is India or Taiwan or Japan or anywhere else. They don't want that to happen.
Mr. Tugendhat, so that it's reactive. Japan's defense buildup is reactive to China. Another reaction to China is the Philippines' assertive transparency. Now, I think we can all agree that this is a very important strategy. It, you know, throws light into those gray areas and essentially records or shows the world in real time China's coercion as it is. But why do you think that, you know, if there is this reputational cost on China, it doesn't seem to be working in the fact that it doesn't seem to be changing China's behavior?
Well, I think we've got to look at what China wants out of this. And mostly it wants domestic control. I mean, the most important thing for the Chinese Communist Party is to stay, as the Chinese Communist Party, in charge of the People's Republic of China. That's their principal aim. Everything else is secondary. And so this coercion, a lot of it is due to the fact that the country is so mismanaged and so corrupt that they need to suck up more resources from various places around the world. And we speak about the Philippines, but you could also talk about fish in the South Atlantic. You could talk about any number of different areas where the Chinese Communist Party is acting in an enormously coercive manner, because it requires that level of commercial support to its domestic activities. And so we see this again and again. And I'm afraid, you know, for those of us who are very pro-China and very supportive of Chinese culture, as I am, I'm sure Tammy is, and and everybody here supporting Taiwan is, to see this perversion between, and deliberate confusion between China and the Chinese Communist Party is deeply pernicious.
Senator Duckworth, just a very final question to you. You are here essentially to show US commitment. What do you say to people who are skeptical, given the genuinely ambiguous signals?
Well, I chose to come. I'm the first U.S. Senator to be here post President Trump and Xi's meeting, and I've had a lot of questions from folks, and I remind them that the support for Taiwan in the United States legislative branch is bipartisan. It is strong, it is deep, and it will outlast any president, Democrat or Republican. I get a lot of credit for bringing vaccines to Taiwan during the pandemic. I did convince President Biden to name Taiwan as the first nation to receive vaccines, but the reason I did that was because Taiwan was the only nation in the world that was being blockaded from the vaccine. The Communist Chinese Party was telling other nations, you will not sell your vaccines to Taiwan. If you do, we will not grant you access to our markets. And it was this was the only nation in the world that was being blockaded. We could not let that become a new international norm. China uses economic coercion even more than it does military coercion. And so we could not let that happen. And I wanted to come, and I've come now 3 years in a row, to show that America's commitment to Taiwan and Taiwan existing as an independent nation, a democratic nation, is important to the United States. It is important to the world, and that there is strong and deep support in a bipartisan way, and we will keep coming back. And that support also goes to the folks who are under tremendous pressure economically from the PRC, especially the PICs, the Pacific Island countries. You have some guests here today and some of the African nations who are pretty brave to be maintaining relations with Taiwan. And that courage, that bravery, that commitment should be supported. And I just wanted, that's why I come every year. I usually come with my Republican colleagues, although Senator Sullivan sends his regards. He's running for re-election right now, so he's not traveling much. But that commitment is deep, and presidents come and presidents go, but you can be in the United States Senate for 40 years, and I will be around for a long time to make sure that we maintain our commitment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tammy Duckworth and Tom Tugendhat, thank you so much. Thank you, Senator. Tom,
Thank you very much to our moderator, Ms. Kavat, and also to our two great panelists, Senator Duckworth and MT Tugendhat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause for their engaging and inspiring discussion. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break for 5 minutes, and we will come back in 5 minutes with the next dialogue. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们接下来进行短暂的中场休息5分钟。那么接下来的深度对谈2将会在5分钟后开始。谢谢。 各位来宾，我们接下来的第2场深度对谈即将要开始，在这边呢邀请大家入座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, our next dialogue will begin shortly. Once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 欢迎大家回到我们论坛的现场 Welcome back to the forum, ladies and gentlemen. 我们紧接着呢要进入的是第2场的深度对谈。那么首先呢，让我们邀请对谈的主持人来到台上入座。让我们欢迎 TFCC 台湾外国记者会理事长，同时呢，他也是日经亚洲资深记者周浩霖。Let's welcome the moderator of this dialogue, Mr. Thompson Chow.Chair of Taiwan Foreign Correspondent Club and Correspondent of Nikkei Asia。接下来呢，邀请的是参与这场对谈的与谈人到台上入座。And next, let's invite the distinguished panelists to the stage. First of all, we would like to welcome Member of the Parliament Tristan Osborne of the United Kingdom House of Commons 英国国会下议院议员 Tristan Osborne。And next, we welcome Mr. Luke DePaulford, founder and executive director of the Inter-parliamentary Alliance on China, 美国对华政策跨国会联盟 IPAC 创办人及执行长。And next, we welcome Ms. Priyanka Chatterjee, former member of the Parliament of Rajya Sabha, India, 前印度国会上议院议员 Priyanka Chatterjee。 And next, we welcome Mr. Jan Paternotte, Parliamentary Group Leader of D66 in the Dutch House of Representatives, 荷兰民主六六党众议院党团领袖，欢迎。同时，也让我们欢迎总统府全社会防卫韧性委员会吴怡农委员 ，Mr. Yi Nong-woo, Member of Whole of Society Defense Resilience Committee of Taiwan's Presidential Office. Thank you very much. We will now hand the floor to our moderator, Mr. Chow.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Minister Guan and the Ocean Affairs Council for organizing the Taiwan International Ocean Forum this week. The theme for our panel discussion today is a strategic dialogue shaping Indo-Pacific leadership. And of course, this forum, this session is extremely well-timed. In recent weeks and months, I think the last session touched upon a bit of this. In recent weeks, we have seen evolving forms of Chinese political, legal, and maritime pressure hitting Taiwan all at once and presenting a new challenge to Taiwan as well as the international community. Just over the weekend, Beijing announced a new law enforcement patrol in waters east of Taiwan, imposing jurisdiction that Taipei rejects and defying international criticism of its similar actions in June. We have seen that the Ocean Affairs Council and the Coast Guard Administration have been at the driver's seat to push back and also to explain to the world what is going on and what is happening on the ground. And I think with that, I'll quickly start a round of opening remarks, perhaps turning to Tristan to kick off with. Tristan, you flew in from the UK. We've seen a lot of cooperation between Britain and Taiwan in recent years. What role do you think the UK can play in supporting Taiwan's broader security, not just in hard defense, but in a broader, softer sense, and particularly maritime security?
Yes, so good morning, everybody. So 4 things. I think, first of all, from a hard power perspective, Britain has just passed its strategic defence review, which has seen the largest increase in defence spending in the UK since the Cold War. And within that defence review is a very clear pivot in relation to the South China Sea and the East China Sea to say that we should be working within UNCLOS rules, within international norms, to ensure international waterways are protected. And you can see that in the way Keir Starmer is engaged with the Strait of Hormuz, and also some of the previous Royal Navy activity alongside European allies to protect the Taiwanese Strait, sending in our carriers and naval support ships. So that's the first hard power. But there's a second element to this, which is linked to soft power. So obviously the enhanced trading relationship, the partnership that we have, $18 billion worth of reciprocal trade relationships between the UK and Taiwan. We need to continue to support that. Some of the key sectors here around autonomous vehicles and some of the semiconductor industry, which Taiwan specialises in, we need to continue to support in that reciprocal way. And just lastly, working with our European friends and partners that we have in this panel, and also NATO partners, to ensure that the world order, the international norms that we all respect, are maintained. And it is through that binding relationship, especially between Germany, France and the UK, around grey zone activity last June, for instance, where we came together and we spoke up as an alliance of democratic nations stepping forward to speak on behalf of Taiwan and also partners in the region.
Thank you, Tristan. I think I will now turn to Jan Paternotte from the Netherlands. Jan, on a related note to what Tristan talked about, joint statements from like-minded partners. In Europe, the last few years has been dominated by Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the conversations about defense and security. How can lessons about Europe's experience in maritime infrastructure, critical infrastructure protection, and asymmetric warfare using, for example, sea drones, what can these European lessons offer Taiwan, and what conversations is the Netherlands having on defense?
I'll just try one more. Yeah, this one works. Excellent.
Perfect.
Yes, our conversations revolve mostly.
Try this one.
Perhaps.
Try this one.
Oh yeah. Well, it's working again. Perhaps I'm not holding the microphone in the right way, but our conversations mostly revolve around Russian hybrid activity and indeed the war in Ukraine. So maybe something about the two issues. First of all, Russia is known for having a shadow fleet, which is basically their instrument to evade sanctions. But it's important to understand that it's not just an instrument to evade sanctions, it's also a platform for hybrid attacks. Last year we had several drone incursions, including in the Netherlands, to Air Force bases, had several drone incursions over the course of a couple of days, and just this week the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London, they said that the probability is very high that these were actually drones launched from Russian Shadow Fleet ships. And that was suspected, but I think there is a consensus in Europe now that this is happening all over Europe. It's causing, in some cases, airfields or airports to be closed down. It's having a real impact, and of course it's a threat to national security. And these Shadow Fleet ships are also used to either damage undersea infrastructure in the Baltic Sea, or pose a threat to it by hovering over the locations of critical undersea infrastructure. Which is why the Netherlands, the UK, and France, and several other countries have sanctioned many of these Shadow Fleet ships. In the case of France, they've stepped up their efforts of boarding, intercepting these ships, checking documents for irregularities, and if it's possible, to also seize those ships. It's very important that we do everything we can to make operating the Shadow Fleet as hard as possible within the framework of international law. And in the case of Ukraine, I think the Black Sea is a marvelous example of how asymmetric warfare has changed the whole nature of war and has flipped the chessboard upside down. Because the war started in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea. One of the main purposes of the annexation was, well, regaining the naval base in Sebastopol, which is traditionally one of the most important naval bases for the Soviet Union. At the start of the full-scale invasion in 2022, Russia dominated the Black Sea, was able to blockade the port of Odessa, make it impossible for Ukraine to continue grain exports, which caused further economic pain, I should say, for Ukraine, but also caused several food shortages around the world, especially in Africa. Slowly, Ukraine, well, regained the access to the Black Sea by allowing ships to be transported from the port of Odessa through the Bosporus, but by staying very close to the coast of European Union member states. But sea drones have really changed that picture. At this very moment, Ukraine has basically obliterated the whole Russian Navy in the Black Sea. The port of Sebastopol has now been abandoned by the Russian Navy. And even if Russian ships do sail in the Black Sea, they do so only by staying within, well, the fairly close to the coastline of Turkey and Russia. So they don't even feel safe anymore there. And that's even though Ukraine doesn't have anything resembling a navy. They only have these sea drones, and they use cruise missiles, of course, to also make sure that Russia is deterred from using the Black Sea as the theater for their war. So this shows that having a navy in the traditional sense, even the navy of the second largest army in the world, doesn't mean that you can actually dominate this huge area, the Black Sea. And it's very impressive what Ukraine has done, but it shows that the nature of war is changing and that it's easier to defend a territory than to attack a territory.
Thank you, Jan. Fascinating example of the Black Sea and Ukraine's use of drones. I'm sure that policymakers and politicians in Taiwan right now are also having a very similar debate about how drones play out in the whole of society resilience and national security. I think turning closer to home, looking at India, Priyanka, you were a member of parliament in the upper house before. Could you tell us what India's strategy is in terms of responding to China's evolving maritime and political clout in the Indo-Pacific, and whether India is working with partners such as Taiwan and Japan on maritime issues?
So that's a very important question, and thank you for asking me that question. Before I come to India, I think we must first understand and come to terms with the new emerging order where there are no rules, where might is right. We've seen how waters are being weaponized, how trade is blockaded by countries which are at war, and where other countries have nothing to do at all but suffer the consequences of it. We are seeing that with Iran, US, Israel disruption. And the lessons that we have learned, and India has been learning over the period of several years, with two border countries which have not really been friendly with us, and both the countries are quite friendly to each other and have been cooperating with each other. So as far as China is concerned, we have seen a growing aggression at sea, and especially when rules-based orders collapse, that is when bad state actors start to get more aggressive. And we are seeing that in terms of China, and we have been preparing ourselves, and we have ensured that whether it is our Navy, whether it's our Coast Guards, they are totally empowered, and they manage to build partnerships with other countries. For example, we have a maritime security setup going with Japan. We conduct these exercises, joint military exercise, Navy exercises. Similarly, we have something called as Milan, which is multilateral drills, which happens at the coast of Visakhapatnam. We do not have anything specifically with Taiwan, but we hope in times to come, with the economic cooperation growing, we will have many more such platforms where we can cooperate with the common challenges that we totally face. We are seeing in the Bay of Bengal, which we never saw happen, in the Bay of Bengal, spy vessels coming and checking on what is really happening around that region. We've seen China go way beyond its coast to enter Indian Ocean region. So those are things that we are facing a challenge with, and we continue to also safeguard our own interests, our own national interests. There are other ways that we are facing a threat in terms of the disinformation, misinformation campaign happen. I think most of the countries are facing this kind of, I would say, asymmetrical war happening within your borders through non-state actors. We are seeing land aggression as well. We've seen the 2020 clashes. So those are things that we are mentally prepared for of handling, and the indirect influence that we see coming via Pakistan with active support of China. So besides China, I think all the nations across the world need to understand why democracies need to be strengthened. We need to work together, need to work in close collaboration with each other, and re-establish norms that will ensure security and safety for the world at large.
Thank you, Priyanka. I think now I'll turn to Luke. Luke, Jan just now talked about Black Sea and drones, and in the last 2 years we have seen Taiwan's politicians and policymakers having a real debate about which direction Taiwan is heading. Just now we also heard from other panelists that it's quite clear the UK, India, Europe, and we have friends here from Japan today, are all having serious conversations about increasing defense spending and strengthening their own national security. So looking at the drama happening in Taiwan, are you or like-minded politicians abroad worried about Taiwan's domestic divide that has stalled or blocked key and critical defense budgets?
Thank you very much for that question. It's lovely to be here. Okay, the first thing to say is that IPAC doesn't get involved in domestic politics. It can't do that. If we got involved in the party political squabbles happening in member legislatures, there wouldn't be a network. So we have to be very careful about that. But it's also true that sometimes those debates are unavoidable for the broader network because they raise questions which are appropriate to try to address. But I do want to say that the Secretariat of IPAC and the members of IPAC are always very willing to meet with really any political party who's interested in collaborating on China, and has wanted to meet with every political party in Taiwan, including Kuomintang. I do want to say a couple of things here. You have to take this question in context. Unfortunately, internationally, Taiwan does not have the normal diplomatic means to be able to communicate to its partners. And in the absence of that apparatus, they have to look to non-diplomatic means, like lawmakers. So the use of IPAC to a place like Taiwan is that it provides non-diplomatic means to amplify the messages that need to be heard in Western or democratic legislatures. That reliance for amplification that kind of dependence upon lawmakers is a really big risk, because awareness among international lawmakers about what's going on in Taiwan is very low. Awareness around the risks of escalation in cross-strait tensions is very low. The knowledge level around Taiwan is very, very low. I mean, I think I've said it before. I've asked lawmakers to point to where Taiwan is on a map, and they have not been able to. Or they will conflate Taiwan and Thailand. These are things which do happen in other places. Against that backdrop, clarity in messaging is at a premium. You do not have much time to be able to communicate to this non-diplomatic group that Taiwan is relying upon in order to make its message known. So the reason that this is important is that while I believe the current government in Taiwan is pretty clear about what it wants, about what it needs, although I believe it could be more assertive in the way it delivers that, confusion coming from the legislative yuan muddies that messaging, makes it very confusing for international lawmakers. And the context for that is that it's hard enough to get international governments to act to deter cross-strait escalation. They do not need further legitimacy for their inertia. So the debates coming from the legislative yuan, which might be confusing around whether or not Taiwan wants to actually defend itself, legitimize the inertia of governments that don't need any encouragement to do less on Taiwan. That's the worry. So that's the thing that really, really worries us. So, some bad news is that further to those debates, I've had conversations with lawmakers who have said, and I'm thinking particularly in the United States, who have said, if it were to be the case that the presidency would change and there were kinetic escalation, would the army be deployed? How can we be expected to send people, our children to die, defending this island, if we can't be sure that the government's going to deploy the army? So, I know that that's a much more complicated issue than that. But when awareness is low, when you don't have the luxury of everybody knowing everything there is to know about domestic Taiwanese politics, you cannot afford that kind of confusion. So I think the only message around it from the very cross-party network that I run would be, do not legitimize the inertia of governments who don't need any encouragement to do less. Take the example from Ukraine, which has had a one-voice foreign policy between all parties since the conflict began, and they could not afford to have anything else. I think the same lessons apply here.
Thank you, Luke. Thanks for the very powerful comments and message. I think now turning to Enoch. Enoch, you are a member of the Presidential Office Whole of Society Defense Resilience Committee, and as I know, the committee is reaching its second anniversary in a few months. So it's been almost 2 years since the committee was set up, and a range of reforms have been introduced. Could I sort of take a step back from the policies and ask you, from your perspective, how do Coast Guard expansion and defense-driven shipbuilding programs here in Taiwan drive or strengthen the maritime security and the asymmetric warfare, which is very much a focal talking point by people in Taiwan for the last few years?
Thanks, Thompson. To answer that, I think I'd like to share three things with you, our fellow panelists, and everyone here today, just to frame this question first. We've heard a lot from this morning's remarks by Minister Kwan, from a previous panel between Senator Duckworth and our
Tugendhat.
And we've all talked about and highlighted the danger of the PRC government deploying their toolkit in law enforcement through the Coast Guard in the maritime domain in achieving control, right? That is the goal here. And the three things I want to share with everyone was, one, this is the first one, item one, this is not a hypothetical situation that we run on at tabletop exercises anymore. This is not an act of symbolic, it's not a symbolic act, symbolic declaration, especially as we think about what the PRC Coast Guard is now attempting to do on the eastern coast of Taiwan. I'll just give you one example. 2 years ago, on the shores of Kinmen, one of our islands, the PRC Coast Guard had already intercepted, boarded, and inspected one of our civilian passenger ferries. This already happened, okay? And so this is in our shores, to our vessel on the western coast of Taiwan, and now we've heard about 2 years later how that attempt to control is now being applied to the other side of the island. So point number one, this is not symbolic, this is not theoretical, it's not hypothetical, it has already happened. And point number two is that it's happening with the largest naval and Coast Guard fleet in the world. Okay, we can debate about tonnage and displacement and military capability, but we cannot ignore the fact of the matter, which is this is being deployed with the scale with which this is being deployed. And we have to remember, the Chinese government does not look at the Coast Guard on its own as an isolation. Okay, it is part of a system in total control and total warfare. Okay, it sounds dramatic, it's not. It's just how they go about doing things. It's their theory of change, okay? And that's why my third point is that we cannot look at Coast Guard in isolation. Our Coast Guard is on the literal front line of defending our homeland. And it's absolutely important that we do more, and that means not just more budget, and not building more, beyond 40 vessels. We should be thinking about 400. But doing more also means thinking about and framing the Coast Guard in the context of our entire naval investment and our maritime strategy, okay? We just heard from Jan, who talked about lessons learned from the Black Sea, okay? To your point, Thompson, that should be informative in how we think about our force structure and how we think about national defense, and which should underscore my point that our Coast Guard is underfunded, our Ocean Affairs Council is underfunded, and we are underinvesting. Now we have to invest smartly, okay? Not necessarily big, shiny, expensive, large platforms, because we've already heard how vulnerable they are in this day and age, right? But more survivable, faster, unmanned systems that we also heard from Senator Duckworth earlier. And so I think those are an advantage to Taiwan is that we have a very mature and established shipbuilding industry that can quickly support that effort. The same effort that we put forward in our indigenous submarine program, we could do so much more if we divert and if we are able to redirect some of those efforts and resources towards the Coast Guard and in systems and platforms and strategies that actually do work in this day and age. Let me stop there. I do want to highlight, we are talking about the maritime domain, maritime security, but without maritime security, it harms our homeland resilience, okay? Taiwan is not Ukraine, Taiwan is an island, and a lot of our resilience and self-sufficiency depends on, unfortunately, open channels, right? Open communications. And our Coast Guard and our Ocean Affairs is at the front line of that.
Thank you, Enoch. I think very valid and timely comment, particularly about Taiwan being an island. Without maritime security, there won't be homeland safety either. And I think now wrapping up the opening remarks, I want to just quickly wrap up some of the key points made about maritime security. Look, I mean, these few days here we are having a conversation about all sorts of maritime security, the use of drones, resilience, and earlier today we heard from Minister Kwan and also the NSC Deputy Chief Li Wen, who talked about maritime domain awareness, law enforcement cooperation, and also in particular safeguarding underwater infrastructure as well as interagency resilience efforts. And one thing that Deputy Secretary General Li Wen mentioned is working with like-minded partners to ensure the sea remains free and open and sustainable, including for Taiwan. So I think a quick a general question for everyone, and maybe we can start with Tristan before moving to others, is that we talked about China's latest maritime operations all the way from the east of Taiwan to clashing with Japan and the Philippines. We saw that statements have been issued by governments from the UK, from France, from Germany, from Japan and elsewhere. But my question is, beyond verbal criticisms, what can the international community possibly do to help push back against China's operations that have been escalating in the last weeks or months?
Yes, so I'm going to answer that three ways. So first of all, in terms of hard power, it needs to be very clear that all of our mutual defence is shared, and it's certainly within our strategic defence review we itemise the South China Sea and East China Sea as areas of international protection. I think that needs to be reiterated. Second of all, we need to uphold UNCLOS, especially around the South China Sea and some of the cabbage patch strategy there that seems to be expanding their exclusive economic zone. We can see that that is risking international trade. It's risking fisheries and oil and gas as well. So second of all, it needs to be part of a regional structure. I think Tammy highlighted that this morning. And then thirdly, and I want to reiterate what my colleague has said here, the domestic political agenda needs to be fully aligned. If you want your message to be heard loud and clear by communities across the world, you need to get a single message, and it needs to be made clearly, and it needs to puncture through the fog of misinformation that we know that our competitors are putting out. So, and that is the same for my government, and it's the same for any government.
Thank you, Tristan. Jan, could I quickly just jump to you first on a similar question? What can the international community do? We know that Europe has been stepping up, not just in Taiwan, but with partners such as Japan, for example.
Yeah, I think first of all, I agree with everything Tristan said, and it's very important to underline the importance of a united message also from Taiwan's legislature, because we need to be clear about whether there is support in Taiwan for a future in which Taiwan is perhaps can look at the model that Hong Kong, the path that Hong Kong has went down, or Taiwan wants to preserve its full position as a democratic society. That's one point. Secondly, I think it's very important for countries, European countries, democratic countries, to lean forward by showing that we have skin in the game here. So conducting freedom of navigation operations, I think Tristan touched on that. Of course, the PRC is doing everything to deter European countries, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, from conducting those FNOPs. We should not be deterred. Secondly, I think it's important for NATO to also lean in. Of course, NATO has the AP4, the Asia-Pacific 4. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea are NATO partners. Their heads of state are invited to the NATO summit currently taking place in Ankara, Turkey. I think it's worthwhile to also invite the Philippines to join and make it the AP5. Open up a NATO office in Tokyo, which is now being planned. And not because we want to expand NATO to the Asia-Pacific, but simply because we want to make clear that we recognize that the theaters aren't completely separate, that NATO's transatlantic security is threatened if stability in the Asia-Pacific is threatened. That, well, especially for my country, the Netherlands, Taiwan's economy is inextricably linked to Western Europe's economy because of the semiconductors and also because simply of the importance of the shipping lanes. And thirdly, I think diplomacy. It's important to lean in and lean forward because countries like Japan and the Philippines, I think, are very much in sync in their messaging. But it's not the case for many other countries around the 9-dash line. For example, Indonesia is, I think, interesting here. It's important to realize that the 9-dash line, it's something that often defeats all logic. You have the Natuna Islands, pretty close to the coast of Borneo, Indonesian islands. 2,000 kilometers, 1,250 miles south of Hainan. And yet, the PRC says that the contiguous zone and the exclusive economic zone of Indonesia are actually part of China's exclusive economic zone, constantly intruding the waters around the Natuna Islands. The approach the Indonesian government takes is very interesting here, because they do send their Coast Guard to escort those ships out of their waters, but they deny the fact that the PRC lays a claim to these waters. They simply say it's not the case and that there's no debate about it, even though very obviously that is the case. It would be very helpful, of course, if we can strengthen the coalition to include a country like Indonesia, a very important country with over 250 million people living there, and make sure that their messaging is more in line with the messaging from the Philippines, from Japan, and from many other countries in the area, always signaling the same concerns that we have, because diplomacy, strengthening that coalition and making sure that there's a more and more united front against the risk of escalation, I think is very important.
Thank you, Jan. I think a fascinating example of how Indonesia takes a slightly different approach to the whole maritime pressure compared to the likes of the Philippines, Taiwan, or Japan. Could I now ask Priyanka on a very similar question? What could be done? What's next, or broader, what do you expect the international community to do?
In my opening comments, I forgot to mention the Quad commitment that we had: India, Australia, Japan, and America. Unfortunately, the momentum is not as, I would say, higher as it used to be earlier. Our commitment was as prioritized as it was earlier. We are hoping that it will come back on track. With regards to Indonesia, India is working in close cooperation with even Indonesia in terms of joint exercises. What I'd like to say is, with the world rules-based order being challenged at every point in time, we would need to begin with 3 C's. The 3 C's being absolute conviction to the idea of rules-based order and working towards better futures for all. And that commitment can only come through collaboration and cooperation with like-minded countries facing similar challenges. The second is commitment to this idea. Commitment to the idea of democracies, free world, free trade order. The third, I would say, would be the clarity. The clarity that we provide to the world that this is what we are committed to, this is what our conviction is, and this is how we will move forward. And I'll just leave it with 2 examples that I'd like to give to you in terms of where gray zones exist and where strategy is about creating confusion. India, Taiwan, when I was speaking about the economic cooperation that we are seeing, there was a India-Taiwan Mobility Pact, which was signed in 2024. A huge disinformation campaign against India began through, again, these bad state actors who wanted to bring in a problem in the India-Taiwan cooperation that was increasing. And we are seeing this problem happen through your political parties as well domestically, where the civil society has brought in through fake narratives and political parties are taking their sides. And that pact has not, been implemented. That is one. So that is something I'd also like to bring the example of Singapore. Singapore recently called out Chinese apps and Chinese methods and Chinese troll farms, which were creating narratives against India. That would be a very fine example to begin with, that call out such bad state actors who are indulging in narrative building, which actually polarizes your societies. The second one was very clearly for India. India saw what was happening when we were, during Operation Sindoor, where we were in a confrontation with Pakistan. China has come on record to say that they were providing live technical expertise while this operation was on. So that has to be very clear. Lines should be drawn that this is not what we expect, to happen when we are in a direct engagement with another country. So those are things. And again, a massive disinformation campaign was launched by China about India and how India was going about its entire operation. So those are things. Look, I can call this out. I'm not in the parliament, but I can see this happening, impact my nation, impact other nations. And the minute we start to stay silent, or we start to look at only those problems which exist in our immediate geographies, that is when we start to fail the world. And that is why we need to speak up, and speak up with this kind of clarity, conviction, and commitment to re-establishing the rules-based order. Thank you.
Thanks, Priyanka. Now, with I think directing my question at Luke. Luke, I mean, the panelists just now shared various options on how to push back defending the norms, defending the rules-based international order, defending the status quo, particularly with regards to Taiwan. I mean, IPAC, you guys are a hugely influential network of lawmakers across the world, including in Asia, and also repeatedly speaking up for Taiwan, and also pushing and calling out some of China's coercion. So in your view, what more could be done to help?
Thank you. I actually think this is quite simple. We have to shrink the grey zone by doing what your minister said earlier, actually defining the status quo, giving it enough shape to be able to shrink the grey zone. If you ever ask, as I have, 5 different governments to define the status quo, you get at least 5 different answers, sometimes many more, depending which department within whichever government you're speaking to. They don't have any idea. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? What is it that we're trying to defend? All this means is that governments can say, we oppose any unilateral change to the status quo, but we don't know what that means. And the neighboring country doesn't know what it means. What help is that? We tried in IPAC to approach this problem by setting out what ought to be some of the shared principles that must, even at a minimalist definition of the status quo, constitute it, which would have to be the continuance of Taiwan's self-determination, at the very least. And if you take that as a principle, you can move to the various infringements that undermine the self-determination of the Taiwanese people. This should be quite simple work, but we're not doing it. And in the absence of doing it, in absence of any substance to the status quo, there's actually not much to defend. The status quo, as we think it might stand now, is very different from what we thought the status quo was 5-6 years ago, because of the amount of activity that has simply been withstood by the international community, just tolerated. All violations of the status quo gets violated every week. So I think we have to try to shrink the grey zone by defining the status quo. But not only that, we have to define what our red lines are. The minister also said this earlier. I was really pleased to hear it. We need to know what our red lines are that would trigger international action around Taiwan, and what that action would be. If we're serious about deterrence, this was the mistake with Ukraine, one of the many. There was no international agreement over what those red lines would be and what the political and economic cost would be for Russia if they did it. Well, why don't we learn that lesson? Everybody, every single country in the world has skin in the game when it comes to maintaining cross-strait peace. I mean, if Bloomberg is right, 10% of global GDP is not an impact anybody wants to withstand, getting worse over time, depending on where you are. Nobody can afford it. So if we can't afford it, we have to come together, we have to define what our red lines are, we have to establish what the sanctions, economic, political measures would be that we would take if those red lines get crossed, because that's what deterrence really means. But none of that's really possible unless we provide some substance to the status quo.
Thanks, Luke. Very, very valid point. I think particularly when we look at what China's been doing in terms of maritime operations, I think was it CNN who calls China's tactics salami slicing. That makes it so much more difficult, particularly without a lot of the actions you talked about, the definitions, the red lines you talked about from the international community and from like-minded partners. It's very hard to respond effectively to what China's doing surrounding Taiwan and also elsewhere. I think last but not least, I will now turn to Enoch about from Taiwan's perspective, from your perspective, what do you think what more could be done?
I agree with everything that's already been said. I would just like to make one addition to the suggestions here. I think we would all benefit greatly from taking this conversation out from think tanks, conferences, government buildings, and having it with society, broader society, especially industry. And that's what. And why do I say that? We are looking at, I fear that we fall into the habit of looking at these challenges and issues from a policymaking perspective as public agencies, because that is what we can control. right? We can control ministries, we can command different troops and coast guards and whatnot, and these are levers that are within our control and we're confident in applying. However, what we're dealing with is a strategy, is a playbook that is not restricted, to these official and public levers. Definitely not just the maritime domain. If we accept that the goal of the PRC is to exert control, changing the norms, and that means their target is not just in one area of water or in one industry, but in all our societies. You know, our greatest strength is our democracy. That is also, unfortunately, one of our weaknesses. If our democratic societies don't understand the issue, don't support the agenda, unfortunately, I think there will be limited things that we can do as a group, as a coalition. And so if we recognize that the adversary, what they're doing is looking at the entire chessboard and cranking up various levers, maritime here, cyber here, you know, espionage here, then we have to approach it the same way. You know, earlier we heard from Minister Kwan, let's zoom out and look at the broader picture. And I think she's not referring just to the maritime space or just to Taiwan. I think she's talking about across industries, whole of society. We heard from Mr. Tugendhat, who mentioned a straight line that we can draw from the waters to the secret police stations in, I think, every single one of our countries, if I'm not mistaken, okay? And these are the things that the Chinese authorities are doing to changing the norm, to changing how our societies look at this problem. If they're able to change how industry behaves, if they're able to change how our citizens look at the issue, then I think that we've lost the battle, unfortunately. You know, Taiwan just had a rocky couple weeks where, you know, a very well-known journalist, commentator was attacked on the streets. And that follows months and incident after incident of, you know, Hong Kong activists being attacked here in our country, their place of work being sabotaged. That's happening here, right? As is in your countries. And you know, also Senator Duckworth talked about this is not just in the sea, but also in the skies. I'll just mention one incident with industries. I hope my colleagues here don't mind. The target of these operations are in the commercial space, right? They're forcing compliance on civilian agents, on civilian enterprises, on vessel operators, on airlines. And until our industry understands the problem, is able to look at the whole picture like we are doing, I'm afraid that we're ceding a big part of the, ceding a lot of space and unfortunately allowing norms to be changed. I know democratic governments aren't used to working with enterprise or compelling enterprise or convincing enterprise to do one thing or another. But these enterprises right now, because we're not there, are changing how they look at the world, how they view Taiwan. KLM, British Airways, list Taiwan as under China. And when every single passenger traveler sees Taiwan through these industries, through that lens, as part of China, it's hard to get our societies to care that they're changing what's on the ground, the changing status quo here in the Strait.
Enoch, and just to quickly add to what you've said, and it's not just businesses, right? More recently, we've seen NGOs and other institutions facing similar pressure. For example, the US-based NGO Global Giving has UI more involved. So did they remove Taiwan as the one of the countries of origin and force the NGOs listed on the platform to be moved elsewhere? Yes. We have just very briefly a few minutes left, so I just want to ask if any of you have some extra added comments. If not, I think we'll gladly, very on time, wrap up today's session. So once again, thank you, Enoch, Jan, Priyanka, Luke, and Tristan, and thanks to the Ocean Affairs Council for the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Mr. Chow, and all the panelists for this insightful discussion. Thank you. Please take your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next dialogue, let's take a short break and we will come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. 各位来宾，在我们进入到高层对话之前，我们先短暂的休息，待会5分钟后回来，谢谢。 各位来宾，我们接下来的对话即将开始，在这边邀请大家尽速入座，非常谢谢各位的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our next dialogue will begin very shortly. Once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们接下来的高层对谈即将开始，再次邀请大家入座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, our next dialogue will begin shortly. Once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们接下来的对谈马上就要开始了，邀请大家入座，谢谢。同时呢，也请您先将手机转为静音模式，谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you. 好，欢迎大家回到我们的论坛。在面对快速变动的印太局势，提升海洋的韧性不仅需要前瞻的政策思维，同时呢，也更仰赖政府还有国际伙伴之间的深度合作，将共同的愿景来转化为具体的行动。紧接着呢，我们要来进行的是今天的高层对谈，我们将会从更高层次的战略视角来探讨如何深化合作、强化韧性，共同来回应印太区域不断演进的挑战。 As the Indo-Pacific landscape continues to evolve, strengthening maritime resilience requires not only forward-looking strategies, but also close cooperation among governments and international partners to translate shared visions into concrete action. We will now move on into high-level dialogue, where our distinguished panel will explore how deeper cooperation can strengthen resilience and address the challenges across the Indo-Pacific region. Please allow me to first introduce our moderator. We have Mr. Thompson McDivitt, Chairman of the Washington Times. 这场对谈为我们担任主持人的是华盛顿时报董事会主席 Thomas McDivitt。让我们先掌声欢迎我们的主持人。Thank you very much. And the panelists joining the discussion include the following. 接下来呢，为大家介绍我们这一场的与谈贵宾。首先呢，要非常欢迎的是海洋委员会的管碧玲主任委员 ，Minister 管碧玲 of Taiwan's Ocean Affairs Council。再来呢，我们要欢迎的是国家安全会议李问副秘书长 Deputy Secretary General 李问 of Taiwan's National Security Council. Also joining the panel is Mr. John Mills, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau of U.S. Department of State. 美国国务院网络空间与数位政策局国际资讯及通讯政策副助卿。And next, we would like to welcome Mr. Michael Schiffer, Senior Research Fellow at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. 世川平和财团上级研究员 Mr. Michael Schiffer. And also, let's welcome Mr. John Carton, Non-Resident Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Ocean. 大西洋理事会非常驻资深研究员 Mr. John Carton. Thank you very much. And we will now hand the floor to our moderator, Mr. McDivitt.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your expert MC work. Let's give her a round of applause. And thank all of you for being here, so attentive. I know we're the last show before lunch, so we'll make it clear and compelling for all of you. I was here last year, Minister Kwan and Deputy, and I have to say that the intensity and the clarity, the urgency of the time we're in is noticeable. And with that, we're going to keep this panel direct so you can hear from this group of experts. And we'll begin with Deputy Secretary General Wen Lee, who spoke this morning, of course, from the National Security Council. He'll make comments, and then we'll go to the Minister, Kwan, followed by the other gentleman. Each of them will have about 5 minutes. They're all experts. And then after that, we'll do a round of questions and see where we come out. So let's begin with Deputy Secretary General Wen Lee. You have the floor, sir. We'd love to hear from
you. Thank you very much, Chairman McDevitt, for the kind introduction, and thank you to all our participants for engaging and participating in these really pressing issues on maritime affairs related to Taiwan. I'll touch upon some of the issues that we talked about in this morning's introductory remarks, including China's use of law enforcement as an excuse or a pretext, using pretexts to engage in expansionism in the name of law enforcement, and also Taiwan's necessary resilience measures to address some of the pressing challenges. And if we talk about China's recent acts of maritime coercion, they form a long-standing pattern. These are not isolated incidents, and the same playbook has repeated over and over again. If we fail to voice our concerns, this same pattern might continue on extensively. And we can observe a certain pattern here, and we might call it a pretext cycle. And basically, it's the use of certain incidents as a pretext to engage in new patrols or new military exercises or other types of coercive activities. We saw this in 2024, as one of the panelists during the previous session mentioned, After a ship capsizing incident near Kinmen Island, China used this opportunity to start regular patrols near Kinmen. And since then, Chinese Coast Guard ships have appeared almost regularly near Kinmen Island several times a month. And we see also other examples. As early as the year 2012, China used various incidents as pretexts to launch patrols into waters near the Senkaku Islands in the East China Sea, or to seize control of Scarborough Shoal in the South China Sea. And so when you look at it, the pretext cycle consists of 3 steps. First, step 1, an incident occurs. It could be a political incident, it could be a fishing dispute, any type of incident. The second step, step 2, China uses the incident as a pretext to launch patrols or new military exercises in the area. And many of the actions may have been prepared in advance. And step 3 is normalization. Once they start the patrols, they don't stop, and they stay there for the next 20 years. And most of these actions stay below the threshold of a full-blown conflict, so taking an incremental or salami slicing approach. But when we look at other parallels in other regions across the world, over the past few decades, Russia has also been engaging in expansionism in its neighborhood, but mostly on land. So starting with incursions into Georgia and Crimea nearly 2 decades ago. And on the other hand, China has focused its ambitions in the maritime domain, gradually expanding into the East China Sea, the South China Sea, and the Taiwan Strait in the absence of a full-scale conflict while using law enforcement methods as well. So to address China's expansionism, one critical step is to identify and speak out about the coercive measures. And I think when it comes to these gray zone coercive actions, statements matter and messaging matters. And so Taiwan deeply appreciates a lot of the supportive comments and supportive remarks from the US, the UK, France, Germany, and Australia, our international partners over the past few weeks, with many nations speaking out against the dangers of China's maritime coercion. Because ignoring these actions will lead to the further normalization of this coercive behavior. And the accumulation of incremental gains will make them even more difficult to reverse. So what enables China's successful maritime expansionism is when the world fails to respond. And China succeeds in changing the regional status quo without launching a major conflict. And it's important to speak out not only against the military threats, but also methods using law enforcement or gradual methods of coercion. And Taiwan, of course, we will shoulder our own responsibilities. We are committing our utmost efforts to deter any contingency or military aggression from occurring. We want to deter China from crossing any red lines on a military attack. But we also need global partners to speak out when China crosses yellow lines, to think about, as the minister mentioned this morning, to think about yellow lines along with red lines, such as incremental acts of coercion, and how to increase transparency and document fully the incursions that cross these yellow lines. Okay. I also speak briefly about the issue of maritime resilience, and this is particularly focused on efforts to address potential disruptions to maritime logistics. And we're looking at some of the lessons learned from recent events in the Strait of Hormuz. We know that the container traffic passing through the Taiwan Strait is several times larger than the Straits of Hormuz. But events in the Strait of Hormuz indicate that maritime threats could bring container traffic to a standstill, a complete standstill, long before an official blockade or long before an implementation of a full blockade. And any disruptions around the Taiwan Strait could also lead to a tremendous impact on the global economy, with estimates ranging to 5% to 10% of the global GDP. Taiwan has been tracking the issue of maritime transportation resilience really closely. Since China's actions have been displaying a long-term pattern, Taiwan has also been engaging in long-term discussions and long-term preparations. And our our presidential office's Hope Society Defense Resilience Committee recently held a tabletop exercise at the presidential office discussing scenarios of high-intensity maritime coercion. And so it's important to study these coercive methods in which maritime trade, energy routes, or critical supplies could be disrupted, even in the absence of a complete military blockade. And coercive methods that might need more studies and more attention might include the abuse of law enforcement by Chinese Coast Guard vessels, such as boarding or inspections, or even the illegal seizure of ships, or amounting to the gathering of large amounts of fishing boats. And all these different coercive methods could all lead to disruptions in maritime traffic. So protecting the continuity of maritime traffic and logistics is not just a task for our Coast Guard alone, but rather a whole of government effort that requires a comprehensive playbook on counter-gray zone measures to build resilience. So among some of the key issues include enhancing two-way communications between our government services and commercial shipping passing through the region to ensure that the vessels are alerted of different risks and dangers in the region. And another issue would concern resilience on stockpiles or alternative sources for energy and other critical supplies in order to weather any challenge. And so in closing, I will share with you some of the issues that we are tracking to strengthen maritime resilience, particularly in relation to maritime transportation or logistics, with a list of 8 topics that happen to form the acronym TENACITY. And the first T stands for transportation communications, especially on the two-way communications with the commercial vessels. The E in TENACITY stands for energy resilience. The N stands for naval and Coast Guard coordination. The A stands for maritime domain awareness, especially the use of technology, or the awareness part. And the C stands for convoys and escorts, including the use of uncrewed systems to protect commercial shipping. The I stands for insurance measures, and the second T stands for transshipment plans when it comes to logistics. And for the final letter, I changed the final letter Y into an I, and standing for international support, so more collaborative actions with our international partners. And so we hope Tenacity presents a framework on the various issues that we are tracking to build maritime resilience, protect our security, and protect our nation. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Secretary General. Let's give him a warm round of applause here. In depth. And you've given us a new keyword, tenacity. So we won't forget that. Now to our host and outstanding Minister of Ocean Affairs Council, Minister Kwan. The floor is yours. She'll be speaking in Mandarin, so please put your translation equipment on.
是，我需要等大家一下子吗？谢谢主持人今天能够跟这么多的我们全球最顶尖的专业工作者一起来讨论这个课题，我相当感到荣幸。那我想，我首先还是接续我今天在致辞的时候所提出来的观念，进一步的跟大家充分的说明我真正的看法。我想我今天提出来的是，可能我们需要对于现状是什么，红线、黄线在哪里，我们需要去做定义，然后我们需要有共同的对这些定义的共识，需要有共同的事先的预警，需要有共同的协同合作的机制。那为什么我会认为这个非常的重要？因为长期以来我们看到中国它是不断的在扩大它的这种武力门槛以下的这一些的侵犯，它不断的在扩充。那我们在海上的话，我们看到现状是什么？它不断的在改变，我们不能承认这个现状。它首先在佩洛西议长来之前，他或者用军舰，但是接下来他用海警船，接下来他用科研船跟各种的公务船，然后他从金门的巡航一直扩大到马祖，现在扩大到我们的东岸，扩大到我们的东沙，它是不断的在改变这些现状。但是我们要去嚇阻的力量，有充分的展现出来吗？我最关心的是我们要如何 对于这些现状，我们要做定义，我们会接受这些现状吗？如果我们不接受这些现状，我们应该要如何的能够充分的战略沟通，充分的资讯交流以后，充分的合作，以便于我们真的有嚇阻的力量。因为我们就在这几天我们看到的，他们在东岸可以去骚扰我们国际的商货轮，我们也看到了他们从潜舰在发射导弹。它的扩张没有任何一个力量真的是嚇阻得了它。台湾人民他非常的支持我们透过国防要保卫我们的国家，但是我们一面在准备国防的时候，灰色地带的袭扰却默默的不断的累积，不断的扩大它的骚扰的形态。那中国的这一种不断破坏现状，其实不只是在海上，不只涉及我们今天所谈的海洋韧性，其实它从外交的领域已经持续的就是在遂行它这样的路线。我们以外交上来讲的话，我认为台湾的现状，台海两岸的现状，应该就是奥会模式。也就是说，我们从第2次世界大战之后，我们参加了奥委会，我们参加了 APEC， 我们参加了亚银，我们参加了 WTO， 那个才是我们的现状。可是中国在2005年的时候，当他们跟世界卫生组织去签了2005年的谅解备忘录的时候，他们在外交的领域，他们已经改变了现状。他们把联合国的2758决议文拿来大肆的扩张，他们在外交上面改变现状的事实。那在海面上也一样，从佩洛西议长来以后，他们不断的在改变海面上的现状。那因此这些现状到底我们容许它不断的这样子的改变吗？容许它要借由这些我们不应该容忍的不正常，然后因为它长期的累积，要变成真的是它的执法跟管辖权的真相吗？我相信，今天在我们这里的论坛，或者是非常多国际之间共同的看法，都不会接受中国的这一些现状的改变。那因此，我才会以在台湾的海洋防卫的第一线的主管人员的立场，我认为说我们在第一线很努力的时候，其实我们需要的是更一个强而有力的和平的锁链。大家为了和平，我们能够链接在一起的时候，嚇阻的力真正能够出来。这也是为什么我认为说我们已经到了这个时机点，这个时机点就是定义需要出来的时候了。更进一步的嚇阻的力量，真的需要透过我们有效的事先的预警，尤其是对基于国际法与事实的共同的判准的定义，对于这个定义能够出来，对于资讯的交流跟战略的沟通能够更有效率，以及对于我们真的能够协同的合作。那我想事前的预警也好，协同的合作也好，都是我们认为说更进一步有需要去进行的时候。那么我刚刚所说的，中国不断的在改变现状，而我们或许要阻止它的力量还不够确定，不够清晰，不够强而有力。但是我觉得还来得及。就在晚近，我们发生了一个场景这个场景我们同时可以看，我们在OOC，我们的总统去史瓦蒂尼的访问，被中国恶意的阻挠。尤其是在 OOC， 甚至于我们民间的学者都已经拿到了入会的许可了，到现场的时候被当作必须遣返的罪犯一样，被他没收他的通讯，被他关在有铁栏像牢笼一样的机场的留置室，然后被他遣返。这个模式我们无法接受，这是 OOC 的模式。但是我们看到另外一个场景，那就是今年 APEC 是中国所主办，但是中国所主办的 APEC， 我们的官员是被当作 APEC 的会员，互不隶属，平等身份，而稍微待遇上有一点不一样。我们是互不隶属而平等会员的 economy， 在 APEC 的今年中国所主办的 APEC 的场所，我们被尊重。我们从机场的接待开始，到会场上所有程序的进行，我们都被当作是 APEC 的平等的会员来对待。这就是我说的现状是什么？我愿意说现状是 APEC 模式，而中国的袭扰是什么？中国的袭扰是 OOC 的模式。那我们到底有没有一股力量，我们能够让 中国不断的在扩大它的 OOC 模式的时候，我们把它拉回来，我们能够回到 APEC 的模式，或者是奥委会的模式 ，WTO 或者是亚银的模式。这对我们来讲，对中国来讲，都是过去所做的创造性的安排。我们是互不隶属的现状，我们是平等会员的现状，但是我们确实要作为一个独立国家的时候，我们在权利义务上面，我们是受到了很多的委屈，但是至少这个是在外交上的一个现状。那在海面上的现状也一样。那这次我们很高兴，也很感谢的看到英国、德国，以及美国，法国这4个国家，对于在东岸的袭扰的时候，他们能够用更清晰的语言去指出，像美国的声明里面用清晰的语言去指出，我们是长期有效的管理，台湾在这个海域做了长期有效的管理。而英国、法国跟德国的联合声明里面会很清晰的去指出中国的行为是破坏了航行的自由，我会举这样的例子。所以我想在这里我提出来的是说，这已经是到了一个时机点了，这个时机点我们必须更有力量。那这些力量其实我们可以透过很多的工作一起来做。第一个当然是更清晰，我们要有一个共同建立在国际法跟现实的基础之下，我们共同的判准来定义中国的每一个的灰色袭扰的行动。那我想我们的学者滨本正太郎教授，他就曾经他就在我们的这2天的论坛里面，他就有做了一个示范，也就是他提出了几种假设，然后希望大家共同的在国际法的基础之下，对这些假设是不是符合国际法，要去共同的讨论。我想这样的工作，这种清晰的判准，我们是可以做的。第二个，我认为我们要可以去强化，进一步去更强化资讯的交换跟战略的沟通。我想战略的沟通非常的重要，我们必须很快，我们必须在前面，我们必须在中国发展它的叙事方法之前，我们做好了战略沟通，我们有我们的叙事的方法，这就是一个很好的这个贺阻。以及很重要的一个资讯战上、法律战上，我们可以做的事情。那第3个，我会对不起，第3个我会建议说，我们需要有更共同的去建立协同的应处的机制。那这些协同的应处的机制，我想我们山本胜也教授其实他也提到了说，譬如说在海巡之间去建立一个松散的合作的机制，在更多的国家去开展这种合作的机制，也都有人提出来了。所以我想这个时候或许是我们能够更广泛的跟更多的国家去形成这种共同的合作机制的时机。那这些平台其实我们可以有很多的方式来做，有机会的话我们可以做进一步的探讨。谢谢。
Thank you so much, Minister. Excellent points. We'll now go to Mr. Josh Carton, who has a long career. You can read his whole bio in the book. But Josh, the floor is yours.
大家早安，午安。Before I start, I just want to say what a pleasure it is to be on stage with this esteemed group, and especially to compliment Minister Guan and her team at the Ocean Affairs Council for putting on such a well-organized and substantive exchange of views with such an amazing international participation. Congratulations, it's a real pleasure to be here. What I'd like to do for the next few minutes is basically lay out an argument for why cross-strait peace and stability and defense of Taiwan remains a priority for the United States. And hopefully in the context of laying out that argument, I will perhaps provide some reassurance at a time when, there seems to be doubts, circulating in this media commentary or that media commentary. Now, I've retired from the U.S. government. I've been retired for 3 years, so I obviously can't provide official reassurance on behalf of the U.S. government. I certainly wouldn't presume to speak for the president. But I've been watching Asia for quite some time from a lot of different angles. And I can lay out an argument for cross-strait peace and stability and defense of Taiwan without even talking about values, just talking about interests. Not that values aren't important, not that the values that we share with Taiwan, that democratic countries share with Taiwan aren't important. But I think it's very important, even more important, to understand the interests at stake in this part of the world. The essence of the issue for the United States is this. The US, the United States, and the People's Republic of China have mutually incompatible security interests and aspirations in the Western Pacific. The different aspirations and interests in the Western Pacific are unbridgeable unless either side completely changes its security concept, the security concept that has persisted for at least the last 50 years and maybe more. Since US and PRC interests in the Western Pacific are unbridgeable, that means the whole world, those in the neighborhood and those outside the neighborhood, are in for a sustained period of volatility and friction. China's posture, according to how I understand it, is they have two fundamental security imperatives. It's not the same imperative China has with respect to Taiwan as the imperative China has with respect to the United States. For Taiwan, the goal obviously is constriction, and eventual absorption. For the United States, the objective is ejection, to weaken sources of US power and influence in the Western Pacific, to diminish the US presence and sources of power and influence in the Western Pacific, and eventually to eject the US from our position in this part of the world. So they're different imperatives, but there's great overlap. And the good news is that China cannot probably achieve either one of those without achieving both of them. And therefore, this fact ties US and Taiwan interests together in a very important way. Now, in terms of the US posture in the Western Pacific, in which Taiwan is a critical node, and as observers especially consider whether or not any change to this US posture is likely, it's worth thinking about how the US developed this presence and how it developed this posture. And the historical process of how this presence, the US presence as a resident power in the Asia Pacific developed, is actually more important than what this administration says or that politician says. You have to look at the US strategy over time, over the process of over 100 years, 200 years. This presence, the US presence in the Western Pacific, has developed, again, over centuries. In some cases, in a series of very deliberate strategic steps to establish a presence, and in certain cases, the US responding opportunistically to historical developments. And sometimes adjusting the US posture, in some cases even retrenching from the US presence. But at no time has there been any indication that the US is willing to relinquish its very strong position of influence in Asia, which is now one of the most important, most economically dynamic regions of the world. If the US were to relinquish its position willingly, that would make the U.S. A historical aberration, an aberration from the way most global powers treat their interests throughout history. It's important to remember that the U.S. presence in Asia, again, presence as a resident power in the Asia-Pacific, significant blood and treasure has been spent establishing this position. It makes it very difficult to imagine massive changes depending on the political sentiment of the moment. Now, so that's the situation that we're in. Strategic incompatibility between the U.S. and the People's Republic of China. And that means persistent friction and the ever-present possibility of conflict. However, when we talk about the possibility of actual kinetic conflict, it's easy to talk about, it's difficult to imagine actual kinetic conflict between the US and PRC, which are two nuclear-armed powers, and in the near future can be imagined as two peer nuclear or near-peer nuclear competitors. Neither side, therefore, really has an interest in entering into direct conflict because of this possibility of nuclear war and nuclear catastrophe. And this fact, this constraint on the relationship and on the competition has two important effects. Effect number one is that the primary mode of competition shifts out of to some extent, shifts out of the military domain and into other domains of competition: economic domain, legal domain, cognitive domain. The military competition, military mutual deterrence sets the floor on the relationship, but a lot of the maneuvering and a lot of the competition is going to take place in other non-military domains. So the question is, how prepared is the United States and how prepared are China relatively to prosecute this competition in these other domains? The second effect is the role of other countries, of third countries, outside this triangular US-Taiwan PRC relationship. And as the competition and maneuvering takes place in these non-military domains, the competition and maneuvering start to have direct effects on other countries outside of this triangle. The competition will affect inevitably the interests of multiple parties. All of these parties are incentivized to do two things. One is to do whatever they can to discourage the potential catastrophe of direct US-China nuclear confrontation. And the other is they're incentivized to defend. No problem. I hope it hasn't been too difficult to follow. And the other is that all parties are incentivized, as their interests are affected by the competition in all of these domains, to play an active role in defending their interests. That is, not just to sit back and accept the results and collateral effects of the competition. That's kind of why we're here, as I see things. We're here, and we have such an impressive international presence at this event because countries realize their interests are at stake in this competition. So I'll just sort of end with two comments, and I think we'll have an opportunity to discuss a little more later. One, I think under Taiwan's current leadership, and as evidenced by events like this, Taiwan is finding more and more ways to try to embed itself in various international themes. Again, Taiwan is not just any place in the world. Taiwan is a world-class state in many ways, in the financial domain, in the technological domain, in the maritime domain, and therefore everybody's incentivized. If your countries are players in these domains, you are incentivized to support Taiwan's participation in these conversations. Taiwan is doing its part. I would like to see events like this at least every month in Taiwan, not just in the maritime domain, in technology, everywhere else. And I think the more Taiwan reaches out to the world, the more we will see the world normalizing its interactions with Taiwan in these various domains. I will stop there. Thanks, everybody, for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Josh. We now go to John Mills, currently the Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy at the U.S. State Department. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tom. Do the same thing. Let me jump to yours here. Okay. Test, we got it. Okay. Tom, it's an honor to be on the panel. Thank you so much. And also, Minister Huan, this is a great forum. Appreciate you putting together. Wenli, great to meet you and looking forward to working with you in the future. Just an honor to be here with all my esteemed colleagues. What I wanted to talk about was essentially what we're seeing is gray zone warfare, and it's gray zone warfare, which is a combination of lawfare, which is really exploitation of the vagaries of the maritime environment. And I say vagaries vis-a-vis I'll compare it to the aviation environment. You can get away with a lot of things in the maritime environment that would not be allowed in the aviation environment. But you're also seeing a kinetic activity of destruction of undersea critical infrastructure. And there's this, I like to draw a connection between the Baltic and lessons learned there that can be applied in Taiwan with the nation of Taiwan and the territorial integrity of Taiwan and the undersea critical infrastructure, but also lessons learned here that can be applied in the Baltic. So if we could go to I have some slides here, so let's see if we can do this. If we can turn on the slides. Slide, please. Please slide. Please appear. There we go. That's not the slide I was expecting. Okay, but it is, Taiwan does matter. It's a great slide. That is a great slide. Can we go to let's go to the next one. That's not the slide either. We could go all day long on this here. Okay, wow.
It's a different deck. You needed a different deck.
Tom, I'm using your article here, it looks like. This is great.
Go ahead, make me look good.
Yeah, this is a great article, Tom. I do. This is a wonderful. This is an insert in the Washington Times.
Please change the deck from the McDevitt deck to the Hills deck.
Can we go to the Mills deck? We have the technology here. Yeah, is there another deck we can go to? Am I talking to myself? Is there? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Let's give her a round of applause.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. Well, the slides will eventually come up, but we have a number of incidents in the Baltic that it really started, I would say, in early 2022 with the Nord Stream episode, destruction of the Nord Stream undersea gas pipeline. But that really kicked off a long series of events where we have, I think you could say at this point in time, we have enough data points. There's deliberate activity in the Baltic and the destruction of undersea critical infrastructure. And I think there's a tie to China in all of this, because you have a lot of ghost ships. There's several different categories. There's ghost ships, there's stateless vessels, there's ships that change registries regularly. I'm just going to create a new legal category and put them all in the bucket of sketchy ships. And a lot of these have a Chinese connection, because what are they doing there? They are moving sanctioned gas and oil out of the Baltic from Russia over the China. Russia is a Chinese proxy, and Russia would not exist right now in the whole war effort if it wasn't for Chinese support. And China also needs that gas and oil, so it's coming out of the Baltic. But there's been this series of events where undersea critical infrastructure has been destroyed, and one of the most recent ones that's unresolved at this point in time, it happened back in 2023 actually, was the Nunu Polar Bear, a Chinese vessel. That legal situation is unresolved at this point in time. China had magnanimously offered to let to go to the with Finland go to the IMO, which that could take decades to resolve that case. There's a more recent case of the Eagle S, which destroyed undersea critical infrastructure. Now that occurred right in the gap between Finland and Estonia. Now, the Finnish court decided, okay, they rejected that, and that's why it would be great to have the map up to show, but there's this passageway that it looks like the destruction, and that passageway allows access to Russia per UNCLOS, and the Finnish court determined there was essentially a lack of, that was outside their jurisdiction. But there's another case that's being very aggressively prosecuted by the Finnish authorities, and it's with the Fitberg, another sketchy vessel and sketchy registration, sketchy crew, everything sketchy about the ship. But there's criminal charges that have been filed. So watch this case. Now, Taiwan also had a successful prosecution, the Hung Tai 58. Against a Chinese skipper. So that established international precedence in a lot of ways, was that successful Taiwanese prosecution of the Hung Tai 58. So the Chinese skipper received a 3-year prison sentence, I believe that was. That's very important legal precedence, and that's one of the things like-minded nations, we have to collaborate from our legislative bodies to come up with commonality on definitions and laws on destruction of undersea critical infrastructure in our territorial, the 12-mile waters, and the economic zone. Oh, there we go. We can do this. Okay, victory. Okay. So, but we went over some of this already here, the sketchy ships and the bonus feature of using these sketchy ships to, I don't know where I need to point. Next slide. Oh, you're wonderful. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay. I'm kind of doing this out of order here, but okay, these are some of the takeaways from all these activities. The aggressive, we need to use, this is a law enforcement. This depends upon a robust Coast Guard, and thank you, Admiral Chang, appreciate your excellent work here with the Coast Guard, but it's a law enforcement. This is a white hull fleet activity, not a gray hull. Gray hull is Navy. This is, we have to do international information sharing on these sketchy ships and their activities. We have to do more sanctioning, and we have to do hardening of some of the undersea critical infrastructure, and also the land element, which are data centers and things like that. Dispersion of data. You got to have multiple data sets. You've got primary data set, a national sovereign data set, but you need backup data sets, and also a diversity of communications here. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so I'm going back a little bit here, but we talked about this, the red ovals in the Baltic show, and especially that one right between Finland. That seems to be the prime area. That's where the Nunu Polar Bear, there's a foul or a red card should be applied just for a weird name of a ship. But the Nunu Polar Bear, that unresolved legal situation there with that one. But that's also essentially where the Eagle S and the Fitberg episodes happened. And NATO is working on some legal analysis to kind of understand what's the best way ahead to address the causal factors and the increase of activity of these sketchy ships going in and out of the Baltic. So that's of concern. And as they leave the Baltic, you know, here's just another point of order in the maritime environment. We have ships leaving the Baltic that are going to the right up into the Arctic, and a lot of these ships are not ice certified. You know, why are we allowing non-ice certified ships to go over the Arctic? You know, right there, that should be an international concern, and we need to do something about that. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, and talking about Taiwan here, and just the red circles filled in, those represent the TSMC foundry areas. There's 5 or 6 major clusters of TSMC activity. You got Penghu, right? That's where the Hongtai 58 episode occurred. You also had some activities around Kinmen. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, this is from open source here. This is not a U.S. government slide here, but again, you see that the yellow triangle with the eye. That's where the Hung Tai episode occurred, and again, a successful prosecution. Very important legal precedence that's been set now that we have a successful legal prosecution for destruction of undersea critical infrastructure. Next slide, please. Okay, just a picture of another, that's from a Taiwanese source, of another sketchy vessel here. So all this being said, I guess, again, what's going on here, this is gray zone warfare. But it's really lawfare, and it's in the maritime environment. And we could go on in a lot more detail on this. But what I find very interesting is there's a lot of behaviors in the maritime environment that are allowed or accepted that in the aviation environment you would never get away with. In the aviation environment, if you turn off your ADS-B, that's it. You're done. You will not be allowed to fly. You will really be grounded. In the maritime environment, you turn off your AIS and nothing happens. You know, so what? Big deal. So there's just all these norms of behavior, and a lot of these sketchy ships, very poorly maintained, very unsafe, and also crews that are essentially operating under human trafficking conditions. All those things would never be allowed in the aviation environment. So there's a lawfare in this gray zone maritime environment that is exploiting things that are allowed that probably shouldn't be allowed, and we got to work toward really tightening up what is allowed, what is not allowed in the maritime environment, but it's also causing the destruction of undersea critical infrastructure. So, thanks.
Thank you, John. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Our final speaker is Michael Schiffer. What a distinguished background, like all of our panel, but formerly Assistant Administrator of the Bureau for Asia of USAID, as well as former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for East Asian Affairs, and former Senior Advisor and Policy Advisor to the U.S. Senate. Michael, you've got the last session here, so please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Madam Minister, and thank you all for joining us here today. You know, as we face this world of increasing PRC coercive activities targeting Taiwan, the near continuous PLA and Coast Guard presence that you know, so many others this morning have already talked about, airspace violations, cybercrime and disinformation efforts, you know, the list goes on. I wanted to try to take a few minutes to discuss some areas where we have had some success, albeit limited, in pushing back against China's coercive behavior, flag a few areas where we have problems still, and also address some of the structural issues that lie underneath all of this. So starting with the good news, because it's 2026 and we all need good news. Taiwan's investment in gray zone specific legal authorities and activities around Kinmen has had some success, I would offer. and it has worked to turn ambiguous incidents into routine law enforcement. Yes, there is constant pressure, but it has been a good mechanism to smoke out and push back against some of Beijing's activities. Japan's Coast Guard capacity building in the Philippines, turning to a neighbor, is also a case I would offer of what works. It's sustained, it's technically serious, it's politically durable, and it's producing real effects on the water. The Philippine Transparency Strategy, which has already been discussed today, likewise, has served as a way to internationalize activities that and incidents that Beijing wants to keep in the dark and wants to keep bilateral. And in doing so has created real costs that Beijing has had to deal with. It remains contested, but there are lessons to be learned from that transparency strategy for Taipei and for the rest of us. There are other examples that I could go into, but in the interest of time, I'll skip over them for right now. But I would offer that the common feature is that each of these areas of success do not require high-level sustained political attention, especially right now from Washington. There are areas where we are able to routinize and regularize our activities, our posture, and our pushback. And that, I suppose, brings us to areas that have worked less well. Joint statements, diplomatic démarches are important, but they are simply consumed by Beijing right now with no effects. And in continuing to issue them with no effect, we actually are running the risk of eroding their value over time. They start to prove the counterpoint, not what they themselves are asserting when reality does not change after a démarche is issued. Freedom of navigation operations decoupled from specific coercion incidents and where there is no real cost imposition risk becoming performative and risk eroding and corroding in their legal and operational effectiveness. Capacity building, despite what I had mentioned earlier about the Philippine support from Japan, is simply not scaled to match with the threat or the need, at least not yet. Efforts at economic resilience and interdependence have not yet constrained PRC coercive behavior. There are likewise lessons from Ukraine and Iran that are worrying, including questions about the erosion of traditional maritime freedom and the free flow of commerce. If Hormuz can be shut down and geographically weaponized, it raises a range of Taiwan-related scenarios, including blockade and quarantine, that I don't think we fully thought through yet. Last, and perhaps most importantly, I would offer that the decades-long assumption that we've had that U.S. military presence alone would deter sub-threshold coercion has been falsified, as has been the assumption that resolve demonstrated in one theater deters in another. As we've seen time and time again, coercive activity in and around the Senkakus, the South China Sea, the Pacific Islands, and Taiwan all operate on independent logic for Beijing, and we need to recognize that. This is especially so at a time when American commitment and engagement has become a variable, not a constant in the regional security equation. We need to be honest about that and honest about the implications. And I will also offer that for all the problems I personally may have with the current administration, this is not only a problem of this administration. It is something that is likely to be durable. At the very least, rebuilding trust and confidence that has been lost by a future administration will be a high cost and intensive effort. And we have to recognize the challenges that creates as well. So while the United States can still surge in a crisis, I would offer that it can no longer be relied on for the sort of patient, unspectacular, and enduring activities and presence that is required to counter coercion day in and day out. As questions mount about if the United States is an upholder of international laws and norms or defecting from the regime, these tensions and these questions about the United States' role will only get worse. Secondly, and this is also important to recognize, U.S. variability is part of a larger package of broader change across the international system. The world that we inhabited from 1945 to 1975, or to 2025, those 75 years, is no longer the world that we have. These changes are driven by technological velocity, breakdown in the neoliberal international trade order, increasing assertions of great power spheres of influence as the new operating system for the international order, and other dynamics. But we are no longer in the world of international law, rules, and norms that we comfortably enjoyed for the past several decades. And we need to be clear about that. It's not yet clear what the new international order will be. We live in an interregnum period. But as we think about how to build a new order that is consonant and consistent with our interests and our values, and not Beijing, we need to start from a recognition that we live in this very, very changeable interregnum period, and that the mechanisms and structures that served cross-strait stability in an earlier age and served it very, very well are now of the past, and that we need new mechanisms and new institutions. As we build this new order and do so in a way that is constant and consistent with our interests and values, I'd suggest that there are 4 areas in particular that deserve some focus. First, we need to close the gap between rhetorical solidarity and operational specificity. There are plenty of statements that plenty of our countries make about coercion. It is not clear, frankly, what any of it means. And just to offer as a thought experiment, if an incident happened tomorrow where a PRC vessel were to ram a Taiwan vessel and kill its crew, what would we do? There'd be consultations, sure. There'd be statements of grave concern, and everybody would hope that somebody else would be carrying the operational load. If we can't even honestly answer the question of what we would do in that sort of incident, which is at the far end of what the gray zone occupies, it suggests that there is a lot of work that we have ahead of us to actually agree on what the definitions and what the thresholds are that would trigger a collective response, and what a playbook might look like that would impose real operational costs across a range of these different potential scenarios and incidents. Second, I would suggest that we need to resolve the unresolved maritime business that still exists among like-mindeds, including between Japan and Taiwan and the Philippines and Taiwan. It is much harder to coordinate when we have not yet fully resolved our own claims. Third, we need to comprehensively map capacity asymmetries between our nations and Beijing and amongst ourselves and fill those gaps accordingly. In that context, Taiwan needs to be fully integrated and part of how we think about the first island chain, not treated as its own special and separate matter. We need to match our collective resources with our collective needs, and do so across all domains, be it ISR, be it Coast Guard holes, be it legal staff, so that there are no seams that are open for Beijing to exploit. And lastly, we need to work to assure that the domestic political sustainability for these efforts exists in each of our countries. Taiwan reserve and civil defense reforms, just to take one issue, are politically contested here in Taiwan in ways that matter operationally. For my own country, for the United States, I would offer that public opinion and views about intervention in different Taiwan scenarios remain plastic. Beijing, as we all know, is very patient and looks to exploit those seams that exist, looks for them to open and looks to be able to exploit them. And in that context, the most important investment that we need to make may very well, in fact, be in our domestic political infrastructure in each of our nations to make sure that we are politically aligned and have the political will that makes an assertive posture durable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello? Thank you. We were going to go through the whole group again and ask a follow-up question, but I think we're already into the lunch zone. And what I suggest, if you don't mind, to allow our hosts, Deputy Secretary, National Secretary, and Minister Kwan, to make final comments. And I would like to ask you to keep them, forgive me for asking you, but to keep them about a minute or so. Please go ahead.
I think this discussion has been really helpful in expanding our thinking about how the different ways to address these maritime challenges. I think from past experience, there have been two key areas in which international cooperation has been the most fruitful. And looking at some cases in the past, one is cooperation on technology, whether it's maritime domain awareness, actually detecting the threats. And the other is exchanges in experience on legislation. So in the past few years, Taiwan has engaged in legislation such as penalizing ships or punishing ships that turn off their AIS signals, or legislation on raising the monetary penalties to 100 million NT for things like illegal sand mining, which Minister Kwan and I worked on when Minister Kwan was still in the legislative yuan. So legislative work and technological work is still very important. We can learn from other countries' experience. But just the final note, I still maintain the strong belief that statements are still statements of support from international partners are still meaningful and important, and they ensure that the people of Taiwan do not feel alone, and also counter narratives from China that seem to tell us that resistance is futile. And these statements often still have the capability to build a common understanding on pushing back against gray zone efforts. They do not accomplish everything, but they are still an important component that can work and coordinate along with our other efforts on resilience building. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister Kwan.
我想我呼应 Josh 所说的，他说了很多，但是尤其是他对于其他国家的角色，他说了大家不能只是静待。我想这也是台湾站在这个威权捍卫的第一线的时候，我们非常深刻的一个想法。那尤其是 Mills 他谈了波罗的海非常多中国的影子舰队、鬼魅舰队他们对于全球通讯上面的挑战跟威胁。那这个部分我认为说台湾。我们虽然是海洋韧性的需求者，但是我们也可以是贡献者。那在这个部分，台湾做得很好，尤其是今天我要特别介绍，我们在座呢有2位立法委员跟前任的立法委员，一位是游玉兰前委员，他是国民党的，而一位是许忠信委员，他是民众党的。我要说的是，对于海缆的保护的这件事情上面，在台湾。我们是跨越党派的支持，所以您所提到的宏泰58号，我们建立了我们海巡的专业跟检察官之间非常专业的一个资讯的一个交流。我们建立在一个我们不干预他的个案的审查的独立性的情况之下，让他知道说海上的船舶故意跟非故意它的差别是在哪里。这个部分我们很成功的建立起了这个交流以后，宏泰58它才有可能被定罪哈。那在这个过程之中，我们也很快的修了7个法律，我们叫做海缆7法。我们要守护好海缆，这是我们对全世界的责任，我们做得很好。而在座的这2位，无论是民众党或者是国民党，很快的支持我们海缆7法。它的修订啊，所以我想，台湾在这一方面其实也有很多的经验是可以跟全世界分享的。谢谢 Mills。那另外是有关于 Schiffer 您所提出来的这么多的见解，我是非常非常深刻的体会。我想我们共同有一个相同的看法，就是这个时机点已经是非常急迫的时机点了。我们在海上所面对的危机，其实是已经是非常高度的危机了。而我们如果只是站在一起联合的声明跟外交的手段，我要特别说明的是，目前的外交手段，我认为外交手段还是有牌。但是至少我们目前联合声明的这种外交手段，已经在影响力上面被腐蚀，这一点我们是充分的感受到。因此，在于未来，回到我这一次非常想要提醒的是，到底我们要怎么样有更多的国家，我们联合成为一个对事实有符合国际法的判准的一个共同的定义。我们共同的要去画出黄线跟红线，尤其是 Schiffer 他也特别提到，也是我一直在推动的一种认知，就是说我们要让中国知道，我们的合作必须做到，我们要让中国知道哪一些事情，如果他在进一步的时候，我们整个国际社会是不会允许的。我想我们应该要做到这一点哈，这也是我对于这2天的论坛的一个期待，也就是我说的，我们不是只是发表观点，而是要去检视出我们合作上面的破口，我们把这个合作的破口补起来。谢谢。
Thank you so much, Minister. Let's give a round of applause for the Minister and the whole panel. And now the good news, after hearing such an incredible panel, is lunch is now going to be served. And I hope we could take a group picture here, but please go ahead and guide us, Mr. MC.
Yes, please. Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists. We do like to invite you to please take a group photo on the stage to remember this panel. 我们在这边呢，邀请主持人还有与谈人一起在台上合影，为这一场高层对谈留下一个珍贵的画面。 Thank you. Let's take a group photo to remember this high-level dialogue. And thank you for the engaging and inspiring discussion. Please look into our photographer in the center together. Thank you very much for joining the group photo. 再次的谢谢主持人还有与谈人为我们带来这场非常精彩的对谈。Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the morning session. For distinguished guests, conference speakers, and panelists, please follow our staff to the lunch venue. 各位来宾，我们早上的议程进行到这边圆满的告一个段落。那么接下来呢是中午用餐的时间，请各位在场外领取餐盒，再回到场内享用午餐。我们下午的议程呢会在1点20分开始，也邀请您准时入座。谢谢，我们待会下午见。Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. Please collect your lunch box outside the conference hall and enjoy the meals back here. The afternoon session will begin at 1:20. Have a good lunch, and we will see you in the afternoon. Thank you. 授签在。
能是5分钟，然后就变成5分钟的字样会写在上面。对。5分钟、3分钟，然后1分钟。哦，就5分钟、1分钟而已，没了。然后时间到就这样。时间到。就到5分钟到1分钟。没办法继续知道他下一周点。干嘛？怎么了？就这个。后面2个的简报都有，对，就是专题的时候简报。我确定到了。可以设置简报吗？这样让他设简报，让他跟投荧幕。Sorry, wait a minute. A 没有回来。
Ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon session will begin shortly. We would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们下午的议程马上就要开始了，在这边邀请大家尽速入座，谢谢。 Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats as our afternoon session will begin. Thank you. 各位来宾，再次的邀请大家入座，我们下午的议程马上就要开始，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the forum. We hope you all had a good lunch. 各位来宾，欢迎回到我们下午的论坛场次。那么下午呢，我们首先要进行的是第2场的专题演讲。We will begin the afternoon with the second keynote speech of the forum. 在这边呢，为大家邀请到的讲者是华盛顿时报董事会主席 Thomas McDivitt. Let's now give a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Thomas McDivitt, Chairman of the Washington Times.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom McDevitt. I'm chairman of the Washington Times. It's an honor to take the slot to speak right after lunch, because I know you are satisfied with lunch. I'd like to talk about two things: the Taiwan Freedom Project and a new publication that we just launched that you're going to be able to get in just a second. The Taiwan Freedom Project is a nonprofit effort that intends to bring information to the public and raise awareness about Taiwan, its role in the Indo-Pacific, its role in the first island chain. Here we go again. The fact that Taiwan is now the 4th largest trading partner of America. Canada, Mexico, China, and now Taiwan. A small island of 23.5 million people. How did that happen? When you look at it even objectively. Anyway, I've been at the Washington Times for 32 years. When I met President Lai at his inauguration in May of 2024, introduced my wife, who's from Taiwan, and he then said, "Oh, now you're a son-in-law of Taiwan." So, wo ai Taiwan. And thank you. And I also mentioned, because I spoke last year as the Dutch parliamentarian spoke this time, and I said, "Wo ai Zongtong," right? Wo ai the president. But also, wo ai Tai Tai, which is my wife over here. So, the reason I say that is not just to get a little rise in a joke. The reason is it's personal. When you think of the last panel and all day, the frightening, dangerous situation we're in, to think about what worse could happen, it affects us personally if we look at the human side. So the Taiwan Freedom Project would like to make an offer and ask you to make a decision today. We'd like to invite you from all your countries, help us to be part of it. We need a new, innovative, multi-sector connectivity where we share information from the civil society standpoint to help our citizens understand what the hell is happening so they can take part. To that end, one of the first projects we did was to launch the new technology for microphones, is replacing it. Thank you. I wish I had a stand here, but that's okay. Anyway, on July 3rd, the day before Independence Day, we published in the Washington Times the special section that I gave to the president yesterday called "Why Taiwan Matters," which I think is a fundamental question that needs to be answered. And what I'm going to do today is just scroll through this special section to give you an idea of applying strategic communications to a critical issue in a manner that people can digest from expert opinion, but bring it out of the policy realm down to the grassroots. This is the first of a series. Xi Jinping will come to America and meet President Trump on September 24th, according to the public schedule, maybe Mar-a-Lago or the White House. I felt after the summit, we got to do something to raise awareness. So this is the July issue. You can look forward to an August issue and a September issue. Even this conference today and tomorrow, we could create a special section just to bring the content that you're generating, not only to the American public, but the global public. I'm going to show you what it looks like. I'm going to do that in about 6 minutes, so bear with me. Why Taiwan matters more than ever. There are three, let's see if this works. Yes, isn't that cool? 3 areas. Why Taiwan matters. This shows from a variety of different points of view. What's the threat and what are the consequences if things go bad? And then what is to be done? In my view, that's a very simple strategic logic, and it needs to be talked about and thought about in many ways. So we have the chairman of the House Select Committee on Competition with Communist China, John Molinar. He did a major report with his committee called 10 More for Taiwan. It's a must-read to understand the best legislative policies coming out of Washington. And this is the overview of that. And then we carry also, come on, sweetheart, there we go. This is the ranking member. Molinar's a Republican. Ro Khanna is Democrat. He makes points here, slamming China's interference when Taiwan was blocked from the WTO. A letter to President Trump before the summit. And over here on Taiwan and NPR, an interview. So we're giving all the different sides. And then in addition to this, come on. I don't know. In addition to this, oh, there we go. We have voices by President Lai. I won't go into detail. Vice President Xia, who is so beloved in Washington. She did such a superb job in her time as the TECRO representative, and Deputy Minister Shen-Yu Chung of the Mainland Affairs on the transnational repression. This just gives some sense of what's going on from the Taiwan government. And then we have from the DPP in Washington, a brilliant piece by Ira Shaw on the role of technologies in Taiwan. And here, the anniversary for the 250th of America with the 30th of Taiwan with Ambassador Yu, the Taiwan American Association. Jeffrey Shapiro writes for the Washington Times. And look at the headline, Taiwan is the epicenter of the AI revolution. If China invades Taiwan, it could destabilize the technological foundation of the free world. This is a brilliant article. Takes 5 minutes at the max to read, not even that. But it's an important point for American people to understand. What the heck does Taiwan mean, right? This is good. And we'll go through some others. Why Taiwan matters to America and the world from an economic standpoint. Arena Chang is a dear friend, very successful at Morgan Stanley, born in Taiwan. She is the Associate Dean of Sun Yat-sen University in finance. So Taiwan matters because of the financial, the economic, the technology, the chambers of commerce we work closely with all through America. And here, the medical side. I had no idea how powerful Taiwan is on the medical side. If we polled the American public, I'll bet you maybe 2% max have a sense that Taiwan is so proficient in the medical system. In fact, some polls say Taiwan is #1 in the world. That's like unthinkable. What's behind all that? That's information the American public needs to know, and not only the American public, but every one of your nations. My background is in strategic communications, marketing, political science. I know how to make this happen, and that's what excites me about it, because we can shift people's attention of taking Taiwan very seriously. Our good friend Anna Wang, a dissident from China, escaped from China, does fantastic human rights work, helping dissidents with Shining Light Media. She makes the point as a mainland Chinese dissident. Why is Taiwan important? Because it gives hope to the 1.3 billion people in China, that democracy can work with the Chinese culture. Dear friend, she's working closely with us. And that's another facet here. This is our platform called Threat Status. You've got to check into this. You can do that for free. And here, Congressman Chris Smith, one of the most important members of the U.S. Congress. I think he's been in office for For about 40 years, he's the ultimate champion of human rights. For the Uyghurs, the Falun Gong, the organ harvesting, all of the crazy stuff going on. He holds hearings. So he wrote this piece about the transnational repression going on. He works closely with this effort. Here, Miles Yu, if you don't know his work, you must look for him. Teaches at Annapolis, former Chinese mainland. He's an expert on Chinese military. 10 China falsehoods exposed by the Trump-Xi summit. We report the truth. We're not trying to make President Trump happy with the Washington Times, even though he reads the Times, right? This is a powerful story here because the media and the propaganda coming out of the mainstream side of China would make you think the China summit was brilliant. The first thing that Xi Jinping said to Trump, the first thing, Taiwan is the most important. Taiwan is the most important. Don't mess with Taiwan. I'm paraphrasing it, right? So Miles Yu is a great resource. He writes for us twice a month. And Bo Teddards writes on KMT situation, very important. A Dutch professor at George Mason is an expert on Taiwan history. What is the real history of Taiwan related to the mainland? Let's get real. He's an expert, and there's others. This is terrific. Taiwan deserves freedom from Beijing's revisionist history. A high school freshman, an 8th grader could read this, a 6th grader could read this and understand it. Here, our good friend Piero Tosi, who worked with Chris Smith. Piero now works with the American First Policy Institute, the think tank that the White House relates to the most. And he's an expert on, in this case, we're talking about cognitive warfare. And we do a series on this. Stan is a Polish gentleman who lives in Taiwan, a very popular YouTuber with 300,000 followers. He writes for us terrific about the narrative war. John Dotson with Global Taiwan Institute, again about political warfare. John Lanzowski worked in the Reagan NSC as the expert on Soviet ideology. Here he's giving a roadmap of how to win the peace against China, Beijing by winning the ideological war. Piero talks about a brilliant piece about natural law, the foundational philosophical elements behind America, and ancient Chinese philosophy from Mencius and Confucius that kind of tie together long before the CCP. And then we have Frank Kaufman, who just launched a new program. And one of my favorites here, Dr. Ye, is in Houston about the Trump meeting. The Long Shadow of Delay with Admiral Mark Montgomery. Robert Tsao, you probably know, is the founder of the United Microelectronics. Had a pleasure of meeting Robert 3 times with my wife, a couple hours each, talking in depth. And he wrote a major letter to Xi Jinping, an open letter in February, challenging Xi Jinping why it doesn't make sense to take over Taiwan. It was we reduced it. He gave approval for this. Brilliant, a direct discussion. Imagine if 100,000 people started writing to Xi Jinping with logical, fact-based, morally sound, intellectual high ground, challenging the notion that Taiwan belongs to China, Communist China. Anyway, that was great. And finally, Bill Gertz, many people know, right, Deceiving the Sky. So we did this in about 3 weeks. We published special sections all the time. Every member of Congress, House and Senate in America, get 10 copies every day, Monday through Friday, of the Washington Times. And they get the Post and they get the Wall Street Journal. But every member of Congress get this special section. Not only that, it's all over the country and all over the world digitally. And then we sent out the special section. We did a press release. Look at the headline of the press release here. And this is what I would like to enlist or invite you to consider. The Taiwan Freedom Project will uphold a free and open Indo-Pacific by winning in the information domain. We can win in that domain clearly. This press release was sent out, and we sent it out by newswire. By the way, if you take a picture of this right now, you can download a free copy. Normally, we would charge you about nothing for now, but please download it if you're interested. I would love to get your feedback. Everyone in this room is capable of writing for this kind of thing. again, pick up the voice of this group and the nature of the work we're doing. So the press release went out to a newswire. Come on. Okay, come on. This is it. Okay. Now this happened just 24 hours ago. As we were beginning our program here, we sent out 4 newswires to North America, some Asia, some Europe, some the South. Look at the results. The press release I just showed you, by the way, was emailed to all of you. So when you look at your phone, you have an email with the press release, with the links to the PDF version and the electronic version. That same email was sent out to 4 newswires, and the global reach picked up the full text of the press release that had the links, 126 million, headline only, 100 million, total almost 227 million reach in the past 48 hours, pushing the content out. Now that's one way that we did it, and then I'll finish up here. This is just the detail that shows you how we monitored the distribution of information. Imagine the same kind of thing being done with this conference today. Okay, I'm going to finish up here. I want to this is a lot of detailed data that marketers use, spread all over the world, and we're going to continue to push this. But here's the magic. We have a database access of 800,000 journalists. We picked 15,000 that write about Taiwan in the Indo-Pacific in this area. Sent that press release that you have. Look at the results. This just happened. The number of 15,000 were sent, 14,500 made it through. Almost 5,400 journalists opened the email, close to 37%, because of the heat of the issue. Even if 2 or 3% of that group wrote stories, that'd be a couple hundred people writing new stories about this information. This we just did at the last minute. If we created the system and we work together and we organize, I can see it, how we can shift and fight against what's not true with what is true. And your role is essential. That's my presentation. I invite you again to be part of this. You have our email in the press release. Ian, why don't you stand up? Ian Everhart is our campaign manager, speaks fluent Mandarin. Ian, get a good round of applause for him. And my wife, Chofin. Chofin, why don't you stand up? My ask here, folks, is if you have a business card and you haven't connected, please get to those folks. We'd love to be in touch with you. We want to build a system like this in all of your countries. Thank you very much. 谢谢.
Thank you very much to Mr. McDivitt for this very thought-provoking keynote speech, so that we can let America, let the world know more about Taiwan. Thank you. 接下来呢，我们进入到深度对谈3。那么在这场对谈当中，我们邀请了多国的国会议员来针对印太区域的议会合作进行讨论。Next on the agenda is In-Depth Dialogue 3, and this dialogue brings together members of parliaments from different countries to discuss inter-parliamentary cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. 首先呢，我们要邀请的是对谈的主持人先到台上入座，让我们欢迎国策研究院郭玉仁副院长。Our moderator for this dialogue is Dr. Guo Yuren, Vice President of Taiwan's Institute for National Policy Research. 那么再来呢，我们要邀请与谈人来到台上入座。And next, we would like to invite our distinguished panelists to take a seat on the stage. Please welcome Ms. Alicia Kearns, Conservative member of the UK Parliament for Rutland and Stamford, Mr. Akimasa Ishikawa, member of the House of Representatives of Japan, Dr. Yoshihiko Yamada, member of the House of Councillors of Japan, Mr. Suji Kumar, member of the Parliament of India, Ms. Helen White, member of the New Zealand Parliament, and Ms. Yulia Circle, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Thank you. We will now hand the floor to our moderator, Dr. Guo.
It's a great honor particularly to chair this panel with 6 honorable distinguished parliament members from 5 different countries. As you all know, the topic for this panel is geopolitics and security. Starting from 2022, the outbreak of Ukrainian war, and in August, Nancy Pelosi came to visit Taiwan. Our concern, global concern about maritime security at Black Sea, at today's Strait of Hormuz, Indian Ocean, South Pacific, and particularly about South China Sea and Taiwan Strait. That concern over maritime security is no longer regional, but global concerns. And the issues concerning maritime security is no longer limited to ocean, but to democracy, democratic value, supply chain resilience, economic security, and defense resilience as well. So today, again, I'm very honored to chair this particular panel with 6 distinguished honorable parliament members. Again, my name is Eugene. I'm currently professor and director at National San Yat-sen University at the Graduate Institute of China and Asia Pacific Studies. And I'm also a think tanker. I'm vice president to the older think tank at Taiwan called Institute for National Policy Research. So to start, because we only have 15 minutes, but we have 6 distinguished guests. So I will starting to ask each one of you one question based on your expertise. So I will start from Alicia, if possible. So with your extensive leadership in foreign affairs and combating authoritarian hybrid threats, as the UK deepens its Indo-Pacific tilt, what concrete mechanism can like-minded countries or democracies deploy to counter gray zone maritime coercion, such as South China Sea and Taiwan Strait, please?
Xie to the people of Taiwan and the government of Taiwan for inviting us to be here today. The problem with grey zone or hybrid coercion, as people like to call it, is that it is a tax. It is a form of warfare. And yet, because it is below the threshold of warfare, too often there is no response. And that failure to respond makes us vulnerable. We need to raise the cost of ambiguity. We need to make sure that attribution is a weapon, that we expose what hostile states are doing, that we counter them, and that we deter them. And that attribution is a weapon in itself. I remember when I was working at the Foreign Office and Russia went into Syria. They told us the night before they wouldn't go in. And they told the world that they were in Syria to destroy Daesh. But 3-4 days into their airstrikes, they had not hit a Daesh base or a controlled area once. Day 5 came, day 6 came. They were just targeting the moderate opposition in Syria. And I remember taking a team of officials into the basement and saying, we have to expose what they are really doing. They are out on the media around the world, telling the world that they are saving us all from Daesh, when actually they are helping the Assad regime to entrench power. And we were not willing to do it at first. People said, no, it'd be too big a battle. The Russian machine, media war machine, is far too big. But we did it in the end, and it took a lot of fighting. But exposing Russia for what they were really doing turned the tide. It undermined their ability to achieve their narrative, to recruit support, to achieve what they wanted to do, because they had to stop, because they didn't have this fake cover that was defending them. But we don't do that so often when it comes to Russia, or particularly the Chinese Communist Party. No incident is an accident. And yet, because we don't call out actions, We allow them to dismiss the cutting of underwater sea cables, whether it be in the Baltics or whether it be in the Pacific, as an incident, as an accident. We have to collectively expose and we have to collectively respond. Now, when it comes to countering or challenging, there should be more joint patrols. We should be working together in the maritime field. The UK should be joining the Quad. We heard from Priyanka earlier, the Indian MP, about how the Quad isn't doing enough at the moment. I agree, but we also need to expand it. AUKUS, that incredibly important partnership between so many countries, let's expand part 2. That's the interesting bit. It's the sexy bit. It's the future weapons. It's the autonomous underwater machines. It's all the different pieces of technology that will determine who wins the wars of the future. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, people like that should be partnering with us so we can achieve what we need to. And then deterrence. The problem with deterrence is it requires moral courage. And we are not seeing that on the world stage at the moment. We are seeing the opposite. Country after country turning up to Beijing, begging for economic handouts. Without national security, there is no economic security. And there is a fundamental misunderstanding of the majority of policymakers and politicians around the world. But we need to be unapologetic when we engage with hostile states. They're quite unapologetic when it comes to us. Let's set clear red lines. You will not conduct attacks on my soil. You will not intervene when we work with Taiwan. We will have a transactional relationship with you. We will agree where we can partner, and we will do that, but there will be clear red lines that you will not be allowed to pass. But most of all, repercussions. In our country, England, and the United Kingdom, there have been continued attacks by the Chinese Communist Party on our electoral commission. They put a spy in my office for a year to spy on me. They have attacked our country. Outside their consulate in 2022, members of the Chinese Communist Party embassy came out and beat up protesters outside. And what was the response? Those Chinese Communist Party officials were allowed to leave the country with no repercussions. They weren't even PNG'd. The repercussions for spying on me in Parliament for a year? Nothing. In fact, Kai Chi, the man who ran the spy ring that was spying on us, was rewarded by a meeting with our Prime Minister when he visited Beijing. That's not deterrence. That's saying do what you want on British soil and there will be no repercussions. We are doing this around the world. There has to be repercussions. If we won't respond when there are attacks on our soil, then when will we? So I would say that, look, what we need to have is a predictability of response. We have to have a united response. And we have to recognize that actually the era of deterrence was the last decade, and we failed to act. But we have a choice now. Anyone who wanted a better relationship with the Chinese Communist Party 10 years ago, I say all credit to you for having the optimism and the hope that you could bring the Chinese Communist Party towards a rules-based order. You were right to have optimism, because without optimism we achieve nothing in diplomacy. But anyone that is still that foolhardy now is letting down their country and will only continue to fail them. So we need to act now, recognize we failed over the last decade, and implement meaningful deterrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia, for very precise response to my question. Let me sum up the key concept and key words from you just mentioned. Number one is we must respond. Number two is we need to expose all these Chinese wrongdoing and bad doing. Number three is the action should be collective. Number four, it should be effective deterrence. Number five is percussion, especially domestically and internationally. And thank you again for your very precise answers. I will go to Ishikawa Sensei from Japanese Diet. Sensei, すみませんね。僕、私、後の質問は英語で、先生、英語とか日本語でも答えてもいいです。So, our second guest will be Japanese Diet member Ishikawa. Given your deep expertise in the economy and industry, Japan's national security is highly linked to the peace of Taiwan Strait. particularly regarding maritime supply chain and energy security. How can Japan and Taiwan strengthen cooperation in economic security to ensure our shared CDNO communication remain resilient against unilateral blockade? Please.
Thank you, Chair. 賀来さん、ありがとうございます。今日はこういう重要な会議に日本の国会議員、今日2人お招きをいただきありがとうございました。今日実は7月8日は安倍晋三総理の命日、4年前に安倍総理が亡くなった今日がまさにその日であります。多くの国家元首の皆様が安倍総理を悼んで葬儀、告別式、いろんなところに駆けつけてくださいました。その中の一人が実は副総統時代に頼総統が副総統の時に駆けつけてくださいまして、私もその現場近くにおりました。で日本の武道館という大きな建物で国葬儀を行ったんですけれども、その時にはインドからモディ首相が駆けつけてくださいました。その他多くの国から多くの元首級の方がいらっしゃいましたけれども、このように安倍総理が提唱したこのFOIP、自由で開かれたインド太平洋構想というものが、とりわけインドから台湾、そして日本へと続くこのエリアの皆さんに浸透している、理解が深まってきているなということを感じました。安倍総理がFOIPを提唱したのが2016年でございます。したがって今年は10年経ったわけでありまして、今日本ではこのFOIPの構想をさらにステップアップ、バージョンアップして FOIP2.0 という形でいろんな政策を今進めています。安倍総理がおっしゃったように、台湾有事は我々日本有事であるということ、これは我々、政治家もそうでありますけれども、日本国民はみんなが心の中で思っております。今回ホルムズ海峡で原油が入ってこなくなりまして、日本はホルムズ海峡から 95% の原油を輸入をしています。今回はアメリカやメキシコなどいろいろな国から協力をいただいて、その分を補うことができました。決してアメリカから強制して買わされたわけではありません。やはり必要なのは分散化、キーワードは分散化だと思っています。実は LNG は、ホルムズ海峡に依存しているのはたった 5% でありました。したがって日本は LNG 発電かなり依存しておりますけれども、電力の供給には全くほとんど影響はありませんでした。このようにやはり分散化というのが一つの経済的威圧、経済安全保障に関しては一つの大きなキーワードだろうと思っています。そこで日本ではいくつか政策プランを立てております。まず一つはレアアース、皆様の産業でも半導体、自動車、EV、リチウムイオン電池などで使われているレアアース、約 90% が中国のサプライチェーンに依存しているということはご存知でしょうか。一つ一つ我々は分析を行って、決して一つの国に依存しないサプライチェーンを再構築しようということを提唱をしています。こうした経験というのは日本と中国長い歴史の中でしばしば困難に直面することがありました。その中で経験として我々は考えてきた一つの答えであります。当時は対話によってこの解決の糸口を中国と糸口を探って解決を求めてきたわけですけれども、最近は中国国内の 世代交代が進んで、我々政治家同士も顔も名前もよくわからない状態に今ある。これは非常に我々としても問題意識を抱えておりますが、我々のスタンスは決して対話の窓口は閉ざさないと、オープンであるということを常に中国の国家首脳には伝え続けております。で、私たちが考えているプランというのは、やはりこの経済的な連携をより進めるために CPTPP の拡大を求めていこうと考えています。当然台湾もその一つの対象の国になってまいります。イギリスも加入をしております。こういう形で危機に直面した場合には助け合うという、こういった経済連携を進めていこうとしております。そしてもう一つがパワーアジアという新しいコンセプトを今高市政権では打ち出しています。このパワーアジア、何かと申しますと、今回のホルムズ海峡の危機で大変困った東南アジアの国々から SOS が日本にも届けられました。そういった国々は石油の備蓄、LNG、こういったものが手に入らなくなり、国民生活に支障が出るような状況になったわけです。そこで我々がノウハウと技術と資金を提供し、お互いに危機にあった場合にはエネルギーを融通し合う、そういう枠組みを提唱しています。これはエネルギーだけではなく、先ほど申し上げたレアアース、こういったものの共同備蓄、共同開発にも日本が能力を提供する予定であります。そして最後に、これから生成 AI がさまざまな産業に入っていく中で、データドリブン社会でやはりそのデータのやり取りは海底ケーブルが 99% 使用されております。先ほどノルドストリームの切断の話もございましたけれども、我々はしっかりその海底ケーブルの安全、また損傷が起きた場合の責任問題、修復についても国際海洋法条約の足らない部分を我々は提案をし、そしてその穴を埋めていく必要があると、このように考えております。私からは以上です。ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Ishikawa Sensei. I will do a little bit summary of what Ishikawa Sensei just mentioned. Key concepts and keywords. Number one is FOIP 2.0, free and open Indo-Pacific. Number two is diversification of source of energy and critical minerals. Number three is expanding CPTPP to include, of course, UK and possibly Taiwan. And number four is the concept from Prime Minister Takaichi, is Power Asia, for the integration with Southeast Asia, not only at energy, but rare earth element, and also joint RD in technology. And number five is undersea cable resilience. So those are very precise 5 perspectives Ishikawa Sensei just provided. So next I will go to Yamada Sensei with your expertise at Taiwan and Japan congressional cooperation. I would like to ask you what are the most critical and immediate legal or institutional steps that the Japanese Diet and regional partners can take to elevate maritime law enforcement cooperation and situational awareness, especially with Taiwan, please.
はい、まずですね、今回お招きいただきましてありがとうございます。Thank you, Chairman. そして 日本と台湾の関係、今非常に密接になっておりまして、日本の国会の中には超党派、党派にかかわらず日華議員連盟と呼ばれる議員連盟がありまして、実はこの参加議員は全てのいくつもある議員の連盟の中で一番数が多い、参加者が多いと。実は日本の国会議員、非常にこの台湾に関しましてシンパシーを感じていて、そして共に生きていこうという思いを強くしております。これは自民党、私の所属しております国民民主党含め両方ともですね、非常に熱い思いを持ち、台湾との関係の深化、深くしていくことに力を尽くしております。今ですね、この世界は本当に混沌とした時代になっています。地政学的リスクの緊迫化に伴い、シーレーンの要衝である海峡の危機が取り沙汰されております。先ほど私の同僚でもあります石川議員が発言しましたように、ホルムズ海峡、非常に難しい問題になっています。そしてこの台湾、日本に関わる問題として、一つはマラッカ・シンガポール海峡が安全で自由な航行を保たれなければいけない。そしてもう一つ、台湾海峡。この台湾海峡の自由が脅かされることになりますと、日本と台湾、両方の人々の生活が脅かされる。そして平和が崩されていくということになる。このような海峡における力をもってする現状の変更は許されるものではないと考えております。まず国連海洋法条約に基づきまして、航行の自由、これを守ることに関しまして、日本と台湾は密接に協力していただければいけないと考えています。何よりも隣同士なんです。海はつながってるんです。海には地図上では線が引かれても、そこで暮らす人たちには線はありません。日本と台湾の間では2013年、日本、台湾漁業に関する取り決め、東シナ海で日本が今それまで管轄してきた海域においても台湾の方々にマグロを取ってもらう、その協定が結ばれております。海を守る、海を使うということに対して両国が協力をしていくという枠組みがすでに作られております。そして2017年には日本の海上保安庁と海巡署の間で海難捜査救助分野の協力に関する覚書が結ばれまして、海の事故、両国でしっかりと対処していこうということが約束されています。実は私、20年ほど前、まだ日本の海上保安庁と当時、海岸巡防署と言っていた海巡署の協議が行われるときに、学術経験者、学者としてですね、参加させていただいております。まだ両国の関係、この海上安全を守る環境づくりができないときに、さあ、ではどのような形で日本と台湾は協力できるのか、話し合いを行いました。その時に、海はつながっている、海難事故は共に防いでいこう、そして海がつながっているので、海洋環境は両国で守っていこう。今ではマイクロプラスチックですとか、漂着ごみの問題があります。これは一国では解決できない。それは日本と台湾、十分に話し合っていける環境を作っていこうということで、現在では日本の海上保安庁、そして台湾の海巡署で話し合いの場を持ちながら、両国、暮らす人々が平和で安全に過ごせるように、その対話というのが続けられております。そしてこの日本と台湾に非常に重要なのは、情報共有のメカニズムであると思っています。両国が情報を共有しながら、そして複雑化する国際社会に対処していく、サイバー対策、宇宙対策、 何せ現状の変更を求める大国がすぐ近くにあるわけです。力を持って現状を変えてしまう勢力に対抗するには、国々が力を合わせていくということが必要であると。日本は20世紀初頭、当時の大国ロシア帝国に進出されそうになりました。その時、イギリスが、英国が力を貸し、日本と守ることに力を尽くしてくれました。そして今、日本はインド太平洋構想、そしてニュージーランドともですね、非常な密接を今作り始めておりまして、防衛大臣も積極的にニュージーランドとの関係を作り始めております。自由を守る自由主義の国々で力を合わせて対処していく。当然アメリカ、インド、オーストラリア、今までの関係、さらにフィリピン、ニュージーランドを踏めまして、この海の安全を守っていこうと。その核にあるのは台湾です。この台湾周辺の海が守れない限りには、南シナ海にも東シナ海にも平和は維持できません。そのためには日本と台湾、まず海上安全保障上の海上保安庁と巡防所の関係、そしてさらに安全保障を守るための技術的な関係というのを作っていく必要があると考えています。何よりも協力、対話、これが重要であると。今回日本は今議会中、国会中ですが、衆議院議員石川議員と参議院議員の私、国をから国会をですね、特別に許されて、この場に派遣されることが許されてまいりました。これから先、我々は台湾との交流、意見交換、すべてが合意できることではないかもしれない。ですが、常に話し合いを行い、前向きな答えを作っていきたいと。対決よりも解決、それが日本と台湾の間に作られることだと思っております。ありがとうございました。
Yamada Sensei just provided some of the key concepts with regard to the question I just asked. Number one is congressional dialogue and cooperation. And number two is collective law enforcement, ocean environment protection, and also disaster relief through Coast Guard cooperation. And number three, Yamada Sensei mentioned about the importance of maritime domain awareness. And lastly, he mentioned about the importance of the security of Taiwan Strait. Without a safe Taiwan Strait, the security of East China Sea and South China Sea is in vain. Next, I will go to Mr. Kuma Suji. Is it okay? You have been a very powerful voice for democratic cooperation, especially about Taiwan and India congressional cooperation. So I'd like to ask you, how do you put India-Taiwan relation in this bigger picture of Indo-Pacific region, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Namaste. Before I go to the specifics of the Indo-Taiwan partnership, let me give the broader picture of India's maritime doctrine. So let me start with quoting one of the timeless wisdom of Indian philosophy. It's called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which was also the motto of India's G20 presidency in 2023, which translates to, it's in Sanskrit, which translates to, the world is one family. And this is precisely the belief and the thought process with which India looks at Indo-Pacific. So for India, Indo-Pacific is not just a geographical construct. It is rather a shared space that connects the East and the West, the Indian Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. So for India, the Indo-Pacific is not a theater of dominance or rivalry or competition. Rather, it's a space for inclusivity, for responsibility, for sovereignty. And that's exactly how India has articulated its maritime doctrine, which is called SAGAR. SAGAR stands for, it's an acronym, SAGAR is a Hindi Sanskrit word, which means ocean. And the SAGAR acronym stands for Security and Growth for All. I repeat, security and growth for all, not for India, not only security of India or prosperity of our country, but for all in the region, security and growth for all in the region. This was articulated by our Prime Minister in 2015. Last year in Mauritius, he expanded this doctrine into what is now called Mahasagar. Mahasagar means large ocean. So in ancient times, the Indian Ocean was called as Mahasagar in Indian scriptures, which again is an acronym translating to mutual and holistic advancement and security and growth for all in the region. So this is precisely what summarizes, the essence of India's maritime doctrine and India's approach towards Indo-Pacific and towards prosperity and inclusivity of all. So let me break this down into 4 key pillars. The first element of this doctrine is what we call the free and open Indo-Pacific. Honorable Member Ishikawa also spoke about it, FOIP. So FOIP is a very broad term, but in the context of India, it means respect for UNCLOS. We saw what happened with the Permanent Court of Arbitration Award with regards to Philippines. Countries, some specific countries dominating and coercing other countries and not accepting international laws. It stands for freedom of navigation. No country can and should have the right to block internal waterways and passages. It means no country should dominate or coerce others. So this is what in the Indian context refers to FOIP. The second pillar of India's doctrine, the Mahasagar doctrine, is ASEAN centrality. So when India engages with countries in the Indo-Pacific, of course, India believes that ASEAN nations should have the central place in its engagement. And that is also seen through India's Act East policy, which again was given shape in 2014 by our Honorable Prime Minister. Act East policy, India's engagement with the East and Far East, largely with Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. So Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea enjoy a central place in India's Act East policy, but there is ASEAN centrality, and that is evident from the massive increase in trade between India and ASEAN countries, from $12 billion almost 12 years back to more than $120 billion now. And the third piece of India's doctrine, Mahasagar doctrine, is security through cooperation. So security of the Indo-Pacific is a shared responsibility. It cannot be just one nation or a couple of nations talking on behalf of others. So it has to be a shared responsibility when it comes to counter-piracy, when it comes to protection of underground sea cables and other underwater infrastructure, when it comes to cyber and maritime infrastructure, humanitarian aid and rescue operation is one of the central pillars of India's security approach. Whenever there has been any natural calamity or any rescue operation, India has been at the forefront, whether it's in Myanmar or Sri Lanka or even countries beyond the Indo-Pacific, in Turkey and now in Venezuela. So this is why India is often called the first responder. World over, India has this reputation of being called the first responder in case of any natural disaster. And the final pillar of India's doctrine is development, not dependency. We have seen how debt trap diplomacy has become a geopolitical tool for some countries, for one particular country rather. How countries in Africa and Asia have been indebted into giving away their national assets, into giving away their ports and highways and whatnot, just because they could not pay the debt, which was very, very unfair to begin with. But India's support for development in other countries is about transparent financing. It's about sustainable infrastructure. It's about respect for sovereignty. So these are the 4 key pillars of India's maritime doctrine. Now, when you come to Taiwan, let me speak. I did mention about the Act East policy. Now there is this complementarity between India's Act East policy and the New Southbound Plus now, New Southbound policy of Taiwan, which is now enhanced to New Southbound Plus. The people-to-people ties, the cultural exchanges, the trade ties, Taiwan's support in helping us build our tech ecosystem, digital ecosystem, semiconductor industry is so well appreciated in the country. Today, India and Taiwan, we are talking of almost $13 billion of mutual trade. And there are 3 missions of Taiwan, of MOFA in India. And yesterday I requested the Honorable, His Excellency, the Honorable President for initiating direct flight connectivity between India and Taiwan, which was the case pre-COVID. So I think, you know, the approach of India towards Taiwan and towards the larger Indo-Pacific is about inclusivity, it is about respect for sovereignty, it is about mutual prosperity, it's about free and open Indo-Pacific. And India does not want to dominate Indo-Pacific, no way. India has never in the entire 5,000 years of its existence and civilization has ever invaded any country. And despite being a civilizational maritime power, we have millennia-old documented history of India's trade and cultural engagement with Southeast Asia and other countries in the Far East. India's civilizational maritime power actually, gives it a responsibility to ensure that India plays the role of a constructive and as a benevolent regional nation in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Mr. Kumar just provided us with some key concepts. Number one is a larger ocean concept. Security is not only good for India, but good for all. That's a community concept. Number two is active engagement to South ASEAN, and as well as Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. Number three is shared responsibility. Number four is development, but not dependency. Number five is, especially with Taiwan's new southbound policy, plus India, kind of people-to-people ties and connection, cooperation. Next, I will go to Helen. You often highlighted the importance of economic resilience and infrastructure. For a maritime nation like New Zealand, securing global shipping, seaborne communication, and preventing militarization of the Pacific Islands are vital. How can middle powers like New Zealand or Taiwan work together to maintain a free and open Indo-Pacific, please?
Thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. What I would say is, of all the countries here, New Zealand is the one that's furthest away from everything. And we can, as a result, be extremely sleepy about the nature of any kind of threat. And we tend to consider ourselves in the Pacific in a rather passive way. We actually have an extremely deep relationship in the Pacific. Just as a really ordinary example, I went to a school as a primary school child. It was 98% Pacific Islanders in my school. I was part of a 2% white kids. And it meant that those bonds are really strong. And I come from Auckland, and it is a community of Pacific Islanders. In some of those islands, there are less people than there are in Auckland. So we have a potential as a place of great influence in the Pacific if we support the Pacific Islands. They're devastatingly poor, and so they're vulnerable to China's money. And we've seen that happen. We had got a big shock when the Cook Islands signed an agreement, and the agreement was very, very invasive. So we have a responsibility that we have to pick up. But I thought what I would do is just talk to you about the reality, because I suspect it's true of other nations, the reality of the kind of influence that China has in a place like New Zealand. And the first thing I would say we need to do to make things safer in the Pacific is look very clearly at what is a playbook, what are narratives, and combat them. with clear messages that are the opposite. So, for example, in my time as a parliamentarian, I've had other parliamentarians tell me there are two sides to the Uyghur issue, two sides to Tibet. There are not, but that is what I've been told. And I've been told by people who I would often trust otherwise. I've heard about the historic link over China, and while we can all argue about the historic nature of the empire, actually, fundamentally, I don't care. People get to decide their own fate. 23 million people get to decide their own fate. So it's a very interesting thing that I am being told this in a democracy, that I should just not worry about it. And then I'm also told that if I do anything, I will impact on the New Zealand economy if I stand up for things. And that is of concern to me, that I am told that. I got told that in the back of a dark theatre when I was just about to talk to a Chinese audience, and I got told that, and I didn't know what to do with that. I'd never been threatened like that before in my life. And so it is quite something when those sorts of threats are made and people take them seriously. We're also often told that we're racist. And it's an issue of race. And we're also told, because I'm from a left-wing party, I'm told that to not support China on issues like Taiwan is to be right-wing. It's not right-wing. It's completely inconsistent to support China in this way. But all these are tools that are used, and I think it's really important that we are clear about the alternative version of things. So it's not acceptable to undermine human rights. One issue that I think we're talking a lot about is really a thread, not just in this situation, but worldwide, about what is the place of appeasement. Because it didn't work last time. We've had terrible results as people have tried to appease, but it seems a natural reaction that people have is to try and appease a bully. So we have to look at appeasement. We have to remind people about what happened in the Second World War. And then we also need to talk about the economic devastation that will occur if there's a conflict in this area, because people are self-interested. And they need to know that if we have conflict in this area, we are putting all our well-being at risk. And then we also need to build up economic independence in our country. So in New Zealand, we definitely need more partners. We have a very strong reliance on China and the US. We need to spread our economy. That's very important, but it's also important for our Pacific nations. And New Zealand needs to help Pacific nations do that, because those nations are so vulnerable. And I just wanted to finally finish on one story. I went to Vanuatu just on holiday. Vanuatu is a beautiful country, but it's very poor. And I went to an outer island. It's not even got a town. It's so simple in its structures. And there was a Chinese businessman there looking at building a casino. That would devastate a place like that island. And yet it's obviously very seductive because it's money. So other countries need to step up and put money into those islands and education into those islands in a way that insulates them from the influence of China. Thank you.
It is very difficult, if not impossible, to summarize what Helen just mentioned, because she provided us with real-life stories, especially on the vulnerability of infrastructure at Pacific Island nations, and also this Chinese debt trap in the region. and as well as China's threats to democracies and also democratic values, human rights, and as democracies, it doesn't make any sense that to use this ideological dichotomy to look at the issue of supporting Taiwan or exposing the wrongdoing or bad doings of China. Next, I will go to Yulia from Ukraine. You have been watching closely over Ukraine's maritime security strategy, and recently warned the Russia's dangerous shuttle fleet by bypassing sanctions in Black Sea. So I want to ask you what critical lessons from the Black Sea, especially regarding shuttle fleet and protecting freedom of navigation, should the Indo-Pacific region apply here? Please.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk, and thank you for hosting us here. And thank you to all nations who are helping Ukrainians in a very difficult time by humanitarian, military, morally, and politically help. Thank you very much, and for Taiwanese people as well. First of all, I would like to touch upon how the shadow fleet appeared, Russian shadow fleet. Actually, the war in Ukraine started in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea, which is an island which is a part of Ukraine, and it was a naval base for Ukrainian Navy and was always dispute with Russia about the navy, which navy will stay in this Crimea island. So it's a very strategic and very important base. Before annexation, it was a very big tourist center where many people came for tourism purposes. Now it's a fully fortified military base. And actually, when they annexed in 2014, then it was a low-key war, and in 2022, they invaded. It was full-scale invasion into Ukraine. You saw also in the news. And actually, Russia was sanctioned by most of the Western allies and our international partners, so they cannot sell the black gold oil because Russian economy mostly rely on the resources, on oil, on gas, on selling minerals and grains. So the Russia couldn't actually transport and do logistics of their goods and their resources, which they are actually the main source of revenue of their budget. And they started to produce shadow fleet. Now the shadow fleet consists of 1,500 vessels. This is the third biggest fleet in the world. Despite its shadow, it does not exist. So it does not exist on a paper. There is no fleet, but it exists de facto. This is a very old vessels, very poorly maintained. It's dangerous for ecology, for the environment, for the tourism, for all of us, because these vessels are actually all over the global ocean. They're going through Baltics, 50% of the shadow fleet going through Baltic Sea. 20% through the Black Sea. And other fleet is going through other channels, other routes, including in the Pacific. But this is a very dangerous because if this vessel at some point of time will collapse, even without military action. So this, for some countries, particularly tourist countries, this will be a drama and the loss of the revenues from tourism, from etc., etc. So this fleet is not only about avoiding sanctions and fulfilling Russian budget, which they use mostly for military purposes, killing Ukrainians. but also it's a danger for environment, for tourism, for other countries. Unfortunately, this shadow fleet for Russia is the only probably successful route of exporting the resources, and more than 534 captains for all over the world, including your countries, working in this fleet. It's not Russians who are working on this fleet. They are transporting, the dead weight of this fleet is more than 100 million tons. So it's a huge fleet, and mostly they are delivering 50% of these goods transported by this fleet delivered to China. So China also benefiting from this fleet because they are receiving cheap energy, cheap resources, cheap wheat, and they can produce it into cheap goods we are selling all over the world. So this is like fueling not only Russian, this fleet fueling not only Russian economy, but also fueling China economy, because they are really using it as one of the most powerful logistic and for resources needed for China. So actually, for these years, maybe, I mean, we are far from the Indo-Pacific region, but I think that our lessons learned from the war will be very useful in many countries, not only for Taiwan, but for many countries who are challenged by aggressive neighbors or threatening by other countries. But I would say the most important lesson is that you should be prepared. You should prepare for war to get peace. And the investing in the deterrence is much cheaper than investing into the war later. So our investments annually, Ukraine invests around 120 billion euro into the war every year. Yes, we have active war, full-scale invasion, but it's a very expensive exercise. Thanks to our international partners, we can sustain and run the state and have a success on the battlefield. And the second very important lesson is the price for invasion for aggressor should be very high. And when you start the war, you have to think how you will end it. Russia trapped in this war. They cannot win. They cannot stop. And the whole Russia is a hostage of this war, including Kremlin, because for 4.5 years, since 2022, they lost more than 1.4 million people, Russians. Some of them dead, more than, I think, 500,000 dead, and the other is heavily injured with amputation, I mean, they cannot serve anymore. They spent for this war over $1 trillion of dollars. So it's a huge amount. If you will invest it in your country or invest it in international trade and development, you can reach more effect and get more investments and get more money than just invade the country, other country, neighboring country. And in exchange, they got, at this point of time, 5% of occupied Ukrainian territory. So for 5% of Ukrainian burned land, they spent $1 trillion, 1.4 million of Russian lives, and they are trapped in an absolute it's a dead end for them, basically, because they cannot win. So the price for aggressor is so high that it could collapse the country, including Russia. So big aggressive countries should realize and understand that the price will be so high that it could collapse their own countries, collapse their own nations, and actually stop existing of some nations. So this is the lesson we learned from, and I think Russia learned from our part of the world and from this unfair and unjust war. And I would also mention that there is no maritime or conflict in Indo-Pacific, in the Black Sea, or a Baltic. We have a global ocean, and we have basically a conflict in the Hormuz influence the whole world, including each and every GDP of each and every country. The conflict in the Black Sea led in 2022 to the disruption of the and the damage of food security worldwide, because we, Ukraine, we are the biggest exporter of grains. We are feeding more than 400 million people worldwide, mostly in Asia and Africa. We're consuming only 6% of what we are growing. So we are exporting more than 94% of our crops. And because of this disruption, many people in Asia, mostly lower income countries of Asia and Africa, were hungry. And it could change not only food security, it could change political landscape, geopolitical landscape, and migration flows. So because hunger is hunger, if you need to save your kids, you will take your kids, go to the other countries, or try to flee your country. So there is a global ocean, and we have to consider, we do care about in the Pacific, because we understand that lessons and pattern and training in the Black Sea will be replicated in the Indo-Pacific. And asymmetric response, as we do in Ukraine against our big aggressive neighbor Russia, works. It works. We destroyed, we don't have fleet, but we destroyed 35% of Russian fleet without fleet by sea drones. We are very innovative and inventive, and we invented it because we need to protect our country, and now we reach an amazing result. Without fleet, we destroyed a fleet of other country. And also the last and not least, for me it's most important, I think democracies should be more united. We have to have joint response, including joint practical things. Not only talking about our concerns, regrets, etc. We need to be very proactive, as Tyrants do. They very proactive. They support each other. We have to support each other. We have to share our knowledge. We have to do joint exercises in the Pacific, Black Sea, and Baltics. We shouldn't be afraid of the big neighbors, but only joint and united response could stop these aggressive war and aggressive neighbors, and also the price of the war. Thank you.
Yulia shared with us 4 very important key concepts and experience. She described the seriousness of shadow fleet of Russia at Black Sea. And number 2, informing our opponent or our enemies that cost is too high as the most effective deterrence. Number 3, just like Suzy mentioned, it's global ocean. Maritime security issue is never local, never regional, it's global. And number 4, it does work at Ukraine to increase our capabilities in asymmetric warfare. Because of time limitation, I actually have a lot of further questions to ask our 6 very distinguished guests, but time is running short. Believe me, it is not an easy task to be a chair of this panel, sitting with all these 6 parliament members. I try to summarize the very valuable opinions from the 6 speakers. Number 1, collective action is the only solution to China's gray zone tactics. Number 2, shared responsibility is the most foundation for democracies to establish cooperation. Number 3, as Alicia mentioned, we need to expose all the wrongdoing and bad doings of China, just like Yulia mentioned about Russia. Number 4, we need to respond to every single attempt, gradual attempt from autocracies, try to change the status quo. And we try to increase, to beef up our economic security, democratic value, supply chain resilience, and most importantly, rule of law. I believe I fulfill my duty pretty well, and I will invite you to your big hand to thank our 6 speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Guo, and all the panelists for this engaging dialogue. How about we invite you to take a group photo on the stage to remember this panel? 让我们邀请在台上的主持人跟与谈人一起合影，为这一场的对谈留下一个珍贵的画面。Let's look into our photographer in the center together. Beautiful. Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists. Please take your seats. 再次的谢谢主持人和与谈贵宾的精彩分享。那么随着印太区域的安全环境日益的复杂，其实呢各种新兴的挑战也持续的改变我们对于区域安全的理解跟因应的方式。所以接下来我们将会进一步的来聚焦这些快速演变的议题，要来探讨的是印太安全的新兴趋势跟挑战。As the security landscape across the Indo-Pacific region grows increasingly complex, emerging challenges continue to shape how we understand and respond to these regional security. So in the next session, we will take a closer look at these evolving issues and explore the new trends and challenges shaping the Indo-Pacific security. 那么紧接着呢，我们就要进入到场次1。And now moving on to session 1. Our moderator for the session is Dr. Yichong Lai, President of the Prospect Foundation. 首先，让我们欢迎本场的主持人远景基金会赖宜中执行长到台上入座，欢迎。接下来呢，要邀请的是本场的与谈人。Let's invite our panelists to take a seat on the stage. Let's welcome Dr. John Breffer, Executive Director of the Yokosuka Council on Asia-Pacific Studies. Mr. Andrew Wilson, Executive Director of the Center for International Private Enterprise. Welcome. Mr. Hideshi Tokuchi, President of the Research Institute for Peace and Security. Ms. Katerina Dimitrashvili, member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Republic. Mr. Jeffrey Payne, Senior Visiting Fellow of RCAST at University of Tokyo. And also we would like to bring up to the stage Lieutenant Commander Dr. Tobias Kolakowski of German Institute for Defense and Strategic Studies. Welcome. Please take your seats. And we will now hand the floor to our moderator, Dr. Lai.
Thank you all for staying up here for this important panels. My name is Yichong Lai, President of Prospect Foundation. Sometimes I prefer people to call me President Lai. Yeah, that's a music to the ears. Today, the panel, the issue is about emerging issue of Indo-Pacific security. And I have to say that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz highlights the security about the waterway around the whole world. And immediately, the Taiwan Strait security has been made in comparison with the Strait of Hormuz. And when we look at the international impact due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, through the energy shipment. But then when we calculate the closure of the Taiwan Straits, if something happened, then the impact to the whole world will be 10 times bigger. The reason is that if you just look at the Taiwan Straits, it shoulder about 51% of the global cargo shipping, 50% of the global container shipping, and numerous other countries that relies on the shipment of the Taiwan Strait for its external commerce. And also, just borrow from the recent work by the CSIS regarding the troubling straits of the whole world. Malacca Strait has been mentioned very frequently. And when they do the comparison of Malacca Strait and Taiwan Strait, Malacca Strait carries about 21% of the global trade. And Taiwan Strait also carries 21% of global trade. So that's one thing. And for the Japan, Korea, and the Philippines, Japan 18% of export, Korea 13% of export, and the Philippines for 12% of export rely on the Malacca Strait. But Japan, 27% of trade, Korea 23% of trade, and the Philippines 17% of trade actually goes through the Taiwan Straits. So their reliance on the Taiwan Straits is much higher than Malacca Straits. Another interesting figure coming from that report is that when we talk about China, China has about 21% of the import and 14% of export through the Malacca Straits. But China has 33% of export and 16%, 33% of import and 16% of export through the Taiwan Straits. So the issue about the closure of the Taiwan Strait, not just about the impact to the whole world that we all know, and to Taiwan, but it also effectively put tremendous damage on China. Particularly, what we do notice that in addition to the trade volume, 74% of the goods exports from China through the Taiwan Straits. So those are important figures that as a background I'd like to provide to everyone when we talk about the emerging security issues here. Then, another interesting, but a very concerning development is that the tension for the water, not just about the Taiwan Strait, but for the whole First Island chain nations, is increasing rapidly, the tension, particularly after the constructive relationship of strategic stability, that conclusion between China and the United States as a result of the Trump-Xi meeting. Immediately after, we saw China put the pressure on Japan, Philippines, particularly on Taiwan, even claim the jurisdiction over every single water that Taiwan has about the administration. China claimed that they have. And in June, also there's a new episode about China sending its Coast Guard ship directly enter the territorial water Taiwan governed in Ituaba. And remember, Taiwan already has a doctrine that should any Chinese military ship enter our territorial water, that will be considered as a warlike scenarios. So right now it happens with Ituaba. We do not know when and whether China decided to challenge the territorial water of Taiwan sometime in the future, because we already know that another episode in Taiwan is that China sent its military research ship into the continuous zone of the Taiwan. So that is not an offshore island of Taiwan, it's the main island of Taiwan. So we actually see the rapid rising of the tension, and everything is pointing more and more toward the confrontation, military confrontations. And with that in mind, very troublesome development, of course, in Taiwan, but also for the rest of the First Island chain. And we also have to remember right now China deployed over 110 military ships as well as a Coast Guard ship altogether in the First Island chain. And 2 days ago, China also fired the intercontinental missiles into the water between Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, Eswatini as Fiji and Australia, to demonstrate the point about Chinese opposition to the agreement signed between Australia and Fiji, and also probably because this Sunday is the 10th year anniversary of the South China Sea, the attributions tribunal's court ruling, and China disobeyed about that ruling for about 10 years. And China want to make the point that those rules does not apply to China. All right. So I think that those timing and these actions, in my view, particularly by China, regarding the Indo-Pacific security on the first island chain, but also in the water outside the first island chain, that is right now actually frame what we understood as the security issues here. But I think there are also other probably issues that you also want to talk about. So I'd just like to ask first John Bradford to give me your thoughts, and then just one by one, and then open for discussion. Okay.
Well, thank you, President Lai. I hope I can meet and sit with the President Lai every day this week. I wanted to start my comments by just thanking the Ocean Affairs Council. And I know this is sort of a thing that people say when they start panels, but in this case, I really mean it. I believe the most powerful tool we have to advance ocean governance and to protect the oceans for the common use of all people is connections between people, the building of communities, and the advancing of dialogue. Hard power and government actions are one thing, but they are a part of the system. The place where we can squeeze more value is by connecting more people. And in this way, I'm super excited that I was invited to come to this conference in two roles. One is a speaker, and I'm honored that many of you are bothering to sit here and listen to me, but also as the leader of a group called the Maritime Genie Network. And the Maritime Genies are a group of innovators, more than 40 strong across the world, who have an idea to improve maritime governance. And our latest group of Maritime Genies, the third cohort, are here because of partnership with the Ocean Affairs Council. And, I'd say most of this today has been kind of a bummer, right? Everybody's kind of complained, this bad thing's happening, this is happening, tech's making it harder. These are all true, and these are all reasons to be a little bit depressed. There are reasons to fight harder and think harder. But if you want a little bit of optimism, please, 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 throughout the days, meet the Maritime Genies and hear their ideas to improve things. And so you know who they are. I'd like them to stand up, and also the team leaders, Ivy and Chuping. They're mostly over here, but I think a couple are scattered around. Stand up. I only have 5 minutes. Awesome. Okay, so why am I focused on maritime governance, not maritime security, not hard deterrence, et cetera? It's because, in my mind, maritime governance is the issue which has come under the most attack in the last few years at sea and under the most rapid change. I think a lot of what you've heard today has already painted that picture, and most of you are already familiar with the picture. I don't have the expertise to repaint the picture, but what I can do is, drawing on my experience in the last few years as a community builder and work before that as a naval officer, to color in some of that picture with some very specific details. And because I'm a sailor at heart, I like to do that as a voyage, a sea voyage. So I'm going to walk us through time and space, kind of starting at the Black Sea and arriving more closely to the situation that faces Taiwan today. The place where I will offer the least additional color along this journey is the Black Sea. I'm not going to top the speakers before me, especially the last panelist from the most recent panel. But I think it's important to point out here that the reason that maritime governance is in dispute so much and things have changed so rapidly in the last few years are because of two variables. One is technology, and the other is the shifting of norms. The laws have remained the same, but the norms that are hinged on strategy and the technology which is used to implement strategies have changed. And in the Black Sea, as has been said several times this morning, the execution of a maritime strategy, a sea denial strategy that not just denied access to Ukraine's waters, but pushed back the Russian fleet and destroyed much of the Russian fleet, was shore-based in drones, relatively low cost, certainly certainly low cost in comparison to building capital ships. So if you want to see how technology is changing warfare, this is an obvious place. So we'll cruise a little bit closer and we'll get to the Red Sea. So the Red Sea was most famously blocked to international commerce by the Houthi attacks a few years ago. And we know this story, and to some extent it's primarily a technology story. Maybe it's not really, on first look, a norm story, because we have experience of small rebel groups or terror groups, non-state actors disrupting trade and causing trouble before. The big difference is they could reach out into sea at relatively low cost with a great deal of resilience, and there was very little the international community could do about it. You weren't going to be able to bomb them out of their drone problem, so how do you stop it? But what has changed is even though most of the attacks have stopped, yes, there was a small boat attack just on the 6th of July, but for the most part, the Houthis have restrained themselves the last couple of years. Yet shipping has not returned because there's a new norm in thinking. So we went to Evergreen Shipping on Monday, and Evergreen Shipping, the world's 6th largest ship owner, is not using the Red Sea at all. Some shippers are, some of the tracks have returned, but for the most part, transits there have dried up. And they've dried up because of the continued threat, even though not the continuation of action. So I'll come a little bit closer, and that's the Strait of Hormuz. And the 2 points that I'd like to make about the Strait of Hormuz is, first, we shouldn't talk about the Strait of Hormuz. We should talk about the entire maritime region that covers the entire Arabian Gulf and out into the Gulf of Oman. And that's because, the fact that Iran had technology to interfere with close the Strait of Hormuz, and even the world's greatest Navy, the United States Navy, was going to have trouble fighting its way through that, is something that I was taught every year of my naval service from the 1990s. But what the Iranians have done, where they have gained sea control, is not just the Strait of Hormuz. In the first days of their attacks, they attacked vessels all the way from just outside Basra in Iraq, across the Arabian Gulf, inside territorial waters of Bahrain and the UAE, ships port side, pier side, alongside, in port, and out well into the Gulf of Oman. So we talk about how they closed the Straits of Hormuz, but they didn't. They have the opportunity to attack any ship doing anything that they don't want them to do throughout that entire geographic region. Now you get to a certain line, and a certain line you do get outside the bulk of attacks, because these missiles that they have a bulk of, the UAVs and unmanned surface drones, can only go so far with effectiveness. And the United States Navy continues to maintain sea control in those open ocean waters. So what's new here? Coastal states are not just providing area denial along their coast, but like we saw in Ukraine, they're reaching far out to their neighbors. And they're able to deny their neighbors their use of their neighbors' seas by using relatively low-cost shore-based systems. And then the other one is the U.S. blockade is different from a blockade we've seen in other places in other years. And I'll talk a little bit more about this in the future when I talk about Taiwan, but this was not done via purely legal sanctions. We're going to tag you and bag you. We'll catch you in port. We'll use the Department of Justice list to support you. But ships were taken at sea. And the United States Navy has done that before, but it's usually done in a very constrained manner with special forces. The U.S. Navy used kinetic force, used bombs and missiles, well, not bombs, but missiles and bullets to disable 9 ships, right? Now that's perfectly legal in accordance with the laws with the law of naval warfare, and it was done in a deliberate manner. So I'm not critical of that, but it is something that's different. and it's something that's different that the United States has not done for decades. So coming a little bit closer, we'll get to Indonesia. We talked about the Strait of Malacca. Indonesia had brilliant diplomats negotiating UNCLOS, and they created one of the great compromises. The great compromise is that they gained undisputed sovereign control over archipelagic waters, a concept which did not exist before UNCLOS, and they are obligated to provide the international community with access to those waters under a specific set of rules. Because of all these changes, and because the norms are changing, we're hearing more bubbling up of ideas to change that from Indonesia. I don't personally predict that they will change it. I don't think that they're going to change how they behave, but the new technologies that give them options and the new norms are causing this great compromise to be reviewed. And remember, the definition of a great compromise is when both sides feel they got a little bit gypped, when both sides think they should have gotten a better deal. That's a great compromise. And so this idea in Indonesia that, yeah, there are waters and we should have gotten a little more from UNCLOS, or UNCLOS should be interpreted a little more favorably, is a long-standing view. But it's bubbling up because of these changes. Okay, so last stop on our trip is Taiwan. And here I'd like to focus on a series of conversations I've had over the last 3 years through another YCAPS program, our Center for Maritime Capacity, where we've been trying to connect shipping communities with military leaders to advance those conversations. And there are two very, very clear things that have changed in these conversations in the last 3 years. So first one, on the military side, 3 years ago when I would talk to American, Japanese, and other flag officers or recently retired flag officers, they would tell me that in a Taiwan contingency, they can't imagine unrestricted warfare against shipping. And that they think it's very unlikely that any kind of kinetic force, bullets and missiles, would be used in a quarantine or blockade situation. They always kind of said, well, maybe China would, but we don't think so. And the US and its allies would not. Post-Hormuz, that's not the conversation. That's not to say that I actually was very skeptical of that. I said, really? Given the stakes, no one's going to shoot? What happens when you just ignore the DOJ ruling? But the norm was set up enough that people were skeptical of that idea. So they're not anymore. Now, on the shipping community at that time, if you said, would states close ports to you? Would states use navies to blockade you? They would say, maybe not the Chinese or Taiwan companies, but the Southeast Asia-based shipping companies and the European-dominated ones would always say, no way. There is too much money at stake. They're not going to stop us from going to a port. They're not going to stop us from going anywhere. There is too much money at stake. They do not say that now. The last time I had a serious conversation with a variety of shippers, and these were senior executives from the big European companies and the owners of Southeast Asian companies that hold like 12, 20 ships. They absolutely recognized that their ships would be in physical danger in a Taiwan contingency, even a Taiwan contingency that went short of a war in any kind of blockade or quarantine situation. And the other thing that really struck me is whereas 3 years ago they would say, no one's going to stop me from going to their ports, now, when I was presented them with a scenario where they were forced to decide between, and we simplified it, visiting PRC ports and visiting US, Taiwan, Japan ports. So they accepted that scenario. 3 years ago, they said never will happen. Now they accepted it. And even more scary to me is they simply put, well, if we have to make a choice, it's a no-brainer. We won't be trading with the United States, Taiwan, or Japan. Now, that's not necessarily everybody, but if that's these companies, and certainly the CCP companies, which are the other big ship owners, it's a problem. So we're going to continue these conversations. What do we do about it? Go back to my first opening statements. More communication with more groups of people, more innovation. Let's get good ideas together. The same technology, which is empowering coastal sea defense, is also empowering very good ideas to address this. So let's connect those good ideas, those small startup enterprises, those small groups, with more larger organizations and governments. And I think I exceeded my time, so thank you, Professor Lai, for the courtesy.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks, especially that when you mentioned about basically the shipping when things pushed to the shelf, that they try to avoid the good guys and they go to the aggressors, to avoid being attacked. That's a fresh reminder for us. So next, I'd like to invite Andrew Wilson, coming from the private enterprise background. Would you like to share some work with us?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the organizers of the Ocean Affairs Council, equally thankful in a very sincere way. At CIPE, we are a private sector organization. We're a not-for-profit, and we're affiliated with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, as well as an organization in the United States called the National Endowment for Democracy. So we often look at the intersection between governance and the private sector in terms of the operating environment for business around the world. And I think what we've seen highlighted at this conference is the increasing linkage between economic security issues, national security issues, and business. And it's something that's evolved over the years that I've been doing this work, is that we've seen boards of directors of companies really starting to have to take into consideration issues of national security, maritime security, and other things in their methods of risk management that we haven't seen in a long time and perhaps taken for granted. So I'll make a couple of observations on what's driving some of these private sector considerations. First off, China's maritime approach, as we've heard, is really designed to reshape the status quo on an incremental basis. It's using gray zone tactics that stay well below the threshold of open conflict, and it blurs the line between civil and military action. And for business, this translates into uncertainty, risk, and higher operating costs, particularly in shipping, energy, and digital infrastructure. This weakening of adherence to maritime norms is not just a legal concern, but it really directly affects investment decisions in boardrooms, the cost of insurance, and supply chain reliability for companies operating across the region. And from our perspective, maintaining a rules-based maritime order is essential to functioning markets and private sector confidence. Therefore, upholding the order becomes very important for business predictability, and it's an economic imperative at a national level. And really, this is one of these things where it's sitting at the intersection of national security and commercial continuity. If we can't get those in a firm place, it really makes it difficult to make business decisions. From an economic security perspective, the first island chain economic resilience matters because Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines sit at the front line of both regional economic growth and authoritarian economic coercion. And while I can't speak for our government because I'm from the private sector, from the U.S.'s economic security perspective, a more resilient first island chain helps protect critical supply chains, reduce dependency on authoritarian capital and technology, and strengthen coordination among democratic partners in the Indo-Pacific. And we heard some of that from our colleague in the previous panel speaking on the challenges that our colleagues in New Zealand face. But it also supports a rules-based, transparent, and market-oriented regional economy that's less vulnerable to coercion or elite capture. You know, I think we need to think about resilience in practical terms, and this means it's the diversification of routes and suppliers, redundancies in critical infrastructure, closer coordination between governments and the private sector. And for us in the private sector, resilience means stronger business continuity planning, better supply chain risk management, improved information sharing, and the ability to respond collectively to disruptions, trade restrictions, coercive investment, or a Taiwan contingency. I'd also point out that undersea infrastructure is also a growing area of concern for the private sector, and we've seen that in chain dragging and other things in the Baltic Sea in our current conflict. And at CIPE, we see a raising concern among the private sector about these issues, in particular, the limitations on technical infrastructure, but also energy links and other strategic economic assets. So on this, we really are focused on trying to build a private sector, public sector dialogue on these issues. And I think this is one place we've really noticed there's a gap in practice and skills, is that there are well-defined intergovernment procedures, there are well-defined security procedures, but where the private sector's activities intersect with this decision-making process, we see great weakness. And the ability of the private sector to sit down and speak with policymakers about the decisions being made in maritime governance, national security concerns, and otherwise often don't take into consideration the impact that might have on the private sector. Although we did hear it a bit, I think, in our discussion, in the previous discussion when we talked about the movement of Ukrainian goods, or most recently, I think, the economic damage that the Strait of Hormuz closure had on things. So what we're looking at here, I think, is thinking about a place like Taiwan as being a hub for these kinds of discussions, especially within the First Island chain. We've been doing a lot of work recently with business communities across the whole chain, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines, to begin to find a common voice on how we communicate on these issues in this new environment where economic coercive tools are now being used as national security tools, and that includes the free movement of goods across the waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for your remarks, particularly from the private enterprises to deal with the issue at the particular intensive time. So next, I'd like to invite President Toguchi Hideshi, also my good friend, for your comments.
Well, Dr. Lai, thank you very much. Well, first of all, let me thank the Ocean Affairs Council of Taiwan for inviting me to this APEX conference. And also, I'm very much grateful to all those people who made my trip to this vibrant and warm-hearted city possible. Thank you. The Indo-Pacific region, particularly East Asia, is a dangerous, very dangerous part of the world. There are three revisionist authoritarian states. All of them have nuclear weapons. They are increasing their nuclear arsenals. They are strengthening their partnerships, even including Iran. And their relationships are transactional, but and also not formal bloc, and also primarily bilateral, but more strategic. We shouldn't have any illusion that we can easily split them and befriend one to counter another. We must have capability and capacity to address all of them simultaneously. So my point is quite simple. As they are colluding much more than before, and also European security and the Asian security are connected with each other, we must be united. And their challenges are too big for any one country to address alone. We live in the age of long and total wars of attrition. The world is more connected. Anything can be easily weaponized. In the past century, war was an extension of politics by other means, as Clausewitz said. But today, politics is an extension of war by other means. Wars are hybrid and their intensity is not equal. Some wars are close to pitch black and others are like pure white. Conflict under the threshold of armed attack makes the measurement of the intensity of the conflict more difficult, blurring the difference between war and peace for the following three reasons. First, coercion under the threshold of armed attack, particularly by non-kinetic means, is not easily regarded as war in the traditional sense. Second, various actors other than military forces and even non-governmental actors are involved. And third, it is easier to hide the perpetrator's identity in the gray zone cases, particularly in cyberspace. In the ancient world, Sun Tzu said, supreme excellence exists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. It is relevant to deterrence as well as gray zone warfare. Gray zone warfare is not new, but we must have the following, following four new factors fully in mind. First, destructive power of the military forces, particularly nuclear weapon, is increasing. It's becoming more difficult to make a political decision to resort to military force to resolve international disputes. Like the stability-instability paradox, difficulty of use of force at higher level of intensity makes use of force at a lower level easier. And second, we must not underrate the power of legal norm. It doesn't have absolute power to stop or prevent armed conflict, but combined with physical force, it has power to restrain political leaders. And third, due to asymmetrical interdependence of nations, the country with a lesser degree of dependence is apt to become high-handed against the other country with a great degree of dependence. Also, economic interdependence tends to escalate diplomatic confrontation, also like the stability-instability paradox. And fourth, technological development, particularly of cyber technology, matters a lot. No matter how geographically remote adversaries are, they can easily reach other opponents through cyberspace and steal information and data and manipulate a critical infrastructure without disclosing their identity. As Russian General Valery Gerasimov said, wars are not declared, but simply begin so that a completely well-off country could be transformed into an arena of the most intense armed conflict in a matter of months or even days. This information is extremely useful for that purpose, as it is easy to spread instantly, widely, and also without cost. Authoritarian states are less vulnerable to this information than open and democratic states. Political use of economic means can also cause huge ramification. However, the international situations are changing in the following 3 or 4 points. First, on the issue of destructive power, destructive capability of military force. Just recall Operation Spider's Web by Ukrainian low-cost drones against Russian strategic bomber last year. It didn't provoke Russian nuclear response. Nuclear deterrence did not work in this case. Second, on the issue of power of legal norm, rules themselves do not govern international conduct of states. We now know that the rules-based international order rested less on the autonomous authority of rules than on the American power to de facto enforce the rules. Today, today's United States is much different from that of the past, denouncing the rules-based order as a cloud castle abstraction and empty globalist rhetoric. A third, the issue of the economic interdependence. Measures to enhance strategic autonomy are already pursued in many ways in many countries. And fourth, technology development. Cheap and mass-produced drones make a huge impact on huge impact on the balance of power, just as I said, referring to the Ukrainian operation against Russian bombers. However, my final point is related to my second point. I mean, the power of legal norm. the US administration is more volatile and less restrained. President Trump publicly said that his mind is the only thing that can restrain him, and the US is more adventurous in military operational terms. It is said that it is exploiting its residual military power while it can, like late-stage empire. Therefore, provoking the United States would be very risky, from the viewpoint of adversaries. Accumulation of advantage by gray zone tactics without outright military invasion would be a realistic choice, particularly in countering the United States. Then, what can we address these difficult challenges? No easy solutions or silver bullets. But there are at least 5 points as follows. First, take a whole-of-government approach and build a comprehensive national power, including diplomatic capability, military capability, economic capability, technological capability, and also intelligence capability. And second, continue to enhance resilience to decrease vulnerability, particularly in supply chains, and increase the autonomy of the country and also of societies. And third, keep vigilant. Early warning to capture symptoms and sharing information is critical. As already discussed in this forum, each threat may not be vital, but if accumulated, such small threats will make a huge mess. And fourth, efforts to restore the rules-based order remains important. It is not a nostalgic idea, I think. But rules themselves do not govern, as I already said. We must go beyond verbal condemnation and appeals to international law. We must increase our presence to fill the power vacuum wherever infiltrated and impose real cost on wrongdoers. Just recall what has been happening in the South China Sea for a long time. In the mid-1950s, just after the French withdrawal from that region, China took over the eastern half of the Paracel Island. In the mid-1970s, soon after the US withdrawal from Vietnam, China advanced to the entire Paracel. And also in the 1980s, when soon after the former Soviet Union withdrew its military presence in Vietnam, China advanced further to the South China Sea. And also in the early 1990s, when the United States withdrew from the Philippines, then China advanced to the Mischief Ring. So the lesson is don't make power vacuum, fill the power vacuum. That's the lesson. And fifth, for all those efforts, international partnership among like-minded countries is indispensable. Friend is a great asset. It is not burden. As I already said, today's challenges are too great for any nation to address alone. That's why partnership is very, very important, including, of course, Taiwan. Yeah. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Koichi. And particularly when the last sentence about the having Taiwan as a crucial for the cooperating partner, that definitely we feel very warm welcome. Next, I'd like to invite the Katrina Dematrashvili. She's the member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic.
Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here. Thank you for having me. I know it might seem a bit unexpected to see me in this panel, and not because of the thing that you see, that I'm a woman, but because I'm the only politician amongst academics, incredible academics, which is an honor. Thank you. But also because I'm representing Czech Republic, which, as you know, does not have any access to sea or ocean. We are right in the beating heart of Europe. But just to break the ice, even though Czech Republic does not have any sea or ocean, we still have had one very important, but only one, naval battle. And it was in the Siberian Russia. It was one of the important parts, incredible parts of First World War, at I think 1918, where the Czechoslovak Legion somehow, that's a long story, ended up amongst Siberia, and it was a battle on Lake Baikal, where our legionnaires fought against the Red Bolsheviks, defeated them, seized the naval port, and seized a significant part of the Trans-Siberian road. So we had an incredible success, and you could say that Czech Republic has 100% success rate at fights on water. But that is just to break the ice. Of course, unfortunately, the thing that I have to speak here on is that, unfortunately, we have a lot of experiences in suffering in gray zone tactics. That is the thing I want to talk here about. Not only the cyber attacks, mainly it is regard to disinformation, which of course has the goals of disrupting the trust of state institutions, overall disrupting and kind of separating the society. It is an honor for me, it's the first time being here in Taiwan, to see the people that are here fighting on the front lines against Chinese influence. Thank you so much for that. But the fact that you are on the front lines does not mean that you do not have the support. I believe I speak on behalf of IPAC, International Parliamentary Alliance on China, that we see ourselves as your infantry. And that, though, does not mean that we take the responsibility off our shoulders. Precisely the other way around. It is our responsibility to take care of our own defense budgets, of finding effective ways to battle disinformation wars, and heal the disruption that is caused by disinformation. In this regard, I think one of the many important tactics that we should take is inspiration from a French initiative, a state initiative, that has the goal of debunking disinformation right then and there, because time is very crucial in these parts. I also find very incredibly important the heightening cooperation between Japan, Philippines, and also the European countries taking their part in publicly criticizing the maritime coercion around Taiwan, because that is also incredibly important to understand that, and it is one of the things that the Russian aggression in Ukraine has taught us, that geographical location does not save you from the consequences. That is one of the things that we have seen all over the world, and in this case, especially regarding Taiwan, it matters the most. The causes will be catastrophic. So the main thing that I think we have, unfortunately, in common is we have to find ways to fight in the disinformation wars. Of course, there has been a debate regarding whether it's better to debunk and force the strategies on a state level, because it is understandable that to the civil society it does not always seem precise and correct to hear state information that's always bordering on some kind of non-trust. So as in Czech Republic and in many other European countries, this role has been taken on by NGOs doing incredible jobs, but of course needing more funding. I think our main role as politicians in the infantry is to explain the threat, because we cannot act without the support of our people. And unfortunately, I must say, still in Europe, the Chinese threat is incredibly not understood, not educated enough. I am happy that some talks have been on the European level, although in Czech Republic it is still not as deeply recognized as it should be. We Czechs see most imminently the Russian threat, of course, but because it's closer. But the discussion of the Chinese threat must be also initialized because they are cooperating, unfortunately. And that is also a lesson that we must learn from the unfortunate and incredibly horrible things that are happening in Ukraine, because China has been successfully taking all possible information from the battlefield and transferring it into their own, I would say, experience, learning from it. That is why I think it's incredibly important also to make use and accept the help that Ukrainians want to offer us in preparing for any possible escalation, because the goal is to deter. Also, we need to be clear on the consequences, but also not over-escalate. I think that is widely understood. Although the situation in Czech Republic has not been it is not talked about as much of the Chinese influence, even though we have just recently caught a Chinese spy who was undercover as a news reporter. And even that was not the wake-up call that the Chinese influence is all over the world. Even that was not enough. I am pleased to say that at least the political representation of Czech Republic realizes this, realizes the absolute strategical need of Taiwan to survive and to keep their status quo. I'm proud that I have seen visits of both speakers of parliament, of two chambers of parliament here. One visit of our Senate speaker in the last months, actually, and that we have bipartisan support of Taiwan, that this is not a left thing, this is not a right thing, this is not conservative or progressive. This is just simply national security all over the world. I think in explaining both to politicians, to allies, and to the society, it's important to state that our main motivation should be values. I think moral compass should always win. Unfortunately, often it is not enough as an argument that we share the same values. Then the second argument follows, and that is simply in our own strategic and economic interest. I am, to be honest, incredibly sick of hearing the phrase pragmatic foreign relations. Because every time I hear it, in the end, I end up finding out that it is not truly pragmatic. It is only making an excuse of making deals with authoritarians, which to me seems absolutely crazy, since you can never make truly a deal with an authoritarian. They cannot even serve their own people. Their people don't trust them. How can you trust them? That is something that I wanted to point out. Unfortunately, regarding the gray zone tactics, we as democratic countries are incredibly weakened by the fact that the things that we value as democracy, as parts of democracy, are being weaponized against us. My colleague here has already mentioned that. These gray zone tactics challenge our legal systems because it is unbelievable how exploited can be the open media, open economics, and even the concept of elections. I do believe that authoritarian countries simply do not realize the benefit of that. so they do not have any respect to it. That is unfortunately what we have been seeing also all over the world. What shocked me, honestly, is the fact that TikTok is still not banned here, because that is a debate that we have been leading on the European platform. I think an important debate. I try to spread my word everywhere I can. And I think there we should take a great example of India, because of course it will be met with some slight pushback, but it must be done. It simply must be done, and the people concerned will find another way of expression. And I think what has been most said here, and I would like to repeat it, because if you don't say something 7 times until everybody's tired, basically they've not heard it, is the topic of the way of escalation. Because, of course, it's important to talk about the singular, isolated attacks, but we must realize that it is a pattern. And it's a salami method, as has been mentioned here. It's literally authoritarians testing the waters, in your case, literally testing the waters. And it's important to understand that our goal should be deterrence, but our problem is that we expect rationality. We expect rationality from them, to realize that the price they pay in the end will be greater for everybody than they imagine. But we have seen that does not work. That did not work for Putin. He had simply the wrong information in all sides possible, and that is, of course, one of the main weaknesses of the authoritarian regimes and leaders, that they do not surround themselves with smart people, simply. They do not have rational people. They only have loyal ones. In some cases, that might be also their weakness that we can use to our benefit. So we should definitely set a clear goal of which breach of rules requires which action. I am very happy that I have learned that you have been taking very important steps regarding setting the clear consequences of actions that happen from your legislators. That is incredibly wonderful to hear, but we need to be stricter, and we need to think of everything that could possibly happen. We need to also think of the worst case scenarios. Here I would like to point out that still we have, through today, have not talked thoroughly about the issue of energy independence. I think that is a key point that would need a whole conference to itself, of course, but it is deeply connected with the economical aspects. So we as politicians should definitely explain the threat, because we cannot act without the power of the people. Be clear on the consequences, condemn the breach of rules, but also not only condemn and make political statements, but prepare ourselves, because it is our responsibility to be ready. And of course, learn what we can provide for you as Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Terina, for your remarks. We do share part of your frustration that you have. Particularly, we are struggling to deal with the gray zone operation by China on Taiwan, as well as other countries. So next, I'd like to invite Jeffrey Scott Payne, the Senior Visiting Fellow at, I think, Research Center of Advanced Science and Technology at the University of Tokyo.
Thank you very much. Echoing the panel in thanking the Council for bringing me here, and for Taiwan for being a wonderful host. The humidity's a bit harsh. It reminds me too much of Washington, D.C. in the summer. I was hoping to get away from that kind of mess, but it's okay. So I'm going to echo a lot of what my fellow panelists have said thus far. I think an initial solution, given what the minister charged us with this morning and finding solutions, is we need to put people in the same room in an informal way, working groups, debate sessions, what have you, that aren't traditionally in the same room. That's an initial kind of strategic solution. Put political figures in the same room with academics, with innovators, with practitioners, those who are actually involved in law enforcement. Put them all in the same room, because inherently our professions and our traditional patterns kind of code our brains. And so the political figures will talk about the strategic orientation of things because they're running states. They're helping to pass budgets. They're signaling overall directives, where a practitioner involved in law enforcement is going to be very fixated on how do we operationally and tactically stop some of the things we have. So what are states like Taiwan or the Philippines or other Indo-Pacific states facing? You have obviously incursions, you have violations of traditional norms, you have potential violations of established international law. You also have things like illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. You have dark vessels. You have various forms of smuggling and trafficking. If you really get into the nitty-gritty of the laundry list of threats that come out of the maritime domain, it can seem overwhelming and you can become very dour very, very quickly. But the flip side of this is the tools we have at our disposal are also very, very large. And we often overlook. We tend to tell the bad story of woe is us without thinking we also have some of the tools of our own salvation sitting within reach. It's just a matter of building connective tissue, of understanding that there are people probably in this room right now who have an idea or have already codified an idea, have already proposed something that can solve one of the hurdles we're currently facing. And so to get back to what the minister charged us with this morning, one of the solutions is talking about maritime domain awareness. The evolution of that concept came out of maritime situational awareness, very much a military construct, and into domain awareness, because that's a communicative tool. Understanding what is going on in the domain allows people like my colleague to make the case about what is happening to the country or the population at large, about look how much craziness is going on in the maritime domain. People don't know how much slavery, how much forced labor, how much exploitation, independent of political disputes that exist on a day-to-day basis, how much the ecosystem is labored. The more we know about it, the more people are going to act. So maritime domain awareness is simultaneously an operational strategic concept, but it's also a communicative device. And that gets us into the maritime domain in and of itself. The maritime domain, especially in the Indo-Pacific, is very, very important. It may be the critical domain because it inherently, if you dive into it, you're going to expose yourself to a whole host of cross-domain problem sets. If you're really interested in knowing what's happening on the surface, you can't ignore what's happening under the surface. If you then start looking at that and you're trying to get an understanding of the overall ecosystem, then you have to think above. You have to think about the air domain. And then that leads you, with technology, into even looking at orbital platforms. So some of the solutions for maritime domain awareness, if we're talking about a standard, there are standards that exist today. They've come out of military and law enforcement kind of efforts. One of them is the United States Sea Vision platform. Those of you in the Coast Guard in this room are probably familiar with this. It's something that if you're not adapting and you're not training yourself on, you should. Why? Because it already has a lot of the technological tools that are established, and I think virtually every country in this room has access to that if requested. Yes, it's a US system, but part of that is the presence. That's one of the ways the United States shows up. But related to that, Sea Vision is the starting point. It's the way for law enforcement organizations focused on the maritime domain, as well as navies, to develop a common basis of knowledge and to train their own, their own core. And then from there, do more joint exercises, more joint training to get familiar with one another and build the connective tissue on a mill or a law enforcement orientation. And then expand it out, where then you bring in the other stakeholders. You bring in the shippers, who will give you, as John said, the tangible things that they're learning. You bring in the fishing communities, who will give you an amazing source of information if you're not already exploiting that source, and you overlay it and you start building these layers. And then you get into the innovation and the kind of explosion of commercial technology that now exists. We've talked a lot about drones. Drones can be used for a variety of purposes, but one thing we haven't talked a lot about is the amount of commercial imagery that is available. Yes, it's expensive, but if you think about what the cost of sending a satellite up in orbit was 15 years ago compared to what it is today, that price has fallen off a cliff. The more users, the more people that are operating this, the more information we have. The point is, what I'm getting at, my overall synopsis to get to the point, is I think we do have standards that exist. We just haven't recognized them. I think we have solutions in ample kind of numbers. We just haven't recognized it. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure we get out of our comfort zones, to make sure we get out of our established silos, work across industry, work across government, work across academia, and then more importantly, once we've done that, build permanent connective tissue. Communities of interest that exchange information in real time, because that's really one example of things that work. An example when it comes to Taiwan and the Chinese maritime militia. For years, China always said, there's no such thing. This is all nonsense. This is a make-believe, the blah, 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 blah. But then once states like the Philippines, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan started detailing what was happening on video in real time, China couldn't say, oh, yeah. Okay, well, their response was, okay, yeah, we have it, but everyone else does it too. And that was a win. But what did we do? We didn't keep up the momentum because, again, this community is not nurtured enough. But the sign of everyone in this room right now says that that community is building. We are gaining momentum. So there are slivers of sunshine breaking through the clouds, and I just kind of wanted to bring those up now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for your comments, particularly that you like to gear toward about the solution part of it, which we like it very much. But of course, you talk about the importance of the transparency, make it that in order to shame or to be transparent, that everyone will know what the situation is. But probably later we could ask about, Philippines did a tremendous work about transparency, and China continued to ignore them. What effect actually has been on China and on Philippines and also for others. So last but not least, I'd like to invite friends from Germany, Lieutenant Commander Tobias Kowalski. He is the current Navy commander, but also the German Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies of the German think tank. So please welcome.
Thank you very much. Just a short disclaimer, because I'm invited here as an academic and not as a state representative, so my opinions are entirely my own and do not necessarily represent German Ministry of Defense or the GIDS. Also one note, or I thank the interpreters. I'll deviate a little bit from the notes that I've submitted. First of all, a lot has already been said, and I think given that we are running a little bit out of time, we don't necessarily need to repeat that. Yeah, and generally speaking, thank you very much to the interpreters. You're doing a wonderful job. Okay, so various speakers today have already elaborated on the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine as a blatant violation of the UN Charter and of the cooperative European security order, which we have built since the end of the Cold War. We've talked about hybrid operations, including in the maritime dimension. One point I would add to the debate that hasn't really been mentioned today too much, I think, are the nuclear threats by representatives of the Russian government against Ukraine, but also against other European states. And if we summarize this situation, for us, Russia poses the greatest immediate threat to peace and security in the Euro-Atlantic region. At the same time, in the current era of systemic rivalry, challenges to the international order are felt across the entire globe. Again, we've mentioned today the maritime dimension of the Middle East and various locations. Of course, here in the Indo-Pacific and East Asia, the waves of the shifting global order are particularly noteworthy. Fortunately, up to now, without a major high-intensity war. As speakers have pointed out, China is trying to remold the international order, subverting the rules-based order. We've talked about human rights, and due to its great economic potential, China can make deliberate use of its economic clout to achieve these goals. At the same time, and I understand that I probably put myself in a somewhat inconvenient spot in this audience here, according to the official European Union policy and to the policy of my country, China remains a significant partner without whom many global challenges and crises cannot be resolved, which by its own definition poses challenges to policymaking. Likewise, the Russian Federation remains an important stakeholder in Asia. In 2024, Russia and North Korea have signed a comprehensive strategic partnership treaty, and more than 10,000 North Korean soldiers had been deployed to Russia's Kursk Oblast to support Moscow's war against Ukraine these past years. We've talked today about the vessels of the Shadow Fleet, but also that is not entirely a European problem. Information released by Japan's Ministry of Defense, for example, earlier this year, covered warship deployments by the Russian Pacific Fleet to escort sanctioned Shadow Fleet vessels through the Tsushima Strait. Consequently, the German military strategy points at Russian interest in creating a so-called multi-dilemma scenario in the Indo-Pacific, among others, to tie down as many US forces in this region as possible. So when we summarize this situation, we come back to a point President Tokuchi has just mentioned. The theaters are intricately linked. The German strategy also speaks of a one-theater approach. And this situation poses a grave challenge that is more or less similar for all European nations, with the ambition to accomplish a certain degree of defense policy engagement in the Indo-Pacific. I'll give 3 examples. British members of Parliament Osborne and Tugendhat today were so kind to refer to the British Strategic Defense Review and the place the East China Sea and the South China Sea have in their policy making, and of course also to the UK's interest in protecting its interests and responsibilities and commitments in the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, the British government pursues a NATO-first policy. One character I would like to quote is former British General Coppinger Sims, who elaborated on Operation HIMARS, the deployment of the British carrier strike group to the Indo-Pacific. And he underscored that the UK's commitment to collective defense presence in the UK and the Indo-Pacific was reached, but that there have also been questions about persistence and sustainability. And yes, European powers are capable of undertaking projection operations, while simultaneously acknowledging that even the deployment of a carrier strike group cannot effectuate significant shifts in the military dynamics in this region. Another example would be France. France has a, I would say, very ambitious strategy, defining its interest to possess the capacities not only to wage high-intensity war in Europe and contribute to the defense of Europe, but also defend its interests on the African continent and also contribute through power projection from mainland France and its partners to the stability of the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, Céline Pajon from the Institut Français des Relations Internationales points out that there is, I quote, a significant gap between the political rhetoric of French priority and ambition for the Indo-Pacific and the reality of the resources it has committed to the region, end of quote. And lastly, to talk about my own country, the German military strategy places a decisive focus on national and collective defense and only lists defense diplomacy as a third priority subject to available resources. So the question that we are all dealing with in Europe is, given limited resources and a clear prioritization of the Euro-Atlantic theater, which impact can our military cooperation with this region of the world realistically achieve? I would argue that the value of the European contribution to a stable and secure Indo-Pacific may be substantial when we look beyond the capability to carry out independent, high-intensity operations. I'll limit myself to security policy issues here, so I'll refrain from discussing tools of economic statecraft, sanctions, or anti-coercion instruments of the European Union and all these things. Firstly, there are significant intercontinental defense industrial partnerships between European and Asian actors. Singapore and Germany, for example, have accomplished a successful cooperation in the fields of main battle tanks and submarines that include exercises, training, education, and exchanges, and are currently exploring further collaboration opportunities, for example, in the field of cybersecurity. Japan is developing a common fighter jet with the United Kingdom and Italy in the Global Combat Air Program. France has emerged as one of India's most important defense suppliers. India and France have cooperated on several key defense projects, such as the Kalvari-class submarines, and some of these projects involve technology transfer to India under licensed production. Secondly, European countries' deployments are significant if they are not primarily understood in terms associated with political realism, like balance of power and so forth, but rather through the lens of constructivist and liberal institutionalist theories, such as the maintenance of the liberal rules-based order. Navigation through the Taiwan Strait has already been mentioned today. From this perspective, it is not really that important how much combat power a warship possesses that navigates the strait. What makes the difference is that as many countries in the world as possible step up to maintain the law of the sea. Introducing a third point, while geographic distance is a relevant factor when it comes to many types of military power projection, there are many domains in the battlefield of the 21st century that are no longer bound by geographical borders. Cooperation in fields such as cyber, space, countermeasures against disinformation, and hybrid warfare activities can have an effect across geographic spaces and is an expression of the one theater approach. Coming back to the maritime dimension, protection of critical maritime infrastructure, as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the State Department today pointed out when he showed the map, is a challenge that we both face in Northern Europe and in East Asia. If we take this field, this third field, into consideration, we can look at Japan, which has signed economic security agreements with the United Kingdom and Italy that focus on critical minerals, advanced technologies, and supply chain resilience. And finally, by continuing to counter the Russian aggression in Europe, the European powers are also contributing to the stability in the Indo-Pacific and the security in the East and South China Sea, demonstrating to the revisionist powers that threatening the existing international order with the use of armed force comes at an exceptional human and economic cost, is one of the most effective ways to ensure stability and security in accordance with the one theater approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tobias, for your remarks. I was reminded that we only have 5 minutes left, so probably not a lot of questions that can be taken. So I just flash one, very simple one. Probably also connected with the panel after us. That is about the gray zone operation. Taiwan has a tremendous difficulty in managing about the Chinese gray zone operation against Taiwan. One thing that we do notice is that the China's operations, right now the gray zone operation basically try to wear out not just about Taiwan's maritime security maintenance capabilities, but also to delegitimize Taiwan as a state. That becomes Chinese physical tool for the legal warfare against Taiwan. So just recently about the Chinese claim the whole east side of Taiwan's water as Chinese owned, so China can have a jurisdiction, and also Chinese intrusion into the offshore islands' territorial water, and also to violate the Antarctic zone of Taiwan just recently. So but then in Taiwan, we also face an issue that is for us to really go out to meet with those challenges. Sometimes we probably need some physical tools, a physical confrontation against them. But that fear of the quickly escalating into the direct military conflict, and also fear of being viewed as we are the one that provoke the military, actually constrain about a lot of Taiwan's response options. And then it actually has been further exacerbated by the recent statement by our friends, particularly, this is not their complaint, but I just point out, by Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, who call out the Chinese actions as that is a violation of the peace and stabilities. That's good. But the short of calling out that Chinese does not have the right over that area. And we were told that the statement, short of stating those, is because they do not want to get into the so-called sovereignty disputes. Does that mean that the Taiwan itself, the sovereignty becomes a question so that they want to stay out of this? If that is the case, when the Chinese start to enter our territorial water, we studied our defense. Would that also, that territorial defense right not being recognized? So I just put this out here because the gray zone operation, the response here, and also the constraints, we feel that we have been under, that the fear right now seems to be exacerbated or amplified due to our friends' response and the concern they have. And we also find out there's a direct connotation about our territorial defense, whether we have the right or not. Okay, so I'm just put out here, I do not want you to respond because I know their time is already limited, but definitely in next panel, we are going to have a very wonderful discussions, particularly about the gray zone, especially on the Coast Guard, which will be moderated by my very good friend, Raymond Song. Right now, he is the Vice Minister of the Ocean Affairs Councils. So just like you, I'm looking forward to the next panel discussion, but this is a question I put here, not just for our panelists, but for everyone. This is the dilemma Taiwan is facing, and it's serious. So thank you very much, and join me in thanking our great panelists and giving a very insightful remarks. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Lai, and this distinguished panel. We would like to invite you to please take a picture on the stage to remember this panel. 我们邀请在台上的主持人和与谈人一起合影，为这一场座谈留下一个珍贵的画面。So, ladies and gentlemen, please look into our photographer in the center together. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please take your seats. 再次的谢谢主持人还有这一场对谈的与谈人为我们带来非常精彩的座谈。Ladies and gentlemen, as we're running behind schedule, we will go straight into the next session, which is the third keynote speech. Should you use the washroom or take some coffee, please help yourselves, and thank you very much for your understanding. 各位来宾，那么因为时间的关系呢，我们接下来要进入到第3场的专题演讲。那么第3场的专题演讲呢， 我们要邀请到的讲者是海巡署舰队分署花莲海巡队的杨宪章队长。And for the third keynote speech of the forum, we would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Captain Arthur Young from Offshore Flotilla Hualien of the Fleet Branch of Taiwan Coast Guard. 让我们掌声欢迎杨队长。Let's welcome Captain Young.
那我们谢谢。指标有吗？指标，就是如果指的话，笔的话，他看得到吗？哦，对，可以 ，OK。然后时间会提醒我在这边。好 ，OK。Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a profound honor to be here. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Ocean Affairs Council for organizing the Taiwan International Ocean Forum. So before we begin, I would like to welcome my senior officers and also fellows from the Coast Guard. They are the heroes to protect our waters and handle gray zone operation every day. So can we invite our officers, shake your hand, and let's give them a big applause. Thank you so much. 谢谢大家. So, okay, to begin with, I will provide a comprehensive briefing on the evolving maritime threats confronting Taiwan and also our efforts to safeguard the undersea cable. Since 2012, Beijing has already pursued the China dream to become a dominant maritime power. This strategy relies on the coordinated use of three forces: the Chinese Navy, China Coast Guard, and maritime militia. They operate as an integrated system to exercise pressure and also systematically enroll the regional status quo. The China strategy has been institutionalized after placing the China Coast Guard under the Central Military Commission in 2018. Beijing enacted the China Coast Guard law in 2021 to create a self-styled legal basis for the unilateral jurisdiction. Since 2022, we have witnessed a persistent escalation in gray zone activity across the Indo-Pacific. So there are three tools that China employs to harass Taiwan. The first one is China Coast Guard vessels. The second is Chinese research vessel, and also Chinese FOC vessel, the flag of convenience. So China Coast Guard right now is actively participating in the joint military exercise, including the SWORD series, and also just the Mission 2025. So each of these joint exercises involve more than 10 Coast Guard cutters. This unit was deployed to strengthen Taiwan's international ports, conducting the simulated law enforcement and also quarantine inspection. So I want to highlight the mission last year. In December 2025, the military exercise introduced the high aggressive scenarios. These include the simulated interception of an evergreen cargo vessel allegedly transporting U.S. supply equipment, and also the live fire drills of the ports of Kaohsiung and Keelung, simulating strikes against the HIMARS system deployed in Taiwan. So meanwhile, the 8 Coast Guard vessels also enter our contiguous zone. This incursion intends to make a forced sense of law enforcement and also jurisdiction, as you can see from the slides. Since 2023, the China Coast Guard has patrolled regularly along the median line in the Taiwan Strait, and also aggressively expanded its presence into the water surrounding our frontline islands, especially Kinmen, Matsu, as well as the Pratas Island in South China Sea. So the pattern of the incursion around the Kinmen, here, our remote island, is deliberate. From the 2024 to June 2026, we have recorded 121 formation intrusion, and also our countermeasure is strict, a one-to-one response. We monitor, we broadcast, and we expel them. And also there's one intensified harassment to the Pratas Island, which is located in the South China Sea. So you can see, let's show in the photo, the right side, this one. The Chinese Coast Guard remained on station for over 6 days. This is a deliberate attempt to create a false image of legal control jurisdiction where none exists. From the 2025 to June 2026, we have recorded 42 incursions involving the 12 vessels from Chinese Coast Guard. The other one I want to highlight is the special operation which happened in June. We observed a two-phase escalation in PRC maritime activity between June 1st and 10, 2026. The Chinese Coast Guard and Maritime Safety Administration coordinated a special operation in West Pacific, Eastern Taiwan. Starting June here, the two Coast Guard established a persistent patrol as shown in the photo. And also this intensified significantly between June 6 and 10 when the PRC launched what they termed a special maritime law enforcement operation, deploy 4 another vessels in the region, as illustrated on the right side here. So by conducting this patrol and inspection, Beijing is attempting to create a justification for its jurisdiction. Indeed, as of June 2026, this patrol in Eastern Taiwan have become a regular operation. The Taiwan Coast Guard responded proactively. We maintain side-by-side monitoring, effectively shadowing their movement to assert our sovereign presence, while continuously broadcasting stern warning and their action violate international law. So beyond the paramilitary ships, we are seeing increasing activity from the Chinese research vessel. According to a report by the Institute of Study War from the 2023 to 2025, they are mapping water east of Taiwan, which is here, and also the Basi Channel as well. We must be clear, this is not a scientific research. This bathymetric and hydrographic data serve for Beijing's anti-access and also area denial strategy. So now let's look at the global expansion. We observe this activity has expanded from a regional to a global scale. Our analysis of the 41 Chinese research vessels between the 2023 to 2025 reveals extensive mapping efforts targeting not only the second and the third island chain, but extending deep into the Arctic and the Atlantic Ocean. This global expansion confirms this mission are dual-use operation designed to support China's military strategic objectives. Now let's talk about the other gray zone situation. We are combating the Chinese FOC vessel, is a flag of convenience. These substandard ships frequently manipulate the AI signals to conceal intention while loitering near our waters and critical infrastructure. By analyzing 1 year AIS data around Taiwan from 2024 to 2025, we identified a clear pattern. The PRC-linked vessels highlighted here in the red dot, frequently loitering in our northern and also our southern waters, particularly near our critical submarine infrastructure. So there are cases already been mentioned. I will just get into the details. The first one is the Sunxing 39, which is the sabotage of the undersea cables. So it happened last year in January. So after loitering here 1 month in our northern waters, as shown in the blue lines, the vessel severed the international cables on January 3. The one is connect Taiwan together with the US, Japan, and Korea. So the image on the right here illustrate the vessel's AIS status from anchoring to surveillance and its subsequent drift. The black line here shows is the vessel's movement, while the yellow, this one, is the international submarine cables. Second case is the Hongtai 58. Someone just mentioned it before. This one is a successful case and also demonstrates the effectiveness of our enforcement and also judicial response. On February, the Tongo flag freighter Hongtai 58 sabotaged a domestic submarine cables as shown in the photo here. So on the damage occurred in the offshore area. So we immediately dispatched the 3 Coast Guard cutters to intercept the vessels. So our subsequent investigation led to a successful prosecution. In June 2025, the captain was sentenced to 3 years in prison. This is a landmark legal case. So the physical condition of the Hongtai 58, with its heavily rusted hull and broken clamps, is inconsistent with functional commercial carriers. So this level of disrepair strongly suggests the vessel is not engaged in the legitimate trade, but rather serve as a special asset for illegal activity or gray zone operation. So now let me talk about how to strengthen our communication security. We are taking 4 main actions. The first one is we are building redundancy. We are not relying on just one method. By combining the fiber optic, microwave, and satellite systems, we ensure our communications stay active. We also have our high-risk vessel blacklist. So we were monitoring, and also we use the AIS radar to monitoring the ships when loitering, anchoring in our sensitive cable zones. Then our Coast Guard cutters are dispatched to expel them when necessary. First, we also enforce the strict port access. Any vessel that shows suspicious behavior, especially those that ignore the Coast Guard warning or Port Authority warning and return, will be banned from entering Taiwan ports. So let's talk about the legislative reform. We are strengthening our legal framework to protect critical infrastructure, including not only communication cables, but also power, oil, gas line. We have implemented 3 major legal upgrades. First one is criminal liability. We have updated the law so that causing damage, whether intentional or negligent, it is now a criminal offense. Second, stronger enforcement. We now have the authority to confiscate crime tools, regardless who owns them, to prevent future use. Third, technical compliance. We have introduced a strict penalty for AI signal tampering, so including the turning off or falsifying signals. So these reforms provide us with a robust legal foundation to deter and also punish the illegal activity in our waters. Conclusion. I call upon all the like-minded countries to take a critical action. The first one, we must collectively condemn this gray zone activity and also stand firm on principle of the international law. Second, we encourage partners to uphold freedom of navigation by maintaining a consistent presence in the Taiwan Strait through naval or Coast Guard deployment. In closing, adhering to the principle that the land dominates the sea, we maintain that the 2 sides are not subordinate to each other. The unilateral coalition cannot supersede international law. Where the Coast Guard operates, we safeguard our sovereign rights and urge our partners to join us in upholding the rules-based order. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Captain Yang for your explicit sharing on Taiwan Coast Guard. 谢谢杨队长为我们带来非常清楚而且精彩的分享。 那么紧接着呢，我们就要进入到今天的最后一场专题。这场专题呢，我们会把焦点放在反制灰色地带的行动，要来探讨的就是海巡的核心角色。And next we move on into our final session of the day, countering gray zone activities, in which we will be discussing about the central role of Coast Guard. Our moderator for the session is Deputy Minister Song Chen-en of Taiwan's Ocean Affairs Council. 首先呢，我们欢迎的是本场的主持人，海洋委员会宋承恩副主任委员。接下来呢，要邀请本场的语坛人到台上入座。Let's now invite our panelists to take a seat on the stage. First of all, we would like to invite Mr. Joshua Bergen, founder of Alliance for Global Security. Welcome. And next, we bring up to the stage Professor Shotaro Hamamoto from Kyoto University. Welcome. And next, we welcome Mr. Latlan Battis, Director of Pacific Center for Island Security. And also, we bring up to the stage Mr. Henry Zimmer, Fellow at Center for Strategic and International Studies. And also, we invite Director Katsuya Yamamoto of Strategy and Deterrence Group of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. We will now hand the floor to our moderator, Deputy Minister Song. Please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sustaining yourself until the last substantive session today. And the theme for this year's Ocean Forum is from strategy to practice. If we take this afternoon alone, from the session chaired by my good friend and former boss, Dr. Lai Yizhong, that if that session is strategy, we want to focus this session into practice. And of course, you just hear from Arthur Yang, our excellent captain for the Taiwan Coast Guard, that the variety of the coast gray zone operatives around Taiwan's water is getting more complex. The picture is a very hybrid one. That's only for the Coast Guards or the situation the Coast Guard of Taiwan needs to respond every day, 24 hours. And I used to go with Arthur to other missions, and his presentation, PPT, is already structured in this way with columns and cases. Over the years, we just find those cases being longer and more numerous. But here we have another way of responses to the gray zone operatives from various perspectives around this expertise of this panel, from the general security scene to Chinese influence in Latin American ports, and also for the legal side, and also for the situation in Guam, and speaking on Coast Guard's networking. And may I just, following that order, to invite every expert in my panel to speak. And the first will be Joshua. Joshua, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I appreciate the opportunity to speak along with this august panel. And to all of you who've stayed through this afternoon, much appreciated. I think as I was putting my notes together last week, I was struck by the following. China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran are acting in concert like never before. We haven't seen this level of alignment since World War II. They, along with their subsidiaries, are collaborating proactively, and yet we tend to talk about regional activities. Gray zone activities are not just activities of ships, servers, pipelines, or data cables. It's about changing our behavior, changing our shock level. We see these things, we talk about these things, and what was a shock a year ago becomes not so shocking today. It's as if the frog is being boiled. Drug trade, human trafficking, sanctions avoidance, damaging cables and other infrastructure, illegal fishing along the coast of South America. All these things should be viewed as concerted actions, not individual activities. And yet we tend to talk about them as individual points. Ironically, the geography changes, but the playbook is the same. Whether we're looking at the Strait of Taiwan or we're looking at the Baltic Sea, the activity sets are the same. And we won't be surprised if we see sea cables damaged along the coast of South America or even North America. It will just be the same old, same old. When I'm in Taiwan, the bulk of the conversation rests around China. When I'm in Poland or the Baltics, the bulk of the conversation is within Russia, is about Russia. I've already sort of touched on this, and I'll be repetitive. The mother of learning is repetition. It is incumbent on all of us to wake up to the fact that these are not isolated incidents. They're comparing notes. They're talking to each other. They're collaborating. I think I was struck by this just a few months ago when I learned that Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin have met something like 40 times in 7 years. This is a stunning degree of meetings, and it's equally important, and I'll acknowledge, Deputy Minister, the work of what you're doing here with this very conference reflects a difference in the structure of the way we interact. The big men within the autocratic world have to meet and make their choices. Within the free world, we at the mid-tier have to meet together to figure out how to collaborate. Shining a light on gray zone activities is useful only if it leads to action. How many of us have attended these events? We're super knowledgeable, but it's as if the conversations happen and there's little that gets done around it. I'm not an expert on Coast Guards. We're going to hear from some of these other gentlemen here around the details on Coast Guards, but clearly Coast Guards are operating at the nexus of today's threats. And it's not just the ships. It's UAVs, it's satellites, it's shared intelligence. The network threats require a network of response. I say that, and yet there's immense friction. There's all sorts of reasons why we don't collaborate. It is incumbent on us to collaborate. I must say that I happened to meet one of our earlier panelists, John, earlier, and his genies here. This is the sort of human work that is so incredibly important, and it also acknowledges what you're doing here through the Ocean Affairs Council. Moving on to my next point, and I'm coming close to an end. Every unanswered provocation becomes the starting point for the next one. Earlier today, Michael Schiffer and Luke DePulford touched on these themes when they said, what are our red lines? What are we willing to take action about? Or, rhetorical solidarity is not the same thing as operational specifics, or my particular favorite word is consequences. It's not old news. You know, Vladimir Lenin said many, many years ago, push in the saber until it hits something metal. Well, if they don't encounter resistance, they will continue with their actions. My final core point is this. Democracies think in incidents. Our competitors are thinking in campaigns. Allow a small anecdote. After Russia began its most recent war on Ukraine in 2022, I happened to work on a disinformation campaign interdiction involving video. And I was struck, I was shocked at how Russia had incredible message discipline. They had a set of talking points that they stuck to pretty clearly for about 12 days. This was ORTA, Первый канал. This dropped down to the mill-related bloggers, dropping down to the community-related bloggers, and I would even see mothers in minivans with the car seat in the back saying the exact same thing. It was stunning, the degree of message discipline and all the verticals they were covering. We have nothing like this. I'll close with this anecdote or this common phrase. The only thing for evil to triumph or to prevail is for good men and women to do nothing. May we not confuse conversation with action. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Josh, for those moving anecdotes. The next, we will invite law professor from Kyoto University, Mr. Hamamoto-san. please.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Delighted to be here. Since I'm an international lawyer, I'd like to offer some legal thoughts to the issues debated in this conference. And to make my speech simple, I'd like to divide into two parts. First is about the disputed area, and the second is about the contested zones. As you know, most of the East China Sea and South China Sea is not delimited, which means that there are many overlapping claims, and each coastal state exercises its own jurisdiction according to its own domestic law. That's perfectly fine as a matter of domestic law, but it necessarily leads to the competing exercise of enforcement jurisdictions, and that could create disputes. And we have heard a lot about Chinese salami approach, provocative activities, but they are completely justified in light of Chinese domestic law, of course. But what about international law? The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea provides for the obligation of self-restraint under Article 73 and 84 of the UNCLOS. States shall not take measures that could jeopardize or hamper the reaching of final agreement on the delimitation. So that until the relevant zone is delimited, you have to restrain yourself so that your activities shall not jeopardize or hamper the reaching of the final arrangement or the agreement on the limitation. Therefore, if you consider that some of the Chinese activities constitutes measures hampering or jeopardizing the reaching of the final agreement, the relevant state must protest to the Chinese authorities, and at the same time, you have to ensure that your own coast guards should not take the measures that could jeopardize or hamper the reaching of the final settlement, final arrangement, agreement on the delimitation. That's the first thing. And second is about the disputed islands. There are many disputed islands in the East and South China Sea. We have heard about the Senkaku and Taipingdao, but there are many others. Think about the situation where there is one state effectively controlling the island and another state disputing the island. If the disputing state sends armed forces to the island, that is an outright armed conflict, so it's not a gray zone, it's a black zone, therefore it's out of the scope of the present conference. But if the disputing state sends private persons, for example fishermen, to those islands, so that they stay there for a long time, then what can the state effectively controlling the island do? Without taking some measures, its effective control will be in danger. Therefore, of course, the effectively controlling state may wish to take some measures according to its own domestic law, because the islands is part of that state. Fine, they may send police, they may send Coast Guard to arrest those fishermen, or they expel them to the state of origin, that's fine. But from this perspective of the disputing state, that's an encroachment and infringement of state sovereignty, because the disputing state considers that the islands belongs to them. So in this kind of situation, what's important for the state effectively controlling the island is not to give any excuse to the disputing state to use force. Therefore, its use of force by the police or the Coast Guards must be minimal, so that it should not be considered as a use of force under Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. My second part is about the uncontested zone. You may think that uncontested zone will not make any problem, because by definition it's uncontested. However, the situation is not that simple. First example could be the territorial sea. If the foreign Coast Guard vessel enters your territorial sea, what can you do? Of course, there's an innocent passage under international law. You can navigate your vessel in the territorial sea of another state freely, but it must be innocent and it must be passage. If the foreign Coast Guard vessel hovers or loiters within your territorial sea, it's not a passage. Therefore, it is not allowed under international law. The coastal state can take some measures, but what kind of measures? Of course, you can request the vessel to leave the territorial sea. If the vessel complies with it, that's fine. That's the end of the story. If it doesn't, what happens? Foreign public ship enjoys immunity under international law. You can apply domestic law to the foreign public ships, but you cannot enforce your domestic law to the foreign public ship. That's clearly written and provided for in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and it's applicable under customary international law. Therefore, under the Law of the Sea, it's difficult to take any measures. However, of course, if the vessel in question commits some activities that could be considered as an armed attack, of course, you can respond by self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter. And even if its activities do not constitute an armed attack, if the activities may threaten the peace or security of the coastal state may take some measures as self-defense under customary international law or some as countermeasure. But that's fine under international law, but under domestic law of some states, like Japanese domestic law, this causes a serious problem. Coast guards may constitute part of military forces or constitute part of police. It depends on each state. There's no universal law. Each domestic law has its own systems. Under Japanese domestic law, it's not an armed force, and the Coast Guard is not an armed force. Clearly, it's a sort of police. And therefore, the role of police is to apply and enforce its domestic law, right? And as I said, under international law, you cannot enforce your domestic law against the foreign public ships. Therefore, Japanese Coast Guards cannot enforce Japanese law against foreign ships. In order to take some measures, some enforcement measures against foreign Coast Guard ships in the Japanese territorial sea, therefore it must be Japanese self-defense force, not the Coast Guard, but the maritime self-defense force that take measures. However, if it is the self-defense forces, not Coast Guards, take forcible measures that could easily be considered as an use of force under Article 2.4 under the causes could be a cause of armed conflict. Therefore, it's a matter of a very difficult political decision. Secondly, and don't worry, this is the last part of my speech, and what happens in the uncontested is that if some countries try to conduct some activities which would be considered as gray zone activities. Perhaps the best example would be what's called the maritime scientific research. As you may know, under international law, any state can conduct maritime scientific research within the EEZ exclusive economic zone of another state with the consent of the coastal state. So what if some state or some persons who conducts maritime scientific research without consent or beyond the consent of the coastal state? If it is a private person, such as a university, conducting the researches, of course, the coastal state can take some enforcement measures. It's not clearly provided for under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, but it's generally considered that the coastal state can take some enforcement measures. Otherwise, the requirement of consent would mean nothing. But if it is a public ship, for example, here the ship of Coast Guard, doing a scientific research within the exclusive economic zone, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea clearly provides for the complete immunity. It uses the term complete immunity. Therefore, you cannot take enforcement measures. Of course, the flag state is responsible for the conduct of its public ship, directly responsible for it. Therefore, you can claim, for example, the compensation. But however, you cannot take enforcement measures. Another difficult question arises when the foreign ship, public ship, is conducting military survey or military research. For example, the feature of the seabed, flow of the water, temperature of the water, quality of water, that could be important for the navigation of naval ships, particularly for submarines. Unfortunately, the UNCLOS UN Convention has no provision on military survey or military research. Therefore, we have two groups of opinions. many states, including Europeans, many European states, India, China, and others, considers that the military survey requires the consent of the coastal state. A certain number of states, such as the US, the UK, consider that no, it's not, there's no rule, there's no restriction, therefore it's not prohibited under international law. The prior consent of the coastal state is not required. Japan is a little bit ambiguous, but rather belongs to the latter category, that is, the US and the UK and others. And this situation creates some imbalance in favor of China. If suppose that the Japanese self-defense forces tries to conduct a maritime survey in Chinese exclusive economic zone, then China certainly requires the consent. And then if Japan said, well, under international law, there's no need to obtain the consent of coastal state, there will arise necessarily a dispute between China and Japan. Fine. But if the Chinese military vessel conducts military survey within Japanese territory, Japanese exclusive economic zone, Japan does not require the consent. Therefore, the Chinese military vessels freely exercise a military survey within the exclusive economic zone of Japan. Well, you may think that on the basis of reciprocity, Japan may be able to require prior consent. However, you cannot require consent with respect to Chinese public ships, while you do not require the prior consent with respect to US ships. And so, unfortunately, this is the situation of ambiguity in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and we have to do something about it. Of course, UN Convention on the Law of the Sea is more than 40 years old. It's an old convention, and there's many lacunae, and there are lots of problems concerning those kind of gray zones. These are some of the problems which I consider important that could arise from the gray zone activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hamamoto-san. That must be the most concise legal illustration I have ever heard, combining several papers' value. Thank you for so clear illustration and touching upon fundamental issues like the overlapping jurisdiction, use of force on the sea, and also the activity of the MSR on the sea. Next, may I invite Dr. Lee and Bettis to speak on the situation around ground, please.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Deputy Minister Xiang, for inviting me to join this panel. I'd originally been asked to speak about some of the emerging technologies, so I do hope that my thoughts here provide some relevance to the question of gray zone and Coast Guard activities. The Pacific Center for Island Security, based in Guam, is working to critically examine the geopolitical context that is impacting the region between the first island chain and the second island chain. And I'm pleased to join you to share some perspectives from our vantage point, where we're seeing, obviously, increasing geopolitical competition. There are increasing complexities of evolving technologies in an age of geopolitical competition and oceans governance. Generally, the world and the Pacific are entering an age of unprecedented maritime visibility. New technologies now make it possible to track ships, survey seabeds, monitor cables, and convert maritime behavior into data. But this transformation is unfolding in the context of a wider strategic competition, making our region easier to observe, but also more competitive, more crowded, more automated, and perhaps less secure. For island societies, the dilemma is whether this visibility can be converted into security or whether it will intensify the competition, incentivize escalation, or perhaps promote some first mover strategies. As a side note, the Pacific Center for Island Security's Micronesia Security Monitor, which is our regional mapping platform, tracks military exercises, maritime activities, vessels, and geopolitical developments across the region. I can tell you from our vantage, it is clear that the technologies are both expanding while the competition is increasing and accelerating. I think we have to anticipate that the evolving technologies are going to continue to evolve. In a competitive sense, for every new advancement, you have to anticipate the development of a counter technology. In the space we are looking at, The countermeasure dialectic signals a tech and systems arms race, an information race not only about information management, but also about information related to ocean resources, including seabed research. There clearly is an escalating risk profile in this competition. In our part of the world, we were witnessing now, in the last 4 or 5 years, the emergence of the PLEN's Far Seas Navy. It's beginning to move beyond the first island chain into the Philippine Sea, and recently did a little circuit around Australia. In addition, technology is bringing an increased physical presence of competition. And I think we're at the very front end of this. But the proliferation of manned and unmanned vessels and craft in and under the seas, and in the skies and in space are and will bring competitors into more frequent contact. Unmanned systems will accelerate these challenges of competition, particularly given views, I think, that are fairly widely shared, that drones increase freedom of operation in contested spaces compared to large, expensive, capital manned craft. I would argue, I would agree with some of the earlier comments that neither China nor the United States are looking for kinetic conflict. However, the increase in presence and the use of lethal and non-lethal unmanned systems lowers the barriers to aggression and increases the risk of miscalculation between the competitors. The broader problem, obviously, is order. Technology-driven transparency can document competition, but it cannot by itself define conduct in contested spaces. Ships will sail, cargo will still move, oil will flow, and data will be collected. But beneath the surface of continuity, the rules that once organized maritime behavior may continue to erode. Managing this disorder requires more than just better sensors. Vessel identification, and particularly those related to unmanned surface and subsurface vessels, needs stronger standards. Unmanned systems need clearer rules. Coast Guards require more scrutiny as the line between law enforcement and strategic competition continues to blur. Importantly, these changes are occurring in the context of Coast Guard activities that themselves are looking increasingly militarized. In our region, when I think about the role of a classic Coast Guard, I think about Japan. But as Professor Hamamoto just has given us a good rundown of some of the complications, I think given the Chinese Coast Guard activities and claims around Okinawa and the Senkakus, it is not clear how much longer the Japanese Coast Guard or Japan Coast Guard will be able to sustain its current civilian-focused status. Already, other Coast Guards seem to be drifting into the competitive space. The Chinese Coast Guard performs many roles, but is frequently associated with enforcement and a presence that are directly associated with its contested territorial claims. The U.S. Coast Guard has a strong reputation in the region for excellence in search and rescue, but it's increasingly leaning into law enforcement issues that are barely masked as being directed at the People's Republic of China. I think in general, when you think about U.S. Coast Guard operating in the South China Sea, as they did just last week with the Philippine Navy, you get an idea of the United States' role of an expanded territorial area. Notions of a maritime cooperative activity in the South China Sea is based on a premise that looks incredibly militarized. And I quote, "Coast Guards are increasingly on the front lines of countering state-backed gray zone coercion where civilian law enforcement vessels are used to pursue strategic objectives without escalating into open warfare." So I think in general, we have the Coast Guards are looking in this context of becoming increasingly militarized. All of this, irrespective of the trigger, leads to the traditional Coast Guard activities being militarized. This cannot be a good thing when thinking about oceans governance, but is also the reality of the world in which we are living. Maritime domain awareness needs to be enabled by political judgment, legal frameworks, and regional communication channels. Otherwise, the Pacific will become more visible without becoming more stable. The work now is to keep that visibility from becoming just another name for disorder. On a very discrete issue, I would like to offer one suggestion on one issue, which is respect to submarine cables. Some of the most important exposure lies in the undersea cables that carry communications related to financial transactions, public information, and daily life. For the rapidly evolving technologies around machine learning and artificial intelligence, subsea cables are and will remain the principal physical foundation for data sharing and the distributed architecture for the machine learning tech stack. Here, however, awareness also reaches a limit. Monitoring can detect suspicious behavior, but it cannot repair a severed cable, automatically attribute responsibility, or reassure the public, or sustain communications during disruption. Subsea resilience demands cables hardening, regionally coordinated repair activity, routing diversity, real-time information sharing, and legal frameworks that respond before ambiguity becomes paralysis. Satellites and the growing proliferation of low Earth orbit systems eventually connect back to Earth stations and cable routes. Subsea infrastructure is therefore one of the region's critical vulnerabilities and needs not only stronger governance, but also stronger response mechanisms. Although this is somewhat aspirational, I think what we really do need is sustained diplomacy, crisis management plans that have real teeth in them, and practical cooperative mechanisms to address these types of problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Leland, for this excellent presentation. May I just draw your attention to Leland's website called Micronesia Security Monitor. That provides much useful material about the activities of the vessels around the Pacific. You can check on the website. Next, may I invite Dr. Henry Zimmer, who will share about his observation and research on the Chinese influence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you as well to the Ocean Affairs Council, and to all of you who are here. It's been just such a pleasure visiting Taiwan, having the chance to engage with all the experts and to be on this panel today. My name is Henry Zimmer. I'm a fellow with the Americas Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. My research with the program focuses primarily on Western Hemisphere affairs, including US-China competition in Latin America and the Caribbean. So my challenge today, I think, is going to be to digest some of the ways that gray zone competition manifests in Latin America and apply it to the Indo-Pacific theater, and then see what lessons we might learn from that, as well as vice versa, what lessons from the Indo-Pacific we might be able to apply to the Americas. And I think that this is a region that often tends to be somewhat lost in the gray zone. Competition here is so gray that we can mistake it for absent. And my task with the Americas Program has been trying to clarify the ways in which geopolitics permeates all aspects of maritime governance and the security challenges we face in the Western Hemisphere. I think this is also a really important time to be having this discussion, and I'm grateful to the Ocean Affairs Council for featuring this perspective, because the United States has embarked on a historic reprioritization of the Western Hemisphere in its national security thinking. Documents like the 2025 National Security Strategy and 2026 National Defense Strategy firmly center the Western Hemisphere as a priority region for the United States, reversing decades of neglect. And in the maritime domain, I think some of the most pressing challenges from a US perspective are rooted in the Americas. And so I'm going to talk about two of those with my opening remarks today. The first being ports, and the second being illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. So turning to the question of ports, my team at the Americas Program has tracked 37 different PRC-involved port projects in Latin America and the Caribbean. These exist on a wide spectrum of risk, from simple construction or expansion of berths to the wholesale building and then greenfield facilities, and then subsequent operation of those. And I'm going to talk about two particularly salient case studies where I think the gray zone comes to the fore. And those are first Chancay in Peru, which you may have seen some headlines in 2024 in November when it was opened and was billed as Peru's new gateway to Asia. This was the first port that would be built wholesale by China's COSCO state-owned shipping company and then subsequently operated. But what you may not have heard, or may have been lost in some of the conversation, is that in early 2024, Peru announced that it had made a mistake, and that the initial memorandum of understanding with Costco in 2021 granted the company sole operational control over the finished port. That is illegal under Peruvian law, or I should say it was illegal under Peruvian law, which requires there to be a Peruvian part owner operator in the mix. So Peru raises this concern and asks to renegotiate the memorandum of understanding. Costco, in response, threatens to pull out and leave Peru with a half-finished port and its dreams of a new gateway to Asia deferred. It also threatens our arbitration, and the approval of the port concession as is a key condition of then President Dina Boluarte's visit and meeting with President Xi Jinping in the summer of 2024. So what does Peru do? They change their law, and they grant private port operators a 30-year period of exclusivity where that condition does not apply to them. And I would also note that right now, Costco is engaged in an ongoing legal battle with Peru's national transit regulator, OCITRAN, where they are arguing that as they are a private port, they don't need to be regulated by Peru's national regulator, further cementing their kind of opaque and unique control over what promises to be one of the largest ports on the Pacific coast of South America. I think that this is a really, relevant and increasingly salient example of how China uses infrastructure investment to gain and build durable leverage in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The second case study that I'm going to highlight is the Panama Canal. You may, of course, have also seen the headlines spurred by President Trump's 2025 inaugural address, where he stated that China exercised undue influence over one of the United States' most strategic waterways, the Panama Canal, and that in response, the United States needed to, quote, take it back, unquote. This kicked off a flurry of negotiations and diplomacy and, quite frankly, crisis management between the United States and Panama. But separately, it also birthed what I think was initially a great success story, which was the March 2025 agreement between a consortium headed by U.S. asset manager BlackRock and the Swiss-Italian shipping firm Mediterranean Shipping Company to buy all of CK Hutchison, a Hong Kong-based port operator, all 43 of its foreign overseas ports, including the ports of Balboa and Cristobal on the Pacific and Atlantic approaches to the Panama Canal, sort of the raison d'etre for President Trump's consternation over Chinese influence in the canal. And this was initially, I think, a coup. It was an example of, a great success story. It was an example of political pressure leading to U.S. capital markets, leading to a private sector solution to a critical infrastructure challenge. And I think China's reaction to that kind of tipped its hand, because China previously had its messaging around these ports had been that they were purely private sector projects, that there was no reason for the United States to have any concern whatsoever about their operation, that in fact CK Hutchison was a Hong Kong company and a private sector one at that, and again, there was no cause for alarm. But China, of course, reacted quite aggressively in the aftermath of the deal's announcement. It moved to open investigation through the State Administration for Market Regulation. Pro-CCP mouthpieces opened up a broadside of articles condemning Hutchison for being anti-patriotic, and it stated that it would not allow these Panama ports to fall into the hands of an entity that could potentially prejudice Chinese commercial interests. You can have it one way or another. You can't have it both ways with this. And China was ultimately successful in quashing that deal, or at least putting it on ice for now. But that didn't mean that the conversation around the Panama ports was over. And of course, in January 2026, the Panamanian Supreme Court ruled that the concessions to CK Hutchison were unconstitutional. It ruled it on domestic law grounds, finding that the concessions, the lack of competition in these concessions, and that the excessive amount of privileges they afforded to CK Hutchison went against the public interest of the Panamanian people. In response, I think China has employed the full suite of gray zone or lawfare tactics. China has upped its detention and inspection of Panama-flagged vessels at Chinese ports. China has, CK Hutchison has announced a $2 billion arbitration suit alleging that the Panamanian Supreme Court was captured by US political interests. And temporarily, Costco, that same state-owned shipping line, suspended operations at the port of Balboa, formerly operated by CK Hutchison. So I think this goes to show the ways in which, as Josh articulated earlier, it's all connected. We see similar tactics and practices being used in the Western Hemisphere, just as they're being used in the Indo-Pacific, just as they're being used in the Baltics. This is truly a global challenge. But it is telling that, you know, these two incidents, arguably, in my opinion, the most salient port disputes between the US and China, as well as local partners, are happening in the Western Hemisphere. This is a region truly on the forefront of the battle and contest for influence at global ports. The second issue that I want to just touch on briefly, and I hope to get into it more in the questions, is the issue of IUU fishing. China operates the world's largest deep water fishing fleet, and thousands of those vessels are implicated in illegal, unreported, or unregulated fishing, plundering the coasts of countries like Ecuador, Peru, Chile, and Argentina year-round. And just to give context to the scale of these operations, you'll see hundreds of kilometers worth of ships lined up just along countries' EEZs, temporarily sometimes going dark to skip across and again engage in massive ecological devastation that not only deprives waters of fish that people rely on for their lives and livelihoods, but also is contributing to the decimation of ocean biospheres. On top of that, these ships, these fleets, engage in highly provocative activities. In 2019, a Chinese fishing boat attempted to ram an Argentine naval vessel. In 2022, the US Coast Guard cutter James was forced to take evasive action off the coast of the Galapagos when another Chinese deep water fishing boat attempted to ram it. These are incidents that would not be out of place, as we've discussed today, in the Indo-Pacific, in the South China Sea, in disputed waters, but they're happening in the Western Hemisphere. And on top of that, I think I also want to just underscore that all the gray zone threats, the extreme cases we've talked about, the launching of drones to strike on land, the use of ostensibly civilian vessels for monitoring and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance purposes, and of course the attacks on subsea critical infrastructure are all directly risks associated with these IUU deep water fishing fleets. If you think it can't happen in the Americas, I'm sorry, but you are dead wrong. And we should be paying much more attention to that. So in the spirit of wrapping up, what are the things that we can do? What are the calls to action? I think they're threefold. Number one, first, we need to do a better job of defining risk and assessing the magnitude of risk. And here's where I'm going to put in kind of a bit of a plug for the work that we've done at CSIS Americas. We, again, mapped 37 different PRC port projects, but we also assigned them each a risk score. So you're able to assess both how much influence does China exercise at a particular port, and how much is the US exposed militarily and economically to a particular port project. This allows us to, instead of just rattling off a laundry list of activities or potential malign activities, we can prioritize. And in addition to prioritizing, we can find where our red and yellow lines are and actually articulate those much better. The second thing, I think, and I'll echo what's been said by many people here, is we need to break down silos. And I could not be more grateful to be sharing the stage here and to be also a speaker with everyone who's been in the room and have the chance to exchange productive dialogues with all of you here. That is absolutely necessary. So often we get in our own heads about these things, or we only talk to other folks in our regions. I think that countries like Taiwan, which is on the front lines of contesting gray zone influence and tactics, has so much to offer Latin America and the Caribbean. In particular, its diplomatic allies, of which there are 7 countries that are diplomatic allies, staunch allies of Taiwan in the Western Hemisphere. Taiwan has a critical role to play in championing counter gray zone tactics with these countries, has a critical role to play in also expanding partnerships to other countries in the Americas and driving home why we should care and why we should scope, how we should scope our risk. And then the final thing I'll say is related to that breaking down of silos, is we need to invest in upskilling and bolstering the capabilities of allies and partners in the Western Hemisphere. Often these coast guards and navies are simply overwhelmed by the scale or magnitude of the challenge. And I think it would be so great if we could see the Western Hemisphere as a potential test bed for a lot of the domain awareness technologies, some of the uncrewed drones, both on, aerial and subsurface and surface drones capabilities, some of the satellite and space observation capabilities, some of the novel legal frameworks for going after malign activity in territorial waters or exclusive economic zones. It would be a real triumph if we could, integrate the lessons that we're learning in the Western Hemisphere and bring those lessons to the Indo-Pacific and vice versa. So on that note, I'll be conscious to wrap up, and I look forward to the Q&A and discussion.
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you. And thank you for hinting that we are going to have a question and answer session, which we rarely had today. But we all depend on Yamamoto-san who will sharing about his idea about Coast Guard cooperation and networking. Thank you. Yamamoto-san, the floor is yours.
感谢宋主任。大家好，我是上本，我不是海巡人。 我不是海上保安厅的人，我是原海上自卫队的军官。那么浜本先生说，那个日本的自卫队和海上保安厅是完全不一样的任务。可是今天那个孙主任要求我关于那个海巡的合作，是吗？ Thank you so much for today. So at the outset, it is essential to recognize the nature of the maritime domain. Mr. Yamada-san said the ocean is not confined by the national borders. Rather, it is maritime global commons shared by the international communities. Protecting the lives and the prosperity of those who operate at sea, fishermen, seafarers, and ordinary citizens is therefore a fundamental mission shared by the Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement agencies worldwide. In this field, a global framework already exists in the form of the International Convention on the Maritime Search and Rescue, or the Search and Rescue Convention, and which provide worldwide coverage. However, the effectiveness of this system still depends largely on the capabilities and the capacity of the individual states, leaving room for the further development in the regional cooperation. Against the backdrop, a useful precedent can be found in the cooperation between Japan and Taiwan. In 2017, the two sides, Japan and Taiwan, concluded the memorandum of understanding on search and rescue. And since 2024, they have begun conducting the joint exercise. Japanese Coast Guard and Taiwan Coast Guard began to conduct the joint exercise. This framework, while not legally binding, has proven to be highly flexible and practical, directly contributing to the enhancement of the operational rescue capabilities. On the other hand, at the multinational level, existing frameworks such as the North Pacific Coast Guard Forum and the Global Coast Guard Summit, led by the Japan Coast Guard. Unfortunately, So not including the Taiwan Coast Guard Administration. In this context, an alternative platform is provided by the Global Cooperation and Training Framework, so-called GCTF. GCTF international workshop has been conducted on the topics such as a humanitarian rescue, maritime disaster response, and maritime securities, facilitating knowledge sharing and capacity building among the participant countries. I understand the number of the members country of the GCTF is above the 100, I understand. 100 equals the United Nations framework. Defining the future of this network is not a legal obligation, but rather the voluntary participation and operational flexibility. In practical terms, the cooperation would be advanced through joint exercise, joint patrol, information sharing, and the accumulation of the case-based experience. This initiative carries three major implications, I understand. First, it is a humanitarian dimensions. It would strengthen the protection of the lives and the prosperity at the sea, while effectively complementing the existing search and rescue framework. Second, it has institutional significance by helping to bridge disparities in the national capabilities. It would enhance the overall robustness of the global maritime rescue system. The third, it contributes to the security. The accumulation of joint activities such as the exercise and patrol would help data gray zone threats, including the shadow fleets, illegal IUU fishing vessels, and acts targeting the submarine cables. Another important feature is that this network would not be limited to the governmental actors, I think, by opening the participation to non-governmental entities such as the Red Cross, salvage companies, and other rescue-related organizations. It would broaden the scope and the effectiveness of the cooperation. Such inclusivity would also serve as a practical and indirect deterrent against the actors that emphasize the rigid notion of the sovereignty in ways that hinder the safe use of the ocean as a global commons. We never forget that ocean is a global commons for all over the world. In order to safeguard the maritime domains, a shared space, flexible and practical-oriented cooperation. This is the indispensable, I think. A loosely coordinated network of the regional coast guards, led by the Taiwan Coast Guard, or Japan Coast Guard, or Philippine Coast Guard, of course, by the US Coast Guard, built upon the GCTF framework, has the potential to serve as a realistic and effective model, I believe, that the simultaneously advanced humanitarian protection, institutional development, and maritime security. So, sorry, I stopped it.
Thank you very much, Yamamoto-san. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have broadened the pictures a bit. We have Arthur Young's presentation about the Taiwan Coast Guard's challenges. And we have here geosecurity, legal, and the modern face of Coast Guard, the Western Hemisphere, about especially the capitals. which motivate the things happening there, and the lessons drawn between Indo-Pacific and the Western Hemisphere, and the Coast Guard network. We still have 10 minutes. Let's think to the very efficient use of time of our panelists, and sadly to say this about the unavailability of Jay Tarara, which was originally scheduled to appear by internet, but he was too occupied. And also for your sacrifice about your break. So let's suggest that we open up for comments and questions. It's key points to listen from our audiences. Maybe not all the questions will be answered by the panelists here, but it's very important for us to listen, for giving the audience a chance to speak. So if you have any comments or questions, please raise your hand. We will make sure that the microphone is delivered to you. I have here. Yes, please, may I go? And also one here. Just briefly, before you ask questions, briefly state your name and affiliation, please.
Thank you very much for your presentations. Jenna Lindke Heavenrich of the Yokosuka Council on Asia-Pacific Studies. I was particularly intrigued by Mr. Yamamoto's description of the network of coast guards. And I wonder, looking at especially many of the large ocean states of the Pacific Islands who have a very large EEZ and very few Coast Guard vessels, I wonder if such a network could be beneficial and joined by such of those, and what the implications would be. Thank you very much.
And the ladies in the middle.
Hello, I'm Kathy. I'm from DSAT, Policy Analysis. I'm a speaker for tomorrow's panel. This topic is for Coast Guard's role in a gray zone, but if the gray zone become more grayer, like more multi-agents and more kind of actions, and in Taiwan context, the Coast Guard have limited resources and also limited budget. So when should Navy involve in these actions? And how should we empower the Coast Guards by resources or personnel? So, because I know that the Coast Guard is really tired every day, and especially in this June, a lot of tires, and also we have limited budget for next year. Even this year's budget haven't been passed. So if the gray zone become multiple, how can we multiply the sources for the Coast Guard? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And I have legislator Xu Zhongxing.
Thank you. I have a small question for Director Bettis. Because you are precious, that is the first time I encounter a person from Guam this year, this area. Just now, we talk about the second island chain, right? The first island chain is military, important for engaging China and containing China. And the second island chain, including Ogasawara Island, Guam Island, Palau Island. The second island chain is military important or not? That is my question. Thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments? Yes, please.
So this is a question about IUU fishing, considering you wanted to get further into it. So we know, or I know of a particularly infamous example back in 2014 of a Chinese fishing vessel ramming a Japanese Coast Guard, caused a large diplomatic incident, but turns out it was not ascribed to the PRC, but to the drunken captain. So how important do you think it is to differentiate between when it's state-directed actions and when it's just an individual, in this case a drunken captain, and how do you think that plays into the muddying of the waters of grey zone tactics?
So, any other ones? Okay, so for this round, the questions directing to the land IUU one and the Coast Guard one. I don't know whether you want to address, maybe starting by Leland. You can pick and choose the aspect you want to. Please.
So yes, on the question of the second island chain, I think when we talk about the first island chain and the U.S. defense posture, we're talking about the United States having agreements with countries along the first island chain, Japan, treaty agreements, with Korea. And these are seen as places which, have traditionally, since the end of World War II, been, the containment for communist China. This is not 1945. It's not 1959. So the second island chain has always served as a place from which the United States was able to project power unilaterally. It does not have those assurances in the first island chain in 2026. The ongoing national security strategies and national defense strategies of the United States would be to promote countries in the first island chain to do more for their own defense while allowing U.S. access. But in the event of a crisis, it's unclear the extent to which first island chains would permit the United States to use them or the extent to which they would have logistical support from those places. This is a very large subject we could talk about separately. The second island chain provides a clear place from which the United States could project power. And so that's the big difference. Guam, where I live, is a massive power platform for the United States. Anderson Air Force Base has the largest petroleum, oil, and lubricants capacity of any U.S. air base in the world. And the same goes for its munition storage areas, the largest in the U.S. Air Force inventory in the world. But to give you an idea of the risk that the United States sees today, there are no strategic bombers that are based in Guam. In fact, there are no fixed-wing aircraft that are based in Guam today, because the calculus is in the event of a conflict, Guam, the United States does not want a significant amount of its bomber inventory wiped out in a conflict in the early stages. So as a part of that, what's happened is the United States has a distributed and dispersed operating strategy where it's pushing the other islands to be more developed for infrastructure, for airfields all along in case Guam is not available in conflict. So that's a very short story. We can talk about it separately later. On the Coast Guard question, just to note, the United States, because areas in the north part of the Pacific are under a U.S. influence, the United States Coast Guard, and in many places in the South Pacific, has agreements to enforce the laws of the countries in the Pacific. So there's what's called shipwrighter agreements, where officers from a certain country can be aboard U.S. Coast Guard vessels. And in some instances, the countries have even allowed the United States Coast Guard to enforce their maritime laws, even though there's no country official on board the U.S. Coast Guard vessel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question about the IUU, Chinese IUU fishing vessels. So, firstly, I am the specialist for the Chinese militia. Basically, we should understand, we have to understand that all of the Chinese people's citizens should be the militia personnel in order to the mobilization by the Chinese government. Chinese government equals the Chinese Central Military Commission. So the one fishing vessel under the one cruising from the port to ocean back to the port, sometimes in order to the operation as a militia, sometimes that pure fishing business. But from outside, like us, we cannot identify when the pure fishing business, when is a mobilized militia operations. We cannot understand. We cannot identify. So our Western international community, have to observe all of the operation during that sea. That all of the Chinese fishing boat might be the militia operation. So I never think that it is not IUU like other IUU fishing boat. So Chinese fishing vessel, the illegal operation, illegal fishing is not IUU. It's a national orders, the operation, harassed the international community, in particular so the neighbor countries, fishermen, Philippines, Taiwan, Vietnam, and Japan. So I think this is my answer.
Want to address the networking problem, Coast Guard? Coast Guard networking?
Coast Guard what?
Coast Guard networking, East Asia, but you already presented it. Okay, don't worry. If you have.
Yes, my presentation is just only the non-Pacific Coast Guardian framework. But on the other hand, in the Pacific area, so that, but in particular, Japan, US, and Australia's Coast Guard framework for support to the island countries, Pacific island country. I understand that Taiwan Coast Guard, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Very close the cooperation.
Want to say something? The two panelists, Josh Monto-san, you have something?
If time allows, and concerning the question when the naval vessels could replace the Coast Guards, I think the question was asked from the political and the economic perspective, but if I give a legal answer, it's perfectly possible. It depends. Everything depends on the domestic law, because international law does not prohibit warships from conducting police activities. It's perfectly possible for warships or naval vessels to conduct police activities. However, there is an inherent risk in using naval vessels or warships in police activities. Perhaps the best example is the 2007 arbitral award in the Guyana, Suriname. There was a dispute concerning the delimitation between the two countries. And Suriname's warship was in question, but that warship was a very small one, like a fishing vessel, very small fishing vessel, armed with only 1 or 2 portable guns. And the activity was not use of force, just a threat of force by that small vessel with the portable guns. And that was considered as a threat of force under the UN under the Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the breach of the Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, simply because that was a naval vessel, even though it was very small. So if you use the naval vessel or warships, you risk that your activities may be considered as a use of force under international. That may encourage the other side to use force under Article 51, that is self-defense, that is an escalation on armed conflicts. So there is that kind of risk in using naval force.
Thank you very much. On Kathy's question, I just have an affirmative answer. Yes, the gray zone is getting grayer and the Coast Guard is getting busier. Yeah. And thank you very much for your attentiveness, and thank you for your questions and comments, and thank all the panelists for their excellent observations. Please join us tomorrow for another 3 very exciting topics: conservations, sustainable use of ocean, and technologies and the youth empowerment in the ocean. Thank you very much for this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Deputy Minister Song and all the panelists. Once again, we invite you to take a group photo on the stage to remember this panel. Thank you. 同样的，邀请主持人还有语坛的贵宾在台上合影，一起为我们这一场的对谈留下一个珍贵的画面。Please look into our photographer in the center together. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining the group photo. Once again, we like to thank our moderator and panelists for this very engaging and also inspiring dialogue. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our program this afternoon. Thank you very much for your contribution and participation. For distinguished guests, please follow our staff to dinner venue. 各位来宾，我们今天第1天的论坛所有议程进行到这边圆满的告一个段落。 那么明天的会议呢，将会在上午的9点钟开始，将会有更多的国际讲者还有专家带来精彩的观点跟经验分享。离场的时候呢，请记得您随身携带的物品，并且记得归还同步口译设备，取回您的证件。谢谢大家，我们明天见。Please remember to return the interpretation headset on your way out, and don't forget your personal belongings as you leave. Thank you, and we will see you tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
离嘴巴近一点。
Check check， 1、2、3、4 ，like this。OK。
123 test test， 你的喇叭在哪里？123，好大声哦！1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8，我没有动。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23，好，结束。哦，23，不是，你不是说我要去右边跟左边吗？1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30。好。
等一下哦，我抓到。
这边听起来很大声哎。2、4、8、16、32、64、128、256、512、1024、2048、4096、8192、1638、43。2、4、8、16、32、64、128、256、512、1024、2048、4196。2048、4096。
好，你帮我走靠，你现在走到哪边？
我现在正中间。
你走到讲台那边。
2、4、8、16、32、64、128。我现在这边听超大声的。2、4、8、16、32、64、128、256、512、1024、2048、4096、8192、1638、32768。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。
我现在完全关掉，然后我们看一次。好，这是完全关掉，来。
啊，什么意思？1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。好，你把它打开。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。但还是有点飞，小飞。哎，现在好像还好。对，现在没了。1、2、3，右边吗？1、2。我到右台就好了吗？再下去。好，那我在这里。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20。没有气。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23。
你开那个 A 麦来。
现在是 A 麦。
1号麦，数字1。等一下我 copy EQ 到2、3、4 ，copy。要把那个麦牌拿下来。嘿 ，check， 好，那个1号麦来。
我开了。1、2、3，我在台中间。1、2、3。
等一下哦，1号麦嘛。
1、2、3。1、2、3、4。
好，先开大哦，先让它飞。
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30、31、32、33、34、35、36、37、38、3。 24、6、80、12、
好，继续。
2、4、6、8、10、12、14、16、18、20、22、24、26、28、30、32、34、36、38、40、42、44、46、48、
靠近一点喇叭。
什么？
靠喇叭近一点。
好，我在左边哦。
好，左边麦。
好，1、3、5、7、11、13、15、17、21、23、27、29，耶。
找到了。
好。
好，再来。
好，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30。
再靠近一点喇叭。
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30、31、32、33、34、35、36、37，这很像什么电视剧的乌。
好，挖掉了。
好，没了吗
继续。
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14，这真的很像电视剧那种恶魔的那种音效，超酷的，而且超大声。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20。
还有什么？继续。
好，他说2026台湾海洋国际论坛。
你看你现在在哪？喇叭底下吗？
我现在在左前，离喇叭很近的地方，比刚刚还近。
那你听感很大声吗？
你说我的声音很大声吗？
听自己的声音，对。
对，很大声。
好，这才正常，因为他们都讲很小声。那个你再靠近。
但我讲话也很大声
好，等一下哦，再来继续。
我要再过来一点吗？我现在已经在他正旁边的，大概1.5米的距离。
1.5米是不是？好。
对。
Okay.
好，1、2、3。
好了，很干净的啦。
好，我走了哦。
等一下哦，你讲话，我先关试试看哦。
好，等一下不是，为什么要讲话？好，可以关掉了，快关掉了。很好，再见。
好，这样整体你在我舞台上，我听一下音质。
我右边的还没调哎。
没关系，应该响音差不多。1、
2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
你听你自己音感就是怎么样？
它到中间的时候的声音比较空一点。好酷哦！等一下，我把右耳拿下来。
好。
1、2、3，为什么我觉得右边的声音比较大声？好，没事，应该没有右边的声音比较大声。
有可能，因为我2个没有调一样。
好，是还好，但是
有一个高音，我听一下。
有一个高音，感觉是右边来的。不见了，没了。有。
我已经没有频率可以调了。
哈哈，现在没了。但我现在的声音有点空空的，扁扁的。
对啊，你们直播好像还没停我也还没停。
什么？
可以。
好，这样哦，那我要关掉了哦。
好，请关，谢谢。